bin noch als ich live. And sind wir live, and sind wir live. And sind wir nicht live, no? Unless sind wir auf a 10-minute delay. Ja, and sind wir live. Welcome back, jeder meinem, to the ShmueliCast podcast. If you're noch nicht subscribe to the show. We give out episodes every 2 weeks. And we welcome everybody. This is in Yiddish, but tonight we're going to keep this special election coverage live. We'll keep it in English. Before we start the show, we want to thank Haolam for putting this beautiful thing together. A round of applause for Haolam. I'm with ShmueliCast, a friend of the program, Shai Shimonovich, and Shlomi Zayens. We got noch andere special guests, other guests. And we're going to keep on switching it back. We have a panel from Mishpacha, begleit mit Ellie Steinberg and Maury Litwak and Stu Loser. They're going to mitteilen pinklich the numbers and heranzoomen in jeder state, and they will know exactly what's going on. But for now, I want to bring on Rafi Zilberberg. He's the community district leader from Mike Lawler. Mike Lawler is running now for re-election. We hope he wins. I voted for him. Also, we hope everybody got their voting. When are the polls closing in New York, Rafi?
The polls close at 9 o'clock.
All right, so but noch 49 minutes to go.
It's less than an hour to go, and a lot of people still didn't vote. And as long as you make it to the line before 9 o'clock, you will be able to vote. I would say in 2022, by 9 o'clock, there were close to 1,000 people still in the lines.
At this hour?
At 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock noch.
As long as you're in the line by 9 o'clock, you will be able to vote.
Erledigt. So no matter if in the city and upstate.
Sit anywhere you are, but this is a race that will be determined by very few votes. Last time, Congressman Lawler won by 1,800 votes. It might be a very similar number.
Out of how many people? How many people
Last
voted?
time was 275,000. This time is expected to be close to 400,000.
Whoa. Mamish double. Uh-huh. And how is the Yiddish community turning out?
So the Yiddish community is turning out.
You're better than usual?
But there are, it's the highest numbers ever in Rockland County, but there are still a lot of people that didn't show up yet. So if you're listening or watching this, pick up the phone, call up friends, call up people, and tell them, go out to vote. And if they voted already, they should call other people. There are still thousands of votes to come out today.
100%.
And that could be the difference to win.
Yes, and if you got to put the kids to sleep, so you put the kids to sleep and send your husband out, and when your husband comes back in, he will watch the kids, or you go out to vote, make a plan, go vote.
And the same goes to people that live in New York 18, New York 19. Those are 3 very competitive congressional districts that have a lot of Jewish people that live there that could make the difference. Between those 3 seats, that could be the difference who controls the House in the next Congress.
Very important. So nicht nur locally, not only locally it's important.
Those are not local races, it's national races.
Mamish azoy.
And if Trump wins, but the Democrats control Congress, impeachment will be on the agenda from day one.
Yes, probably we can count on it.
Definitely.
We should count it. Jeffries will be the...
If the Democrats win, Jeffries will be the speaker, and they will be talking about impeachment from day one.
Wow. And so 18, I think, is safe. No, 18, I think we're good. These are Republican guys just want...
No. 18 is safe for the Democrats.
Safe for the Democrats.
At the moment.
But he's winning there. We're not putting in somebody else, huh?
There is a Republican running, Alison Esposito. She is picking up a lot of Jewish support
over
there, even though most of the endorsements are for Pat Ryan.
Kirill endorsed Pat Ryan, the incumbent. Even though it's Democrat. That's another important point. I'm just, getting thrown. New York is a Democrat state. So if you're running as a Republican, let's say like in the state Senate, Weber, like how much is he going to be able to do? That's the real question.
So a lot of what happens in the state Senate is about blocking the Democrats' agenda. Just imagine if there would be a one-party rule by the Democrats with no minority party, with no one blocking them, no one confronting them. Look at congestion pricing. It was supposed to go into effect in June, where you would pay toll every time you go into Midtown Manhattan. The fight that the Republicans put up got the governor to pull back because they didn't want to lose votes in this election. If the Republicans wouldn't put up a fight to it, you would have it go into effect. Same thing is with immigrants. New York City wanted to send in 340 migrants to Rockland County. If those 340 would have showed up, we would have had thousands or tens of thousands of more by now. There were investors looking for more hotels to offer to New York City to bring in more migrants.
Wow.
The Republicans put up a fight, went to court, sued, won.
And they couldn't
they were
bring it.
blocked.
They were stuck in the city. Why? Because city has different rules. They have sanctuary city rules.
Right. So the city can keep them, but the city cannot send them into Rockland County.
304,000, you said? Did I hear
No, there were 340 that were ready to be
340
transported.
Okay, just
The city took one hotel, and they were like, we'll start with one, then we'll continue. But by the Republicans putting up a fight and stopping it.
So that's why
And the same goes to congestion pricing, migrants, and many
Plus,
other issues.
what is congestion prices?
Congestion pricing was that you pay a toll every time you go into Midtown Manhattan. So they already spent $500 million in the infrastructure. Whenever you drive into Midtown Manhattan now, you can see those cameras. And the same way when you pass a toll booth, it was supposed to be that as of June, if you go into Midtown Manhattan, you pay $15, $20, whatever the
And who is a groei of them? The upstate Hebra or the city Hebra?
State. The state. Hakeem Jeffries saw that the polling is very against it.
Okay.
So he asked Governor Hochul, pull it back till after the election and watch and see how in the next few days, all of a sudden, they're going to roll it back.
So Moiradik, it's also very important for us to take out, as elections are so important because the people in power, they look at elections, they look at the voting, the people who go out to vote, are you registered? And that's what,
like
that's
look at the Hamish community in Monroe and in Muncie for the state Senate races. The state Senate leadership is promising to resolve the substantial equivalency issue on education because they're afraid to lose those seats. One day after the election, they're not going to do anything about it. But before the election, they'll promise anything and everything.
How are you feeling about the election in general?
How is the Lawler campaign? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
How are you feeling about the election in general?
I think that people are tired of the current, the Democratic national leadership, and people want to see change. A lot of people are afraid of the Kamala Harris and the Democrats' agenda, more than the Democrats are afraid of the alleged Project 2025. And the turnout, look at Florida, look at other states that report live turnout throughout the day. I think it's looking good for the Republicans. The way that redistricting was set up, there are not a lot of competitive House seats. There are less than 20 competitive House seats and less than 10 real competitive House seats. New York 17 is one of the top competitive House seats, but most of the races are not competitive. Same goes to the Senate. You have very limited, very few contested Senate seats, but the Senate looks very safe for the Republicans at the moment. The presidential race at this point is a 50-50. Anyone who would say anything different than a 50-50 is just guessing.
Do you have any guess or prediction for what might happen tonight?
We're not going to know tonight.
Okay.
Sure. How is the Lawler campaign feeling? They're excited over there?
We're ahead in every single poll. There are obviously a lot more Democrats than Republicans in the district. So when you look at it from outside the perspective, the Democrats are ahead. But this is a district that he won last time, and this is a district that Biden won in 2020 by 10 points. So you clearly have a lot of Democrats that are voting Republican, especially for this seat. He did an amazing job 2 years in Congress by being available across the board, working with Democrats to pass bipartisan legislation.
He was all over the place.
And we had over 1,000 events that he attended in less than 2 years, which is a lot more than the average elected official. Our office was very accessible to everyone.
Yeah, I myself, I had Nitzen from him, so thank you very much. I voted for him. He earned my vote.
People like his policies, people like the way he talks about the issues and the way he always says, for example, like on bipartisanship, people sometimes don't like the idea of bipartisanship. He's like, you first got to figure out what you agree on, and then you can talk about what you disagree on. A lot of times in politics or in government, people first try to figure out what you disagree on, so you never get to the points that you do agree 100%. On. So this way of operating is how he was more successful as a Republican in the New York State Assembly than a lot of Democrats are. And that's how he was the most successful Republican freshman in this first session.
Pretty high on the list.
We're looking forward to another
term. So as you heard, every vote counts. Polls.
There's still a half hour to go.
9 o'clock. Get out and vote. It's very important. Even if you think that New York is going to go blue anyway, but instead of giving it to the Democrats by 23%, maybe by 23 points, maybe let's give it to them only by 5 points. And 5 points will send a big message.
Clear message, yep.
100%. About Mike Lawler, if I can just, he has bigger plans than just Congress.
Let's first win this race, and then we'll talk about something else.
That's the whole answer right now. Let's first win this thing. Yeah, there's different races in Muncie. Bill Weber is running in that election.
Bill Weber will definitely win.
Bill Weber has it, yes?
Yes.
And he's pushing out Elijah.
No, he pushed out Elijah 2 years ago, and now Elijah Melnick is trying to get the seat back. Elijah Melnick, just like many other Democrats, will tell you what you want to hear, and he'll go from one town to the other and tell everyone what they want to hear.
You think so? This is what they all do.
Democrats more than Republicans.
How about CMV is also running for re-election over there.
He's probably going to win. He's registered Democrat, but as a Haimashahid, it's not so much based on the party affiliation.
Yeah.
Right.
So he will most likely win. His district is about half of Muncie and Orangetown. So he'll definitely win the Muncie part of it. It's very hard to predict how the Democrats in Orangetown will vote. Will they vote for him, even though he's an Orthodox Hasidic Jew, because he's a Democrat, or a lot of the Democrats will switch over to vote Republican, and a lot of them will abstain and not vote in this race.
Interesting.
So it's very hard to predict how it will.
But he seems to be very good at bridging the gap and trying to please both sides in any way that he can.
Trying to please both sides never works.
It could work.
Hopefully.
He's still in office.
He should win. I mean, he won a county legislator seat in a district that has more non-Jews than Jews. So obviously he could build some coalitions.
He's doing something right.
Yeah.
The campaign has numbers every hour. How many people voted?
So we get in every couple of hours. We get lists from all four. The district is 4 counties: Rockland County, Putnam County, parts of Westchester County, and parts of Dutchess County. Every few hours we get lists of who came out and voted, so we know where the numbers stand, what areas. The same thing was during early voting. Every end of the day, we got the list of who voted that day and the absentee ballots. So things are looking good, but we got to bring it to the finish line.
Baruch Hashem. But no matter what happens tonight, in the local elections, in the big elections, we always know, as in Tzomar Rabba Shefer of the world, and he's doing everything. And nothing happened to us in 2020, Shaya. And Biden is arangekommen, and enslavement is all good. Hopefully, we're hoping for a good outcome. But no matter what happens, the Bashefer is Einod Mevadoi, and we got to trust in Hashem. This is what I tell myself, and you know, it's up to Hashem. I can only make a live election night, and I can go vote and get as many people out to vote.
I remember 2008.
Yeah, so as we can see in back of you, but the case Blab Mazoy Rafi, 95 electors, they called already for Donald Trump. Florida, they gave him. Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee. I don't know all the states, but Gavaldik. So 95 for Trump and 35 for Democrats, for Kamala Harris. So far we're winning, Shlomi.
Don't get too excited. There's something called the Red Mirage, which happens almost every year in the whenever there's an election. It starts off with a lot of red states because a lot of them close earlier, and it looks like the Republicans are winning, but there's still plenty of room for Kamala to win.
Going to be a long.
So maybe just the Republican knows how to count. They know how to count, and they close it fast. The Democrats don't know how to count.
Yeah, I just agree with him. The red states come in very quickly, and then we just...
we got to hope for the best, but look, if Virginia...
we wait a couple of weeks.
If they call Virginia for Trump, what does that tell you?
It tells me that the blue wall is going towards her.
Is going towards her?
Towards Trump.
Towards Trump,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Virginia usually got the numbers, Rafi?
Virginia is not a swing state in this election.
Not a swing state.
But if it turns out to be a swing state, that's a good sign for Trump.
Right.
It's a definite indication. So if it's like too close to call, it's a problem for the Democrats.
I've heard from you for months already. Virginia is in your head for a couple of months already.
Yes, Virginia, I'm looking very out. They voted for
Virginia has a great governor, and Glenn Youngkin is basically driving it towards Trump.
Yes, he is. And it was a big deal what happened over there with the Alatanolfas, where the Democrats want to bring in, and the people didn't stand for it, and they voted in Glenn Youngkin. And now Glenn Youngkin won also, he won some kind of a situation that he wanted to get rid of people that don't live in the state of the
voter rolls.
Yes, of the voter rolls, and then they wanted to stop him. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and it was a win.
Yeah, this is one thing the Republicans learned this year, going to court early on, not waiting for the last minute. In 2020, when they went to court, it was already too late to do something about it.
Yeah, so
Right?
before
You can't go to court after the fact, because what are you going to do?
And what are you going to do now? You can fix it, I guess.
You can prevent certain ballots from being counted. You can prevent in advance. You can do something. You can't.
I hear you.
Like in New York, in New York State, for example, most of the absentee ballots, as we speak, are already in the machines. So there's nothing to challenge. There's nothing to object at this point. If you wanted to object or stop something, you had to go into court weeks in advance and fight it in advance.
So at least we have.
Once it's open, you don't know who the ballot belongs to. There's nothing you can do. So let's say if you can prove that someone committed fraud, you don't know which one is his ballot.
Okay, we just want to take a quick minute to remind everybody that there are another 35 minutes to vote in New York State.
Yeah.
Go out there, your vote counts. As long as you're in line before 9 o'clock, you can vote, and your vote does count. So use the opportunity and get out there so that you don't regret it tomorrow.
Yeah. 9 o'clock. You think 9 o'clock when the polls are going to close, they're going to call it right away? How long is it going to take when they call it for who wins New York?
They're going to call New York right away.
They're going to call New York right away,
Yeah.
unless we make it so close that it's going to be too close to
There's
call.
exit polls that show them.
Exit polls?
Yeah, so New York City is going
to play.
Yeah, Stefanik. Who is she? She's the...
Long Island Congresswoman.
No,
but I don't
Stefanik
know.
is upstate, northern country, next to the Canadian
Sorry,
border.
yes, you're right.
So she's saying New York is in place, so we might not know New York right away when the...
New York City had probably over 3 million votes. Once we'll be done with election day, there's no way that New York is in play.
There's no 3 million votes in upstate to counter that?
No, because not all 3 million in the city go for the Democrats.
But not all 3 million go for Democrat, exactly. So how much of that goes for the...
New York is not in play.
New York is not in play?
It's going to be close.
Trump made
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot closer than the 23 points that Biden won by.
That's also a good point.
And that helps the Republicans towards 26, towards 25, towards other races coming up, because they're able to see where they're gaining momentum, gaining support.
Do you think that transfers, like if Trump doesn't run, and he's obviously not going to run, there's a reason why it's close now, because of Trump, not because some...
No, it's close because of Kathy Hochul.
Okay.
The disastrous policies of the governor,
Right.
which is the reason why people are fed up with the Democrats.
You think that's the reason?
And
it's
that
hopeful?
translates to Trump?
Yep.
I hear.
I thought it's about the Democrat policies as a whole. They're fed up with migration. They're fed up with the economy the way it's going.
Right, but it's the leadership of the
local leadership.
state leadership that causes all these problems that people get frustrated and want to see change.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is there a way to leren zijn man inner? Wenn zij reden, ze moeten ook leren de inner. Ooit bekend is bewazen. Wie een gewaltige Sache. So now I'm going to welcome you that einer macht sich bequem. It looks like it's going to be a long night ahead of us. I hope not, right? I hope. Adarabba, can you make a prediction now, Rafi?
So since Bill Clinton, there was never a presidential race that was called before close to midnight. So it's not happening before close to midnight.
Unless they make it so big that it's called before midnight.
Oh, wait,
Maybe it's
Obama,
gonna be-
wasn't it? Oh, wait, Obama?
Obama was 11 something, 11:38.
The first one, 11:23. I
That's
said
an
it
amazing
before.
thing. America is the most powerful country in the world. And in France, 1 minute after the polls close, you have a winner.
So in most countries, there's one centralized election system. In the United States, you have over 3,000 election systems.
Yeah.
Every county runs their own system. You have 3,000 and change counties.
Because it's a republic instead of a democracy.
Now, every state controls their state system, but at the end of the game, like in New York State, every county makes their own rules on how they post results, what machines they use.
Even for federal
Even for
votes.
federal elections. There's
Voting,
federal guidelines, the
right.
state guidelines, but at the end of the game, the county runs the show.
Something
So you
wrong
have
with that.
3,000 different counties,
This is
and you have
unreal.
some counties in the country that have 5,000 people, and some have 5 million people.
They should announce the winner. I feel in Venezuela they know the winners.
Well,
No?
there's a reason.
Venezuela, they know the winner in advance.
Yes, they know exactly even how many % he won it by.
Some people say 2020 they knew in advance. I'm just kidding.
2020 was a number of things. I don't like going back. A lot of people have drama and haben die Sachen, but We got to hope for the best. Look at
clearly
early
an
voting.
outlier. It's clearly an outlier. 2020 was COVID. It was a different way.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything to compare it to.
Yeah, like when they say now that the early voting was higher than 2020, that's because 2020 had a lot higher mail-in ballots.
Yes.
So it's
Yes, so you got to take it into consideration. Wo sagst du dort? They called Alabama?
No, I just got a text from Donald Trump.
Wo sucht er? He's excited?
30 minutes to
Stay in
vote.
line when you get to your polling place. Do not leave until you vote. You have 30 minutes left to vote. Get into line, stay in line, never leave.
30 minutes left to vote. And we're going to check in with you soon. Now we're taking it over to the Mishpacha panel. Around to dingen a bisschen tiefer in the states and in the numbers as a whole. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the FourCast. We're going to do this. I'm Ellie Steinberg. With me tonight, Stu Loser, Maury Litwack. We're going to give you minute-by-minute updates, analysis, state of the race, what to look for, what's going on. It's 8:30 election night. One thing very important to keep in mind, it's way too early to say anything definitive. You see a lot of data, but it's all incomplete. But what we're going to do now to start off is we'll start taking you through the race. Maury.
Yeah, so I think that there's really been two different sides of the coin, right? Which is that you're either predicting a red wave, you're predicting a blue wave. Really, and there's a lot in the media saying it's going to be very, very close, but I think our early predictions, which we can go through, I think two of us at the table predicted a red wave, and one of us predicted a blue wave. How can you reconcile those two things? And it really comes down to these critical swing states that you're hearing about. If you live in New York, you still have time to go vote. You should go vote. You should be watching this right now. You should be going and voting. Maybe you're watching it online. But otherwise, we're really focused on Pennsylvania and Georgia, and we're focused on places like Michigan and Wisconsin. And the reason why we're focused on those, Ellie, is those are swing states. They went one way for Trump in 2016. They went another way for Biden in 2020. And now we're in this whole different world. So that's really what we're talking about tonight, which is who's going to be right, who's going to be wrong in those sort of massive predictions. Is it going to be a red wave or a blue wave?
And we're going to walk through the states, which are the 7 crucial swing states. If you're following this race for any time, you know it already. The one on top of the list that everybody talks about, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, those are the northern states. The Rust Belt is what they call them. But then there's the states on the east side of the country, which are the swing states, North Carolina and Georgia. Results coming in already there. And then there are the Sun Belt states, Arizona, Nevada, and the state of the race there, which is going to be later on tonight. Stu, you're our resident, as the hat says, Harris rep.
I am the Harris rep. I don't work for Harris rep. I don't work for Kamala Harris. I've met her and think she's great. I gave her money a long time ago. I've done 3 presidential campaigns. I've done more House, Senate, and Congressional House and Senate races than I can count on my hand. And mayoral race, I have the honor of working for Mike Bloomberg 3 times and against him once the first time. And my job was to make sure he didn't get elected. I failed. He won. New York was better for it. 4 years later, I was back and I was his chief spokesperson at City Hall. So I've been through a lot of election nights, and they're usually pretty close. It is, if there's no drama, it's not really a race. There is a lot of drama, and things can flip back and forth really quickly.
Right, and it's an important thing to note that even on nights that the election is not particularly close, the most recent one being 2008, 2012 really wasn't that close, but it was closer than 2008, which was not close at all. The race wasn't officially called, until 11 o'clock at night. But let's go through your I saw you when you walked in here tonight. You're wearing your Gore Lieberman sweater vest. Walk us through just the feeling of tonight, how it's feeling so far, how the race is feeling from your perspective, and then we'll talk through it from the rest of our perspective. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about
I guess I'm feeling two things. Neither on the presidential race, neither side is really running away with this. We see a lot of noise in the data. We've seen some errors in Loudoun County, Virginia, which was a horrible blow for Kamala Harris, and then it turned out not to be true. That's one take, is that no one is running away with this just yet.
And just to be clear, what exactly that was, there was a swing from a county that was strong Harris in strong Biden in 2020, and there was data reported that showed that it was it swung to Trump,
right.
But it was a data error.
It was a data error, and that is going to happen back and forth in both blue states and red states, and blue cities and red cities, and of course most cities in this country actually aren't run by partisan mayors anyway. They're run by nonpartisan forms of government. So like we're going to see a lot going back and forth. That's sort of my first take, and my second take is. For all of our technology, for all of our ability to see what each other is saying on Twitter, on social media, on TikTok, on whatever else, we are still a deeply divided country. Most people are tuning in tonight and being, I think, pretty surprised that their guy, the one that they know, or their candidate, the one that they know and that all their friends are voting for, isn't in a massive lead yet. We are a closely divided country, and we are a bitterly separated country in which we don't really know each other's views.
Ellie, do you and prior to us being here, we were texting about this, and we said, we hate to have all this election coverage and people have to wait till 11 o'clock or 1 in the morning or things like that. There are early indicators for those watching right now, early indicators that you can watch and you can see. So if you're Ellie, you predicted a red wave, Stu predicted a blue wave. Ellie, as for a red wave guy, what would make you nervous and what would make you excited? Which state makes you nervous to see early returns? Which makes you excited? What can the listeners and viewers pay attention to?
Right. So you're going to look. It's very hard to extrapolate from, like we said, from the data as it's coming in, because for every data point that tells you one thing, everything that you see that tells you what you want, you'll find something else that tells you what you don't want to hear.
Right.
That all being said, when you see when you see a lot of things moving in one direction, and there was this graphic that was up, and it's a shame that I can't put it up here to show everyone.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get that worked out. But where you see a bunch of counties, and I think it was Georgia, and the Times has this great graphic with an arrow showing which direction the vote is moving from the last election, and they're all moving red to the right.
Mm-hmm.
That's a strong indicator of where we're going, because that means there's a vote sheet that was counted, and that vote sheet that was counted is moving in one direction from 4 years ago, and we know the margins 4 years ago were very, 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 very narrow. So
Georgia gets you excited. You say, "Wow, that's a good wave for red." Which state makes you nervous if you start to see it go blue?
So we know this. We were talking about this. We were talking about this in our episodes before the election, and I was saying this for weeks. The state that makes me the most nervous, outside of Michigan, which I think is gravy, if Trump wins it. And again, I'm the Trump guy, but the state that makes me the most nervous is North Carolina. Even before the stuff with the governor started, and that race has already been called for the Democrat.
Jewish Democratic.
The Jewish Democrat. But even before that stuff was coming out, North Carolina got me nervous, and we saw it in the polls that a lot of the polling data that was coming in from North Carolina was showing sort of more of a swinginess to it.
And I think we can agree. 16% of the votes in North Carolina right now. Donald Trump is up by 3%, 51-48, and that's meaningless.
Right.
16%, we don't know.
Means
we
absolutely
don't,
nothing.
Means almost nothing.
It's a 35,000 votes out of a million.
And so Stu, for you, which one makes you nervous? Which one makes you excited? Which state?
Virginia makes me nervous.
As a Democrat,
Virginia makes me nervous.
And we should talk about that.
We should talk about that because we'll talk about that in a few minutes, I think, because Kamala Harris should be ahead by more.
Okay.
They have about half the votes in.
Which one gets you excited?
I would say excited. I'm a little confused right now with the numbers. We have 42% of the poll of the number of the vote in Ohio, and it's essentially tied. It's not on anyone's radar screen for Kamala Harris to do well. It's a good sign for the Senate race, a good sign if you support the Democrat. In the Senate race, it's a weird sign since obviously J.D. Vance is from Ohio, and it's probably not going to hold up. But it is and then of course it's probably cities and it's probably lots of early vote, but it's still 40% early vote, but it's still 42%.
So as we're looking at this right now and you're watching live this incredible election coverage, and it's amazing, and we appreciate everyone watching and Haolam for doing this and everybody else involved in this. Right now it says, and I'm on the New York Times, and some people don't like the New York Times, I understand, but on the New York Times and it says right now, Georgia president, lean Trump. They have a big red, lean Trump. Virginia president, lean Harris. So right now, if you were looking at this and you were saying, well, who's doing well, et cetera, and from an early perspective, you would say the Republicans are doing better here right now in terms of this, right, Stu?
Right, I would say that.
Yes. And Ellie, you would say that you would be surprised even that Virginia's competitive right now.
Yeah, so when we were prepping for this, we were talking about different things to look out for and what sort of things are the big indicators. And one of the things that we brought up was Virginia. And Virginia is not so much an indicator because, there's any real expectation that Trump's going to win Virginia. Trump shouldn't win Virginia. If he wins Virginia, I think all of us can say, that's game over. Right. It's a historic.
Right. The numbers we're seeing, I mean, there's a lot of vote that's in from up in the northern part of the state, which is the most liberal part of the sstate, but there are other parts, there are other Democratic parts where there aren't a lot of
Virginia right now, as we're looking at this, I have it is Virginia's 951,497 for Trump and 943,832 for Harris. So right now he's actually got a slight edge. Obviously, he's only 43% of votes in. I don't know how much of that is Northern Virginia, which I assume a lot of Northern Virginia hasn't been counted, which is heavily Democratic. And Ellie, you're a numbers guy. Talk to us about what that means, because a lot of people say, what are you talking about? It's in at 13% or 20%, and it says Trump's winning, or it says Harris is winning. Why would you say, like, you have races where literally states where it says at 60% or it says at 65% Trump's winning, right? Or it says 65% Harris is winning. But people will say, no, Trump will lose that state, or Harris will lose that state. Why is that so in terms of that? And when we talk about like urban cities and we talk about suburban voters or rural voters, what does that mean? If you're not living in a rural community for the most part. No offense to everybody out of town. I grew up out of town, but you're not living in a rural community. So what does that mean?
Yeah, so there's a lot of work that the forecasters do. It's not as simple as just taking a look at the numbers and saying, oh, there's 25% of the vote in and do that times 4 and that's your result. There's a lot of work goes into what's the vote that's been counted, what's the partisan makeup, how many Republicans live in the place that was counted, how many Democrats live there. And then we look at the vote. I don't do this, but I know who the people are who do this that are worth following, and the people who try to do this who aren't. But you look at the vote that's in from those, and then you're able to extrapolate based on that, say, okay, now where's the vote that hasn't been counted yet? Oh, here's, we'll get to Pennsylvania, but there's certain places where election after election after election, in places that are heavily Democrat, it's 90% of the vote goes to the Democrat, 10% goes to the Republican. Right. Okay, so I know if that's the 50% that's still out, I know, okay, you have a 12-point lead, it's meaningless because I know that the vote that's still to be counted is going to come in much more heavily to the other side. So that's where the forecasters and the all of that great stuff that goes on and is meaningful.
Now there's other stuff. Stu, talk about this. Tell people about who Dave McCormick is and Bob Casey and what that means. Because right now, Pennsylvania looks very close on the presidential side, but Casey is up almost 300,000 votes on McCormick. What does that mean practically? What are we looking at when we hear names like that and what that means?
Well, it's a good question. 4 years ago and 8 years ago, the sign that most people missed that Donald Trump was going to win, even just 2 weeks before the election, was that the Democrats running for Senate started to crater. They started to lose in the swing states that are going to be close for the presidential race. likely to be close in the Senate race. The Democrats started to lose and nobody really saw. It was a canary in a coal mine. It was an early indication. We didn't see that this time. That said, Pennsylvania, I mean, there's a lot of factors that we don't understand here, or that we don't really know. Dave McCormick is the Republican candidate. He has been roasted on TV, on social media, on mail for not really being from Pennsylvania. This comes 2 years after the Republican candidate, Dr. Oz, was roasted for not being from Pennsylvania. Dr. Oz filmed ads in New Jersey in his house and said, "Here I am in my kitchen." It wasn't even in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvanians are used to, but that's a kind of a one-off thing in Pennsylvania. It's not an issue that's happening almost anywhere else except for Montana, maybe. We'll worry about Montana in a little bit. I think that, I'm a little hopeful in the Senate race, but a lot of people aren't.
Yeah.
But I think there's some weird factors going on here. They're weird and unique factors. Every person who's going out there is going in to vote is going with a different set of beliefs. And I have to say, like, Pennsylvania is also a case in a state where there is a large Jewish vote. Not Frum, not Hasidish, not Hamisha, but Jewish vote. The Hamish vote, yeah, we know who they're going to vote for Trump. But there's a large vote who would traditionally be for the Democrats, who probably even voted for Mondale over Reagan, some of these older people, in 1984. Maybe not Carter over Reagan, but Mondale over Reagan. And they've been mobilized, and it's not at all clear that they're voting for Kamala Harris. And do you know who's been mobilizing them more? Do you know who's been doing the work? This guy.
That's why we wear the hat, the Don't Kvetch vote. And if you're a New York voter, you got to still go vote, and you got to make sure your friends vote, and you got to encourage them to vote. And I think that
you have to get online.
You got to get in line. Make sure you're in line.
It's not just. I hesitate to say this because I'm going to imagine most people in Nevada who are listening to us are not going to come out and vote for Kamala Harris. But plenty of time to vote in Nevada. There's a serious
plenty of time to vote in Nevada. Now, something else that I want to mention, which we touched on. So we know what's happening, and just a little update for people watching. Georgia is looks like Trump is significantly ahead in Georgia right now. So unless I'm missing something, it looks like it's going his way. But again, only 58% of votes are in, so we don't know. But it's tracking that way. Now Ellie Stu talked to us about the Senate and the fact that the Senate control really can rest on Pennsylvania voters who are voting for Senate and some other big races. We saw in West Virginia, the Republicans already flipped one seat.
Yep.
Talk to us about these House races, which they were just talking about the Lawler race. They were talking about the Esposito race and some of these other things. From a New York side, it seems to me like control of Congress, whether or not Republican speaker or Democrat speaker, it could come down to a lot of districts here that Frum voters are in New York. Can you talk to us about that?
So, full disclosure, I'm like you, Maury, I'm the Jersey guy. So the New York races.
We have everything figured out in Jersey already. We have everything figured out in Jersey already. That's why we come to New York. We already figured everything out.
Andy Kim already the senator.
Yes.
So that's that one's
He's getting sworn in 10 minutes.
That's it. But we'll hit more on the New York races a little bit later in the program. But I do want to get back just one thing from that what Maury was saying before. Georgia, close to 60% of the vote in. Trump right now showing as having an 11-point lead. I can assure you, Trump will not win Georgia by 11 points. The New York Times' FourCast, Nate Cohn, who's an excellent data guy. You saw that face from
I've disagreed with him in the past.
Yeah.
I may disagree with him tonight.
Yeah, he's probably going to get, like everybody else in the polls, and we'll get to the poll thing soon, but he's probably going to get a lot of things wrong about this election. Everybody's getting a lot of things wrong about this election. But forecasting, right now showing Trump as having a 71% chance of winning the race, and an eventual probable margin of victory of about 2.5 points. But again, since there's so much vote still out, that can swing.
Right.
That all being said, one of the things that we know, again, in the data that's come in so far, Georgia exit polling has showed a big swing of independents towards Trump this election over last election. So if we always say that the race is always decided by the independents. Independents swung to Trump. Will that play out entirely in Georgia? We'll see. Other swing states, we could go through how it's looking right now. North Carolina.
Well, just one second. So Decision Desk just projected that Harris wins Virginia. So they already said it's game over. So this is why you watch a live broadcast like this. This is why you do it, so that you can learn right away. They just declared Virginia has won, which is 13 electoral votes, which is big. It's something that the Republicans are trying to go after. Nobody really believed, for the most part, they were going to be able to do it. But Decision Desk just made that declaration that Virginia has gone for Harris. And the reason why it's big is because obviously we're just getting down to these swing states. And they called New Hampshire as well.
They called New Hampshire, yeah. They just called New Hampshire as well.
They called New Hampshire as well. So we're going to get down these swing states, and that's what we're going to do. But it also just shows you why you may see something that looks a little close to you, but you have to it's very, very important just to know a little bit of that nuance, the Parish Rashi, on how these things work, and that's what we're here to help you do. So
I want to point out this, and I'm going to try to pull it up now, but I believe, let's see, the prediction, the way the projection of the vote, the way both in New Hampshire and in Virginia, and this is why we're discussing New Hampshire and Virginia, not because we have or had any expectation that Trump may win New Hampshire or Virginia, but the projected margin of victory for Harris in New Hampshire is 3.9 and 5.1 in Virginia. Both of these are significant swings towards Trump from how Biden beat him in 2020. And that is why it's significant. It's not significant.
It's significant, but
incomplete.
But it matters. It matters with the votes. You know, we all know, but we'll remind people and some of our listeners, you know, are let's presume 18 years old and weren't voting 4 years ago. Difference of 30,000 votes in the United States presidential election would 4 years ago would have totally changed the Electoral College. Kamala Harris's win in Virginia. Look, I'd love to see her win with 80% of the vote. Not happening, but solid win.
Right, but here's the point: is that if you take somewhere like Virginia, and then you can take the vote margin, and you say, and there are places in the swing states, like in North Carolina and in Pennsylvania, where you can say, okay, there are certain counties that you can learn from. When you look at this, you look at Virginia, and you say, okay, Virginia moved this many points. There's a lot of similarity in the makeup of a lot of the counties in these swing states where you could say, okay, this moved this amount of points. I can say that it's entirely reasonable to think that these other counties are going to move, and which is why at this point, I'll say it, Stu may disagree, I think right now, where we're sitting at 8:52 p.m., election night, you'd much rather be sitting in Trump's seat right now than in Kamala Harris's seat.
I will say, and we're going to toss this back. I'll give this back to our friends who are also doing this forecasting. I think that every state is different, and we're going to see. We're going to come back to you guys in about a half hour, and you're going to see a very different map.
I think we're going to kick it back to the incredible guests, the incredible guys at ShmueliCast. You're going to hear more information.
Phone.
We're bringing you
David
everything
Fonson.
live with opinions.
David.
Here we go.
To his family chat, and is always a minute too late.
Was anyone in
Don't
here?
be a minute behind.
Yeah.
Sign up to be the first to the craziest airline deals,
maybe turn it
credit
up.
card offers, and
they were
online
telling you-
deals.
they were telling you
Join
that,
PZ Deals today. Download the PZ Deals app and never pay full price again.
Pennsylvania's not ahead so much. It's going to be closer also.
I didn't get anything in my ear.
Here's yet another winner for tonight.
Maybe it was too
In a
low.
decisive outcome based
Might
on
have been too
talent
low.
votes.
Help Me Build Credit has emerged as the clear winner in the race as the most comprehensive website that will help you choose the card with the best offers and benefits. Billions and billions and trillions have elected us as the preferred choice for navigating the complex world of credit cards. Visit helpmebuildcredit.com, the most obvious choice to make your cards great again.
The votes used to prepare this information have been submitted exclusively by living individuals.
Welcome back to the programs. Could have gone better. Yes, we're going to keep it in English. Apologies. My first language is Yiddish. I mean, Virginia, we knew the whole time is going to go for the Democrats, right? But we were hopeful. If it was going to be a schneller night, then they would have called Virginia and they would have called New Hampshire for the GOP. But there's plenty of pathways in Mirz Hashem for Trump to still make it, but wir tun nicht aufgeben. But the fact that they called it so early, right? It could have been a bisschen hin and zurück. Virginia is too early to call. Would have had some fun with it until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. But noch halt, if you're still in the line, it's 8:55. You have 5 minutes to even go. If you stand there before 9 o'clock, they gotta let you in. But for now,
nothing concrete. But just to make you a little bit happier, New York Times is not calling yet, but they're estimating Trump to win Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is important.
But
yeah, the Hebrews are shocked. People are shocked about Virginia.
So far, the polls are pretty much on target.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, Virginia.
Virginia is cold already.
Right, but that was the polls.
So Pennsylvania should close fast soon. Alaviv, Pennsylvania should close. So far, he's up to 141 Electoral College, and she's up to 72. So far, so good. Shlomi, Busterov bringing in the guest. We have Yochanan. Go ahead.
So we have in the studio with us Rabbi Yochanan Dunn, who has been a writer about politics in New York for the past 18 years. He's worked with Ami magazine, Mishpacha magazine, Hamodia, and the Ated. And he knows a lot about the Jewish community and how they vote. Rabbi Yochanan, please tell us a little bit about what's been going on in New York over the past few months. I know there's been a lot of chaos in the city. There's been some corruption scandals going on. Can you give us a little bit about that, just to start off?
Okay, so the city, Mayor Adams has been indicted. The first time New York City mayor has been indicted on corruption charges. He's been tying this to national politics. He's been saying that it's because because he's been complaining about immigration to the city, about how President Biden hasn't been doing enough to curb immigration, and he's saying that because of his complaints, that's why he was indicted. And Republicans have been more than happy to cheer him on that. President Trump has openly said, that he knew right away, as soon as he started complaining about immigration, right away he'll be indicted. And sure enough, a year later he was. And it's interestingly, the past couple of weeks, Eric Adams, diehard Democrat, he endorsed Kamala Harris, obviously, but he has never criticized President Trump. When asked about it, this is red meat for his base, for Democrats. He hasn't, criticized him. And he hasn't even, really spoken nicely about Kamala, even though he endorsed her. The word on the street is that he doesn't want to ruin any chance in case President Trump wins, or maybe getting a pardon. He has compared his own case to President Trump. I don't know if he did. His close aides have compared his own case to President Trump.
If you saw the video from the Al Smith dinner, President Trump was speaking. He made a little bit of fun of Mayor Adams, but he was also very kind.
He was also kind, yeah.
And he kind of said, I understand what you're going through. I've been through the same thing.
Yeah. Both of them have, they weren't indicted. He was indicted 4 times, but he has 4 separate counts brought against him. President Trump obviously had 4 separate, set of charges brought against him. And he says both of them say it's all about politics.
It definitely is all about politics.
Yes, he has become a fellow traveler with Trump.
He has become, yeah.
Yeah, it's
the Biden Justice Department has brought them together.
Yeah, you see. Isn't there a way for the mayor of New York City to make the city, it shouldn't be a sanctuary city? Doesn't he not have that power?
He does have actually he doesn't have the power. He has it put together with the city council, but there's a lot of misconception about this sanctuary city. New York City's troubles are not because it's a sanctuary city. It's because the city council passed a law. I don't remember how many years ago, 15, 20 years ago, that just stated that everybody in the city has a right to housing, to food, to shelter, And that is the thing. So in other words, you can be illegally here. You have that right.
Is that like a constitution of the city?
It's no, not the constitution. It's
what are they
city,
calling it?
It's a law. The city council passed the law. So if they have a right, anybody here legally has a right to food and shelter. So, times that by how many hundreds of thousands of illegals have come in here, and it equals up to billions of dollars.
Yeah.
That is the problem, not because of sanctuary city.
Why
Sanctuary city, just to finish this thought, a sanctuary city just means that the city will not cooperate with ICE, with the Federal Immigration Authority, if they arrest somebody for whatever crime, because even for murder, then they will not tell ICE that we have an illegal immigrant in prison.
That's the only thing that a sanctuary city constitutes of? I thought it's more. So if they have to give housing for everybody, why do we see so many homeless all over the place?
Because we don't have enough housing. As simple, ask any Hassan Kala in Borough Park, where do you get housing from?
The city wasn't built to accommodate that amount of people, and it is what it is. It's a big city, but it's not as big as it could be.
What's the story about what some people say, that there's a lot of people making a business of it? The city is paying for you to house homeless, and they're buying a lot of people making a lot of money.
The hotel owners are making
even a two, 3 family house, and they just, I guess there's a certain way how it has to be set up, and they're making a fortune out of this. Is that a real thing going on? Or just
it's been a real thing for a long time, even predating this whole immigration crisis, because excuse me, some people will just live anywhere. No Hamish Yid is going to get married unless he has at least a 3-room apartment minimum, right? But you have other people that come from other countries and they're willing to live, 5 families in 2 rooms. It's just the way it always was. And now you have people here illegally. They feel like they have less choice of where they want to live, where they can live. So they live, 30, 40 people per unit, apartment unit.
So some people feel that because there's so much immigration into the city, and there are definitely a lot of people who are making a lot of money off of this crisis, there's a possibility that it's just going to continue on forever, because the people who are making money will donate to the politicians so they don't change anything, and potentially this goes on for years and years and years. People make money, the city suffers, and the politicians get whatever they get for it, and it just goes on forever, and there's no incentive to change anything.
So let me tell you an interesting thing. One of my articles, I've written a lot of articles. I've been in this business for 18 years already. One of my articles, which made the biggest splash, so people still tell me today, these days, about when Joe Biden first became president. I was with Mishpacha at the time, and they sent me to the border, to the Mexican border, to see what happened. And I was like very, when they sent, I was very, hesitant about, I'm going to go there, who am I going to talk to, how am I going to find out what's happening. Interestingly, I went over there, I right outside the border, about 100 feet away from the U.S. border, there was a tent city, thousands of people over there. I found a guy who spoke English, he translated for me. I was there entire day, from about noon until late at night, and I spoke to these people. I said, what brought you here? Every single one of them said that they all had this date. I think it was February 22nd. They said that they were told that President Biden said February 22nd he's opening the border. This is why they all came. These people did not even know who Trump is. They didn't know Trump Biden. They just know that there's a president. They didn't even know that there was a new presidential election. They heard that they had this date, President Biden is opening the border February 22nd. They all wanted to be in, and they all came by the thousands. Whether immigrants come to the country or not is not, just like a random thing. It's when there's a message sent from Washington that the border's open. It might even have been a misspeak, or it might even have been, like a total mistake on their part. But that's a message that they get, and this is why. So you want to know if it just go on and on. It very much depends on who the president wins now.
Yeah. We're going to send it over to the andere Chevra. There are a lot of polls closing at 9 o'clock. The forecast from the Mishpacha, and we'll be right back. They give you the live updates from the race. Go ahead. Take it away.
Okay, 9 o'clock. of a number of states, a lot of states, polls closed. We put it up on the screen so you can see Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, called for Harris already, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Wisconsin, swing state, we're keeping an eye on. Iowa, there was a big poll. We'll discuss it when we come back for our main segment, which makes Iowa also, even though it's not expected to be a swing state and it's expected to go for Trump, worth keeping an eye on for reasons like we discussed before. Also just closed. Calls on some of these states could be made right away because they're not up for the, there's no suffix.
4% of the vote is in North Dakota, and we know that Donald Trump won North Dakota.
It's all Trump.
One South Dakota, one Wyoming, one Nebraska.
Same thing with New York. We know New York, Kamala Harris. The one thing that we know, again, from this list of states that close now, the big one that we're keeping an eye on is Michigan, Michigan and Wisconsin, 2 swing states in this list. We're going to be keeping an eye on it for you to see, how it moves.
Yeah, I think it's it. And right now, if we're playing it right before we kick it back, it's Georgia looks pretty good for Trump right now. North Carolina obviously looks pretty good for Trump right now. Pennsylvania is edging closer for Harris right now. Michigan, with very little reported in, is edging closer for Harris. So a lot of ball game left to play.
And we're not going to know Pennsylvania for some time. Chester County, which is the county south of Philadelphia, just announced that they're going to keep their polls open until 10 p.m. New York time. So we're going to be, or I guess Philadelphia time too. So, we're going to be at this for a while with Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Stay tuned for the FourCast or ShmueliCast. We are going to be here with amazing updates and information expertise right here. Throwing it back right to the ShmueliCast.
So right back to us. They say, I can't believe it. PA is looking like it's going for the Democrats.
PA?
Yeah, not it's going for them, but he's saying that she's edging in. We were thinking that Pennsylvania. Anyway, you were saying
just to update. New York Times and the AP did not call Virginia yet, so take it as you want.
So who is the one calling the shots? Who is the wer macht up?
The way it goes is there are about 5 or 6. Put it this way. The government does not declare a winner until weeks after the election. When you say that a certain person won that, there are 5 or 6 news agencies that they follow all the races, and they decide based on their knowledge. They have experts, people who know every single county, every single one of the 3,000 plus counties in the country. They know how it's expected to go. If they hear, for example, just to give an example, if they hear that New York is, Trump is ahead 60-40, but they know that Manhattan didn't give him the votes yet, they won't call it for Trump because Manhattan is, first of all, it's huge, and second of all, it's probably going to be like 80-90% for Harris. So they know all counties around the country, especially in the swing states, and based on that, based on like who gave it in already, who gave in their votes already, who didn't give in their votes, they'll know who's expected to win, and they'll make the call. So you have, for example, AP. AP is one of the biggest ones. They make the call. They make the call whenever they're ready. Fox is another one. New York Times, Decision Desk. Those agencies make the call. So that's all.
So 2
news
of them
agencies.
did not call it yet.
Yeah. So
if it's 4 out of the 6,
whenever there's machlokes between these agencies, that's when you're like one candidate still has a chance.
But what happens if you call a state very fast, like in 2020, I think Fox called Arizona right away. What happens? Like the people of Arizona just get everything, the whole mood dies down. What's the chokhmah from calling a state quick?
Yeah, you bring up Arizona and Fox News. This is a very sore point for Trump.
For everybody.
Because the other agency did not call until the next day, not only an hour later. They didn't call until the next day.
And it was close in the end. It was the second close. After Georgia, Arizona came in very close.
Right.
And they called it right away.
And why? Because Fox is considered more Republican. So to have sort of like their man, like own teammate, call it for the other guy, was a very big clap for Trump.
Yeah, so basically you're saying anybody can call it, but there's the 6 chevra, they have their experts counting all the votes of the 3,000. How many counties? 3,300 counties?
There's about 3,000 plus. I don't remember
3,000
exactly.
Plus. And it's interesting to point out that the GOP controls most of these counties, right?
Right.
Pennsylvania is leaning towards Trump. They're making an announcement. Okay, we can have a put
Yeah.
It's leaning towards Trump. Butler is going for Trump. Well, how is Butler looking? Butler, can you imagine they're not even talking about the assassination? What does that tell you? If it would have been somebody else, Nine, what do you think? They would have talked about it non-stop coverage.
To be a victim is a very democratic thing to do.
Yeah. It doesn't fit well on Trump that they wanted a shooting.
He himself dismissed it very quickly.
It was just the small guys.
One more update. Harris got Ukraine has been called for Harris.
They called Ukraine. What do you predict, Shai? If you have to predict now, is there going to be a winner tonight?
Well, you asked me an hour ago, I would have come in with a whole bravado here. Now there's already numbers. I actually see numbers, so it's a little harder.
What does the numbers show?
I, for months, you know, I've been very public with you on that and with friends. I cannot see anybody voting for her. There's too many indications other than actual polls, but there's a million... So there's too many things why I believe that she has no chance. The people look at Trump as a leader, strong, interviews, talking. He's very loud and very, and Harris, from the other hand, she until they schlepped her out of the basement to make an interview.
They tried first that kind of mahalo.
Then you have the black vote, the Hispanic vote, a lot shifted towards Trump. You have independents, libertarians, liberals.
What do you think?
A lot of
just that as just a weak candidate?
For a lot of things. First of all, I believe her fracking comments, the border, and the two main wars, Ukraine and Gaza, really hurts Biden, and she's part of it, and she cannot separate
Not just
herself.
part of it. She went right after Biden got into office. She went over there to Europe, and she gave a speech, and she said something about Ukraine becoming a part of NATO, and that's when things happen, right? That stuff is things into motion.
Can I just disagree over here for a second? All due respect. You can never say that she has no chance. You know, if a person could get, let's say last time you had about 158 million people voted, right? So even the loser, Trump, at the end of the day, he got what? He got 75 million. 75 million. So if a person gets 75 million, he could get 76 million also, 78 million also. The whole difference is between a couple. The problem is that, you know, we live in a bubble.
The community?
We as a Jewish community, I just saw there was a Nishma poll, a survey. I don't know how scientific it was, but it came out a few weeks ago saying that 93% of the Hamisha community was for Trump. Now, you know, it wasn't, I don't know how scientific, but it's Zicha made sense. It was very, you know, it made sense. Everybody I know is for Trump. You have a couple of people, you know, like they're for Harris, but most people...
The people who see the light,
whatever you want to call it, they see.
I would not bet money on that.
I just want to finish this thought, but you have to understand that people in other places, they live in their own bubble. They live in a Harris bubble.
True.
And they don't know anybody who supports Trump, and they can't imagine how anybody would support Trump. So whatever you're thinking about Harris, they're thinking about Trump.
Isn't it fascinating?
It's fascinating. It's fascinating, yeah.
The only reason why I said that is not because I really know. I just take a stand because I have to fill up here. No, but the point is, I've heard very good actually. There's a lot of indicators that leads me to that. The Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin in 2020, he lost by very, very little, right? He is an anomaly that he can get the Jewish vote and the Arab vote, and she gets like she gets a critic of both. So I'm talking about these indicators, nothing scientific.
He lost by a very small amount of votes, but he also won in 2016 by a very small amount of votes.
Right.
I don't know if he'll have the Arab vote, but he doesn't need the Arab vote. He just needs enough of them to peel away from her in order to take his broader coalition, which is a Michigan, which, you know, Michigan is a very working class, white working class state, and they're basically in his column. He just needs, in order to push him over the top, he needs a few more blacks.
Less for her and a little bit more for him, and this makes a whole difference.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'm not going to bet money on that, but the indicators from the past elections, 2016, 2020, based on that, I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
What's also interesting, I should mention, you want to say something? Okay.
It's all yours.
This is the first time, I think, in U.S. history that they put out a candidate that nobody voted for in the primaries. Is that fair to say?
Well, you have the first about the 12 elections that there was that there was no elections at all. It was the electors were voted in by the state, Senate and House, contingent. There was no elections, no direct elections, and people didn't really but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to actually earn votes. It's a good talking point for Republicans, but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to actually earn votes. All you have to do is you have to just get enough votes in the primary process in order to get up there. There were times in the past before the modern time, before 50 years ago, there were times people came and and at the end of the convention they nominated somebody that either had no idea that he was even a candidate or might not even have been by the
Give me an example. When did such a thing happen?
Well, you have the famous case. You have the 1876 election, Rutherford B. Hayes. It was a time there was a whole fight between those who wanted the South, who wanted their freedom from the occupation from the North, and the North who wanted to continue it. And both candidates were not able to get enough votes. They just nominated like a sidekick. I didn't even know if he was by the convention.
Wow. Who ended up winning the election?
He won the election. He was nominated and he won the election.
Who was the president in the end?
He was the president.
Hayes was the president.
President Rutherford B. Hayes.
Rutherford B. Hayes. He wasn't even nominated by the convention.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not so unprecedented.
It's not unprecedented.
How much weight do you put on the betting market? Because as we speak, it's just flying up for Trump.
70 of Trump? What is it saying now?
So the betting market...
76? This is the highest he's ever been. He's never been at 70.
The betting market is just one of, I don't know how many, I would say dozens of indicators.
Right.
Where people's hearts and minds are
how much is our wishful thinking?
Our wishful thinking.
Well, going back to somebody getting nominated without being elected in the primary, I think people fail to realize that Kamala Harris is technically the person who stands up if something happens to the president. So if the president were to get sick or drop dead, she would be the acting president. Therefore, I don't think it's so wild that she kind of got put into place. However, there are many people who feel that this was something that they knew they were going to do a long time ago, and therefore there should have been a different kind of primary.
Yeah, the big feeling of angst among Republicans is that they felt that they had the race in their hands when it was against Biden. Biden was sinking like a rock, and Trump felt he could taste it already, and then all of a sudden traded him with Kamala Harris, and she really managed to unify the party. She was a monster fundraiser. And she was able to, for a while she was even ahead of him in the polls.
Yeah, small while.
So he felt, he felt that it was unfair. But it might be unfair, but there's no rules against it.
I hear. It was unfair indeed. Just life is unfair all the time.
Yeah.
Anyway, some more predictions to be called. We're going to turn it over to the andere Chevre from the Mishpacha for the forecast for the Mishpacha to zoom more into detail wie Sachen stehen, wie Sachen sind by the race, and we'll be right back with you.
ShmueliCast, we're back here with the forecast. We appreciate everyone listening. And as we stand right now, it's about 9:20. I'm looking at this, and the New York Times has at 177 electoral votes to Harris's 99. They're giving right now a 66% chance of winning victory to Trump, and projecting it's leaning towards Trump with 285 electoral votes. That being said, in Pennsylvania, where we're going to be watching very clearly, and as I mentioned before, Harris is ahead right now in Pennsylvania. It's 21% of the vote. It's 866,000 votes to 609,000. It is close. Going to come down to Pennsylvania. One of the reasons we're watching Pennsylvania is because Pennsylvania has the largest Jewish community in the country of the swing states. So we're watching it. We care about it, and we want to understand it. But I want to talk with two people on polar opposite sides politically and understand what happened this last week. because there was momentum, it felt like, on the Trump side, and then it felt like Harris grabbed that momentum, and she had momentum. And so what happened this past week? I'll kick it over to Ellie to start. Ellie, what happened this past week here?
Oh, the last week almost gave me an ulcer. The vibes before the Madison Square Garden rally were all on the side of the Trump campaign. And it wasn't just the vibes. It was the data as well. We were seeing, like we said previously on the podcast, Donald Trump, best closer in modern presidential politics. He ran 2 campaigns before this one.
It wasn't this time.
We'll get to this time. We'll get to this time because, Stu, you know this. The difference between running a bad campaign and running a good campaign is how it turns out.
Yeah.
So if he wins the campaign, if he wins this election,
it's true.
He's gonna be the third. It's gonna be the third campaign that he ran, which he closed tremendously and he won. So we saw it, not just the presidential election. We saw it with Senate races and other Senate races that were close. We saw the Republicans all closing the gaps or pulling ahead.
But you felt like Trump had it, and then there's this disastrous Madison Square Garden.
The feeling it wasn't about Madison Square Garden.
He spent the last week, spent the last days, his last times in front of the American people. He's arguing about Nancy Pelosi. He's yelling about Oprah Winfrey. He's got all these women that he's angry at. It struck me as someone who helps train people to speak and then is sort of powerless when they go out and speak. It struck me as a guy who knew that the end was near and that he was trying to make his last points, even though the points he should have been making was the economy, the border, immigration, inflation, all of his points. He's got there talking about petty grievances. It struck me as a guy who knew that he wasn't going to win.
So I'm going to make one point about that, is that you're going to have to be able to differentiate between what are the things that the media decided to cover from what Trump spoke about and what he actually spoke about. Now, obviously, those are things he spoke about as well, but there's a lot in the weave of a Trump campaign rally that goes into it, and it's not just that one soundbite that the media wants to take and say this is what he was discussing. That being said, the last, and I'll say since Shabbos for sure, but last week it was very nerve-wracking for somebody invested in a Trump victory. And what I'll have to say is that the driving point behind what made me really feel nervous about this race was the Seltzer poll. Now, the Seltzer poll doesn't mean, for people who never heard of Ann Seltzer.
I got so excited when I heard about the Seltzer poll. I thought it was Seltzer because I'm a very big Seltzer addiction.
That's what I say. It's not flavored seltzer.
We heard it wasn't actually flavored
plain seltzer
or whatever, right?
No.
That's not what it is. There's a pollster in Iowa, Ann Seltzer. Very, very accurate pollster. She's tremendously accurate. She nails her races all the time. And she came out with a poll that she dropped on Motzei Shabbos that showed Kamala Harris winning Iowa by 4 points. Now, anyone who's been following the race, nobody would tell you, with the exception of this man right here, Stu Loser, nobody would have told you that there's a chance that Trump is going to lose Iowa.
Absolutely not. Her earlier numbers, after Harris came in, before had her down 4.
You had her down 4.
Biden had been down 15. She closed that in the first days to, look, we don't know if she closed it. We don't know when the gap closed because it's just a snapshot in time. But the snapshot that was taken, I think even before we knew that Tim Walz, governor from the next state over, who grew up in the other state over, was the nominee. Before all that happened, she had taken it within 4. That's a lot of momentum.
It is.
I just want to update the viewers that one of the races that was being looked at was Senator Ted Cruz, and people did care about that a lot, and they thought it was going to be more competitive than it is. I think it was just showing again, Florida was not competitive. The Ted Cruz election is not competitive. I think, again, it's going to come down to these swing states that we're doing this here. I want to bring up something else. Let's say that Harris wins Pennsylvania. Ellie, are there other avenues for Trump to win if Harris wins Pennsylvania?
Yeah, there are other avenues. It's not simple. This is Trump's path to victory. Trump's path to victory, the simplest path to victory for Trump is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. He should win Nevada and one of the Rust Belt states, which means either Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. He doesn't have to win all three of them. Mm-hmm. Polling data, for whatever it's worth, you know what I'm saying? Don't bet if you're not ready. If you're not ready to lose the money, don't bet your money on based on polling.
And how we and Stu, how are we feeling right now? If you're right now, the New York Times just kicked it up to 68% chance of victory for Trump, 287 electoral votes for Trump. How do you feel right now? If you're where do you think? This is sort of like we always compare politics to football, right? Mm-hmm. So you can people keep on Twitter and other places, they keep mentioning that there was a famous Super Bowl game where it was 28-3. The Falcons were beating the Patriots 28-3. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Patriots came back and they won the game. And they're saying, okay, it's early now, let's see. Where do you think the Democrats can pick up a state or pick something up where it shifts the momentum for this significantly here?
Look, there's a lot we don't know, and there's a lot of places where the polls haven't closed. Closed in Arizona, where I think we have a good number of listeners, a good number of viewers. But if you're in line, I think there they say in line. We in New York correctly say online.
Online.
Stay and vote. Nevada, we don't know what's going on yet. New Mexico, we have hardly any of the vote in right now. It's Kamala Harris is up by 4. I think there is more out there that we don't know.
I'm hearing North Carolina. Let's give a quick look to see.
Fox. Okay, well,
Fox
is calling it for this. The New York Times is
data. North Carolina has been called by Fox and by Decision Desk.
The Times hasn't called it yet.
The Times hasn't called it yet, but there's 2 out of the three that we look at. It is a must-win for Harris. It's a very important state. Donald Trump now is 1.58. One second, Ellie. 1.5883 million to 1.482 for Harris. It's Ellie. What do you think there?
I want to slow you down. No, I'm not nervous. I want to slow you down a little bit, but it's not a must-win. North Carolina was not a must-win for Harris. North Carolina was her best shot. But it doesn't mean
if she had won it,
I would have said
done. Nobody of you.
I would have said close to game over.
Yeah,
if she would have won North Carolina.
But again, we got Decision Desk doing it. Fox News doing it.
And looking at I'm looking right now, and I'll try to throw this up on the screen over here. This is the if we can get this on the screen for our viewers. This is the way the Times got it. This is the way the Times the Times projects the vote. If you look over here, North Carolina, you can see is currently 54% of the vote in, 80% chance that Trump is going to win. So that's very, very high, but they're not ready to call it yet because if you go to the right of the screen, you see the blue and the red tails. Those are low probability, but still possibilities that the vote can still turn that way. So you'll see it's basically the Times making a more responsible call, holding off because there's an outside chance that Harris can still win North Carolina. It isn't yet. It isn't. Though they're looking at different numbers, it's just a level of confidence in their call.
So I want to talk a little bit about. I want to talk a little bit about the Frum community and Harris and Trump, and there was a lot of debate on our podcast about. What we felt and how we felt the not just the Frum community but the Jewish community would respond to both these candidates, and I just want to talk about that a little bit. Whether or not you guys are seeing anything anecdotally, whether or not you're hearing anything on this in terms of the both the Frum community and the Jewish community's turnout, especially in some of the not turnout but their responses they have to the Harris and Trump. There was just I want to start with you, Ellie, on this.
We're going to have a little bit later tonight somebody, a special guest. He's here, but he's backstage right now. He's in the green room. Shlomo Shore from the Aguda, who follows this stuff to a level that if you're not following Shlomo, if you're on X and you're not following Shlomo and you care at all about New Jersey politics,
One Jersey Shore
is his
very good
handle.
follow. Very important.
You
follow.
must follow him. But Shlomo was telling me that 4 years ago we had in Lakewood the turnout percentage was I forget the numbers, but it was incredibly high. You can send on there. If we can get Shlomo
mic
on,
him up. Let's get Shlomo
mic'd
We're
up
going to
and
do an
we'll bring him
emergency
here.
Shlomo Shore.
Shlomo
here.
sat next to me before.
Because I think what Ellie's alluding to is that Shlomo has the ability to tell us what's happening in some of these.
Shlomo can tell us. Yeah, Shlomo can tell us about the Jewish vote in New Jersey, especially.
Do you see what kind of incredible live coverage you have? We make a point, and we can bring a guest right on. You're not going to get this on Fox News. You're not going to get this on CNN. We have the ability right here to give you that insider right into what the Frum voters thinking and feeling. So we're going to get Shlomo on here for a second. But
while it's going to take a minute just to get him out of the green room.
I want to add
get him onto the set.
For the non-Hamish and non-Chassidish, non-Haredi viewers. I think everyone I know who works in politics and tries to turn out the Jewish vote is nervous, a little bit nervous about when they're pulling people out, who they're going to vote for. Pennsylvania and Florida, my mother has been beside herself with worry, and she lives in a mixed. She lives in a community that's mixed. Not lots of people who want Shomer Shabbos or anything like that, and she thinks that they were going to vote for Trump, and that was a real concern for a lot of people who are pulling out to vote. So like the Jewish vote, I think we know. Broadly speaking, we're gonna know a lot more in a minute about the Frum vote.
So we're going to welcome, because we just got another person joined us on our set. Here we go. We got the wide shot. Shlomo Shore is with us. Shlomo.
By the way, what record-breaking time Shlomo came from Lakewood right here for this? Look at that! Look at that!
It's an honor to you guys. And Stu was just mentioning the Jewish vote. I want to mention a surprise race in New Jersey, where a race that was not on the radar for Congress in the 9th Congressional District, the Jewish vote playing a strong role in now a close race to replace the late Bill Pascrell in Passaic and Patterson, which has a strong Muslim community as well. And we're seeing a closer than expected race now, too close to call in what was historically a blue Democratic district. But now the new state senator, Nellie Powell, is maintaining just a very slight light lead, which is what the surprise of the night in New Jersey. So you have a strong Jewish vote, which is affecting a race in that we were not expecting going into tonight.
But can you talk about that, Shlomo? Because that area is when that was happening. Do you feel like this was? Do you feel like there was sort of an assumption built in that this was going to be a easy sort of shoe in the Jewish vote was going to be that? Like, how do you feel like that was sort of done as an insider here in Jersey?
I agree with that. Historically, this seat was a solid seat for Democrats. Bill Pascrell had strong support from both the Jewish community in Passaic and the Muslim community in Patterson. So going into tonight, I guess a little bit was unknown was would his successor now on the Democratic side, Nellie Poe, be able to maintain those relations with both communities? And early on, it seems like we don't know the reasons yet, but the strong Jewish vote from Passaic, and it's not all in yet, seems to be keeping this
34% votes in. We're showing a 12,000 vote lead for Nellie Poe.
And Shlomo, talk about that for us. Is that and again, one of the things that I know bothers me, and I know it bothers you also, is that there's parts of the Frum world across the country who say, well, I don't live in this little part of Wisconsin or this little part of, and again, for the listeners in town, I grew up out of town, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just saying that people say, I don't live there. But why does a Muncie matter? Why does a Passaic matter? Why does a Lakewood matter? Walk us through these areas and why it matters as someone who knows the numbers.
We're seeing what a united vote can do, first of all, to swing races, make races close. And as you know good enough, there's a Democratic and Republican primary for governor coming up in the state. And with such tiny margins due to the large amount of candidates running, communities like ours, strong communities voting together, is going to make a huge, huge difference. And politicians around the state are paying close attention. They contact me, they contact you. You're in close contact with them, and you know how close attention they pay to these races. And our communities, who generally vote together as one, and anyone that can do that, any community in any race, whether it's assembly seat like we saw for Avi Schnell last year in the New Jersey Assembly race, or it's a race for Congress now in the 9th Congressional District, you're seeing a strong show of support from the community when they go together, and politicians notice that.
Could go ahead.
I want to bring back to one thing, and then I think we're gonna send it back to the ShmueliCast. Talk to me, Shlomo, about what we were talking about before we started shooting, and let's talk about. You mentioned the Preskrell seat, but there's also two other races from New Jersey seats that really interest on. One is New Jersey 7, but we'll get to it a little bit later. But of course, New Jersey 4, our dear Congressman Chris Smith, he's a man who's putting a race away, 240,000 votes, 67-32. How much of that is credit to what we were talking about on the way in? A very, very strong turnout from the frum communities in Lakewood and the Lakewood area.
Absolutely.
And let's get into the details.
Chris Smith is, as many of you may know, the longest-serving congressman in the country of all 435. He does have a great office. You get that after serving. Since he's, people may forget, he was first elected on the day Ronald Reagan was elected to his first term. So here he's going to win his 23rd consecutive term tonight easily, and that's due to his great constituent services. I refer many people to his office almost on a daily basis. His work on passports, specifically immigration, are huge issues for him, and he treats every case with the attention you would think of an incumbent congressman, and that shows in his totals tonight. And
let's talk about the turnout in the frum community.
And getting to your point, the frum community, to stress to your point, to underscore your point, in 2020, when Donald Trump won Lakewood by the strongest margin, he was outperformed by Chris Smith in Lakewood by 2 points. Donald Trump had 82% of the vote in Lakewood, his widest margin in the whole entire state. Chris Smith picked up 84%.
So I want to thank Shlomo for some of that inside information, because there are going to be races next year in 25, race for mayor of New York, race for governor of New Jersey, so we have to pay attention to these things. I just want to give an update before we throw it back to the ShmueliCast, which is right now they're showing basically, on New York Times, they're showing a 69%, now it's back to 66% chance of winning. Electoral College is 285. In Pennsylvania, for Trump, in Pennsylvania right now, it is getting very close. Like we said, we got to watch Pennsylvania much closer. Harris right now with 28.7% of the vote. Harris is at 1,082,000, and Trump is at 913,000. We're going to kick it back to ShmueliCast. They can respond to this. They can let you know, keep the conversation going. Stay tuned. Stay here for live election results.
Welcome back, everybody. If you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to the ShmueliCast channel. All the newcomers, welcome. Everybody is welcome. First, we have an announcement from the community within in Texas.
We have breaking news from Texas. Senator Ted Cruz has just won re-election for his third term against the Democrat Colin Allred. This is very exciting.
It was close?
It was close, and this is very exciting because a couple of years ago there was a scandal where Ted Cruz went to Cancun when there was a natural disaster in Texas, and since then things have not been the same for him. But thank God he is back for another 4 years, Be'ezus Hashem. And now we're going to bring in a guest.
And ich can guess, Shaya is a friend of the program, has been everybody on the ShmueliCast knows Shaya Weiss. You speak English, Shaya?
Testing. My mic is good, man.
Yeah, we're talking here in English. Shaya is a very big Trump supporter, but he's having a little bit of second term out. Mazel tov.
Was heißt?
We're in. We're totally in.
Then we get? All right. Gonna kleiner do. Shaya, seht us a bisschen, he looks a little bit, what's making you nervous, Shaya? Share with the audience. Yeah, English. Try to focus in English for the audience.
My specialty is in Yiddish, but thanks for having me. Welcome. Welcome to the most historic, most symbolic, most ridiculous election of our lifetime. What a time to be alive. Give it to yourselves for 2024. We actually got to the point where America gets to decide between communism and lies and fake victim mentalities to someone who wants to make not just America, but the whole world great again. As we've seen with soon-to-be President-elect Donald Trump, has united in the world and in the United States, Jews, Arabs, Indians, Latinos, blacks, young people, podcast viewers, right?
Yeah.
Also, we have to give it for ourselves too. While until now, everyone who wanted to watch anytime any election results, they had to tune into the mainstream garbage where they prematurely call and decall states and shape and vibe the public opinion to a downy, icky, depressing, Nerveza level. So we're going to be different this year because we are independent media and it's 2024 and every little rotzer can have their own podcast, even Joe Rogan, and it makes a difference to young people. So welcome aboard to the first ever Yiddish election night live results.
Yes. Yeah, we should give ourselves a round of applause.
Thanks for having me. I feel honored.
And it's not easy.
We started our night pretty early, and what I mean with pretty early is the way Florida came in was very, very. Not that it's a factor. It should have been. The way Florida went, it wasn't a surprise. It went twice for Trump, but the thing is, it went twice for not the winner. So the past two times, the left has won without Florida. The past time, sorry, 2020. 2020. Florida was a swing state, now it's a red state.
Remember?
You got to look at the margins. Now, you see the results in Florida. We had to wait for Florida at least a few hours. There was always issues with the Bush and Gore. We got Florida very fast with huge margins.
Miami-Dade,
we flipped areas and the numbers, the differences, we beat expectations. Trump beat his former expectation polls in certain areas. And he came in better than he came in 2016 in a lot of places, starting with Florida. And Florida was a good indicator.
What does that tell us? That
tells us the mood is great at the Republican side. I would not want to be Kamala Harris now. But you're asking me, personal opinion, it should have been faster. It should have been easier. But I'm still looking forward to a great end of a celebratory night for us and for the world. You got to take a chill pill, guys. I know over here, on our map, Virginia is called blue. Online, I'm not so sure about Virginia. It doesn't look very good for them, but it's ridiculously close.
But some haven't called it yet, so that's a good indicator.
Most haven't called it.
So that's good. If Virginia is too close to call, but I don't know, on our Color Haolam called it. Color Haolam, take it off.
Color Haolam said that what's it called? Decision desk. Decision desk called.
So over here we're following decision desk.
AP News did not call it.
AP News did not call it, and Google it's not called.
So AP News didn't call yet Virginia, so we don't need Virginia.
So go out and vote.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's closed.
Voting is closed, but just to be clear, he has many paths to victory without Virginia. Virginia would have been a nice plus, a good indicator where the country is headed.
Right, but Virginia, what's North Carolina's called? North Carolina's for sure?
North Carolina is called for sure.
Okay, does it beat the points that we need from Pennsylvania? Because Pennsylvania...
We still need Pennsylvania so far.
What? We're doing good in Pennsylvania?
I don't know if we're doing good, but we need it. We need it.
New York Times gives them a 53%.
Who, Trump?
Yes.
He
can lose Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. He can lose.
No, not he. Sorry. He should lose Pennsylvania.
No, but he can lose Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin and still make it.
How?
Arizona and Nevada.
Will he make Arizona and Nevada? Tonight?
Yeah. Right, so you're saying that's an indication.
Right.
Okay.
So the feeling, sorry for being pessimistic, the feeling for me is if he doesn't score Arizona and Nevada tonight, then I hope he doesn't need it. He might not need it. I don't know. If he outperforms everything else, say he doesn't get Arizona and what's it called?
Nevada
tonight, then it's probably going to go to them. Gives them enough time.
Nevada,
mail-in ballots. Can we say that? Can we say that here or are we going to get banned?
They can say what?
That if he doesn't take Arizona tonight, then they're probably going to steal it.
Somebody said, and I think it makes a lot of sense, if he doesn't win tonight and it start dragging out, all bets are off.
Yeah?
Depends. People say that if it's 269, which is, I don't know, did it ever happen?
I don't think if it happened, we got to ask the people over at the FourCast. They know the number. Nevada in 2020 went for Biden, so we don't need Nevada. But Nevada would also be a nice plus.
Mathematically, it can be
2016
269, 269. I don't think you can.
Nein?
Yeah, 272 win. 268, 269, 269.
Yeah, but which one will? I don't know. I don't know.
So
but
many-
did you see the? I've seen Ben
what?
Shapiro.
Mhm.
Ben Shapiro came up with an interesting concept
New
a
York
couple days
Times.
ago. Did you see that?
Sorry, New York
Okay, go
Times just projected.
Were you getting live updates?
312. Ich bekomme mal an, ich bin gehooked to the Gitter
Ich
people.
bekomme keine live updates.
Yeah.
Ich bin unplugged.
So, breaking news, New York Times now projects Donald Trump to probably hit 312 electoral points.
Okay, that's good. You only need
It's a
270 for those
it's very extreme, it's very radical. It's a very risky move for New York Times.
Especially
what I
coming
said
from them.
before.
Yeah,
Especially
from
coming
them.
from
Did anybody look into that? Ben Shapiro says that that Florida should have one more electoral vote and New York one less.
I saw that
yes.
report. Yeah, well, I don't know. Read the rest of the name. What is it?
There's nothing to speak about. I only saw it from him, and
He was talking about that as a possibility that if Trump
Right.
loses, there's still a way for them to litigate it in court
Right.
and add one electoral vote to Florida, take one away from somebody else, and possibly win the election. But it's
it didn't make any sense because in 2020 Florida had 29 electoral votes, and now they have 30. So I don't know where he was coming from. and
don't these
throwing
things
it out.
change every few years based on the redistricting?
In 2020 was the census. Oh, 2020.
So the census will be done in
hear.
2021.
Huh?
Not electoral points. Electoral points changed. Electoral points, no.
He claims that Florida should have one more. I don't know one more
No, it's
from
possible for them to get one
From
more.
where should they take it?
No, they have
From
more
New York.
people. The
From New
census
York.
were not counted normally.
No,
and
but
they
it's
should-
congressional district.
Yes,
doesn't go by
because New
district,
York
it's divided.
lost some people, and Florida.
Yeah, but-
this is the red state. Florida comes from.
There's a way for it to
Ja,
change.
dus met property borders, Kelly.
No.
People.
Maar dat was
Close to the
Rico
census.
Has to do with the population.
95.
That's to do with population. You know, in that note, it would also be possible technically for California to lose some because people are leaving and going
Yes.
to red states.
There's Texas
So
a lot.
Texas and Florida could probably get some from California.
I think California did get lower. California was 55, I think, back in 2020 and 2016. Now I think it's only
54.
54.
Yes.
So it was 55. They did lose an elector. An elector. Yeah, in Florida, if we remember, 2004, I was getting bar mitzvah then, and in Florida was very, very contested. Right, so going to the Supreme Court, you were not even.
How old are you?
I'm 34.
I'm 30.
You're 30.
Yeah.
So in 2000,
Why am I
26.
sitting here?
he was 26,
He's
but
26.
327 months.
Tapur hindert geloos. Ja, ik zie het zitten.
Meretz Hashem says, "Angenik shidich," and ganz klar zurück. First, let's focus on Trump should win,
Ja, ja.
and then we'll take it to the shidich.
Gaan we een good joke. Ik zoek mijn tata varianten. Ik darf 2 van 3 zaken darf ik. En dat is een joke, never so personal. Ik darf om 3 zaken van darf ik. Mashiach, Trump, van mij gaat shiddig. So I said, dat ik 2 van de 3 wenn ik geht. Dat ik maar shiddig met Trump, dan moet Mashiach geen waard nou wisselen.
No, Mashiach is not
Ik heb zo
negotiable.
jetzt.
No,
Maar
maar
mijn
daarvoor
tata zoekt,
Mashiach.
maar centen we voor Aida moeten we maar choice, die Aida weer een draaierl. So daar heb je zelf moet hebben draaierl. We hebben
is een
Mashiach
draaierl?
en Trump en ik ga met hem gassen om.
En als shidich.
En als shiddig. Kalshi online betting houdt een naar overgaan.
They started
They're going up to
pushing
76
Kalshi
now.
betting.
It was 67 an hour ago, 2 hours
But
ago.
Kalshi betting it's nice.
People, maybe
It's
people
get the
pushing in was
momentum.
desperate. Mention
But Kalshi is very new. It wasn't in the betting gods years ago. Kalshi is a new betting
it
betting
is
market,
the only
right?
legal website you're allowed to bet on elections.
In America. I think the Poly site is only for outside. What they say? We'll just machen
Yeah.
do so. All right, a word from sponsor. We'll go ahead.
Okay, so let's have a word from our sponsor, the Arman Hotel in Stamford. Everybody knows the Arman Hotel. I've attended many simchas and events over there. Over the years, they've hosted hundreds of events, from simchas, dinners, expos, business conferences, and they are the first choice for any kosher event or gathering. Looking for the perfect midweek getaway? Look no further. Book a stay at the Arman Hotel and enjoy our on-site restaurant where we serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner with options to please every taste. Centrally located, we're just a short drive from all major Jewish communities. Let us make your next event or getaway unforgettable. The Arman Hotel in Stamford, Connecticut.
Yeah, it's a good hotel. Have you been there? You've
I
been
have.
There? Yeah,
You've been there?
I've been there many times. I've been there as a guest. I've been there performing, and it's very convenient. It's good food. It's a great place.
There is the failing New York Times is saying a 70% chance Trump wins. So what do we do with that?
We
Yeah,
hope
look,
and
according
pray.
to experts, Trump is a narrow but clear favorite to win Georgia and North Carolina. If he does, Harris would need to sweep Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin to win. So from a New York Times post, Nate Cohn from New York Times, the fake New York Times. But
Failing.
failing, the fake. I don't know why we keep on trusting these people. Calling Arizona at 10 o'clock last time. Ich verstehe das nicht.
Listen, Trump will also take their polls if it works for. I only take the good polls. He says he's right. Why should we not?
Yeah.
I explained it a few times also on my show, also with Shmueli. The reason why we can't and we should, the way we should have been accepting polls is that they always underperform. They always underscore the Republican with like at least 10 points.
And Trump especially.
And obviously, they gave Hillary Clinton 92% chance.
Remember?
2016.
An election night.
And he beat a lot to the expectations, which in every election almost. So we gotta expect the polls to be at least
a little bit. So you gotta take
margin of error plus 5-6 points.
So if they give them anything, that means it's much higher. Because New York Times estimates
so if they give them
Trump
anything
to win
good.
Pennsylvania, Michigan by 0.6.
Who?
New York Times estimates Trump to win Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Wow. That's very significant.
I was for months.
How do they know that?
Because they're looking at counties. They know which county goes where. So
they say NBC News exit poll is saying Trump is making double-digit gains with the Latino voters. They're currently breaking 53% for Harris and 45% for Trump.
That's enough.
In 2020, Latinos went 65 for Biden and 32 for Trump. But you gotta know, she didn't take the governor of Pennsylvania as her running mate.
Yeah.
And he was waiting for the call, and they decided, by the Democrat Party, decided they're not going to go with him.
At that time, it was the common belief. I'm not sure if it was true that because of him being Jewish and the Gaza war going, that was one thing. And then he's overpowering him a little bit. I've heard that. I've heard that Obama had to take a dumber vice president, so he took Biden.
Right. So
Biden had to take. Biden had to take Harris. Harris take Waltz. Waltz will probably have to take a baby next, and on we go.
But had she chosen Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania wouldn't be so close for her. But let's see if he can pull it out, the Pennsylvania.
Okay, so we're going to have a live interview from the Trump headquarters in just a few minutes. But first, we want to read another ad from our sponsor, Help Me Build Credit. Are you struggling with managing multiple credit cards? Do you miss due dates? Have no idea the benefits and credits your cards have? Do you wish there was an app to keep track of all your cards? CardWrite is your answer. The CardWrite app is available in both the App Store and the Google Play Store. Download it today, CardWrite. They also have a desktop version for those who don't have smartphones. CardWrite. Figure out how to use your credit cards right.
Gewaldig. And we're going to bring up now, you say, Turks is from the Trump campaign?
Yeah, the chief political correspondent for Ami Magazine is live at the Trump campaign headquarters. Oh. He's going to be with us shortly.
Can we bring him up now? All right, bringing him up.
Jake Turks?
Die vraag hem. Vreeg hem de matze.
Oh, there he is. We see him. Jakey!
Hello.
Where are you? No, we need English, Jake. English.
Oh, thank you. my default is
Jake, we need English.
If you take a look at the giant screen over there, this is the view that.
Why does the place look empty?
Three identical screens, and then if you look behind me, here's the stage where Trump is going to be coming out as soon as he's either declared the winner or he declares that was rigged. And he's going to be speaking right there on that podium.
Where are the people? Why is it so empty?
It's empty because not everybody has social internet. It's going to be a very long night. A lot of people in the back of the room are doing all kinds of food and stuff. And so the people standing here are the ones that take out a spot, and we're here for the long haul. And we're ready for the president to walk by any minute.
Right. Jake, how's the mood in the room? What does it feel like to be standing there? Have you spoken to others? What are they saying?
Everybody's cautiously optimistic. They remember what happened in 2016. They remember what happened in 2020. And they also know that there will be some surprises tonight. See, there's no way to know in which direction surprises they're going. What I will say is that in 2016, at this time of the night, the mood was very somber. They there was no indication at this early in 2016 that Trump was on the path to victory. So people sometimes get restless. They want to see the major surprise decision coming down as early as possible, but it's a long night and there's a lot of gameplay still down the line for us.
The people you're talking to, what are they saying? What is the vibe?
The vibe is they're all saying they're confident that Trump is going to win. They're saying it with like a nervous smile on their face. So, like I said, cautious optimism.
Final question. Do you think we're going to get results tonight?
So I'll tell you what to look out for. Based on this, we can expect maybe results. So let's start with Virginia. Virginia is a state that traditionally was considered a swing state. Recently, it became blue, and now it is very close. Harris was supposed to win by 5-6 points, according to the polls. If Trump is able to win Virginia, then that could suggest a slant in his direction that the pollsters did not account for. Other than that, a lot of the swing states are not going to report anytime soon, and we probably shouldn't expect results from Pennsylvania or maybe Georgia or Arizona, Wisconsin tonight. A lot of the kinds of states that don't start counting the mail-in ballots and the absentee ballots until, sorry about that, you don't start counting the early ballots until after the election day ballots have been counted.
Jake, what's the story with Virginia? Some people called it, but most didn't. What's the story with that?
So right now I'm looking at a camera lens. So I don't know what are you seeing in Virginia? Last I saw,
some decision that's called Virginia for Harris.
Okay, so then there you go. So you're a few minutes ahead of me because I'm not watching the screen right now. I'm watching you guys.
The Hill is reporting Virginia is for Harris.
Okay, so how much if Harris wins Virginia by fewer than 5, it could still be an indication in favor of Trump. If she wins it by 5 or more, then it would suggest that the polls were accurate and it would be 50-50. I just want to remind you, people say that let me put out this question to you guys. Would you say the polls in 2020, as far as you remember, were the pollsters accurate or not?
Pretty much, yes.
Better than in 2016.
Much better, yeah.
Right. So very good. All right. I'm actually very good for you that you guys are right. Everybody else they asked this question got it wrong. 2020, in the popular vote, the polls were off, but in the swing states, individual states, they were pretty much on target, and so. That is also going to be the case tonight, that the swing states are what the pollsters say they're going to be. We can expect to have a very, very long couple of days or even couple of weeks. What I will tell you is that Trump's team is ready for this. They have right now on the ground in Pennsylvania alone, they have a team of about 1,500 lawyers.
All right.
And across the swing states, they have as many as 6,000 to 7,000 lawyers, and they're ready for the long game.
Very nice. Just one last question to wrap it up, and we'll bring you up later. What are Trump's people around him? What are they telling him?
Telling you.
They're telling him that he's going to win. So it's actually somebody standing next to me, I'm not going to say who, was on the phone with Trump a little over an hour ago. And it was a 40-second phone call. And Trump seems to be in good spirits. The people I spoke to who spent time with him in Mar-a-Lago said that he's very confident. Then again, I wouldn't expect to hear anything else from him.
All right.
Tonight.
Thank you very much, Jake. We'll zurück bald.
I can switch back to Yiddish now, yeah?
Ja, ich kann zurückreden Jiddisch. Mama Luschen. Early returns in New York show incumbent Representative Republican Mike Lawler in Rockland County and Democrat Pat Ryan in Orange County Security Yoel are winning, while Republican Mark Molinaro in Sullivan County is losing. This is gewaldig, this is von uns. You live in Texas, you live in the city, and you live also in the city. I live in Muncie, it's very important elections. I voted for Mike Lawler, and very good, very good. I think he has bigger plans than just congressman, right?
What do you think those plans are?
Huh?
What do you think those plans are?
I think he's going to run for governor.
Really?
Yeah, I do think so. Let's dive right into the numbers with live updates with the forecast from Mishpacha. Back to you guys.
We're live? We're back? No? Got it. Okay, we're back, and when we had you last, it was about 69% was the chances on New York Times for Trump, and right now they have him at 73%, which I think is very interesting because I don't think anybody in our community would consider New York Times the paper we pick up and read for the most part. So when they're saying that, I think it's they're definitely a left-leaning institution. The Electoral College also, they have at 289 is what their predictions are. And then let's go over to Pennsylvania and look at that because that's really where ground zero for everything. Pennsylvania right now is 42% as reported in. Listen to this. Very important. 42% as reported in. Donald Trump is at 1.4 million, 63,362 votes. And Kamala Harris is at 1.461, 168. So he is ahead by 2,000 votes right now. So you see this shifts a lot, which is why we're trying to give you this live. But what if I were to tell you that there was a bigger breaking news for the Frum community than even what happens tonight? Something that could portend, that could forecast something even bigger. I want to hand it over to Shlomo, who has breaking news for us out of Jackson. Breaking news for us of something that was unprecedented, historic, groundbreaking, happening out of Jackson. Shlomo.
Jackson, New Jersey. Just
it's only one Jackson we know. We only one Jackson we know.
Right. And this is, I'll be the first to admit, I did not see coming. And what we have right now just in is Councilman Morty Bernstein has been elected by 114 votes as the first Orthodox Jewish councilman in Jackson Township. Now, what sticks out here is an astonishing 90% turnout from the Orthodox Jewish community in Jackson, which has approximately 4,600 voters. 90% turnout to put him over to the top by just 114 votes. If anyone needed a more dramatic example of every vote counts, you got it here tonight. This race might tighten slightly with the remaining provisionals and mail ballots to be counted, which would even underscore the point even further. But his history tonight in Jackson Township, where Morty Bernstein has been elected the first Orthodox Jewish council member.
That's great news.
That is amazing news, and also for those of us who live in the area, something we had hoped for, if not anticipated. I mean, this is legitimately the best case scenario for the Frum community in Jackson on every level. Just the win and the turnout number, it would itself be great and historic, but this is amazing. And we might have some data later in the show about Jewish vote and Jewish turnout. I want to shift just away from there for a second, just to bring up one point that something we discussed a little bit earlier. We had talked about the state, and let me see if I can try to pull it up, but we had talked about the poll that came out in this week that gave me a lot of agmas nefesh, which was the state of Iowa and the Seltzer poll. The Seltzer poll, we said, found 4% lead for Kamala Harris. The polls closed in, again, just at 10 o'clock. It's 10, closed in Montana, big Senate race there, Nevada, very important state, and Utah. But bring us back to Iowa, and I'm going to throw it up on the screen so everyone can see it. Currently, 34% of the vote in, Trump and Harris neck and neck. But again, knowing which precincts are in and which aren't, currently, here's your New York Times projection, 91% chance of a Trump win, and estimated margin of victory, 8.9%. But as you see, the variable over there goes from Harris +5, which Stu will hang his head on. It's not going to happen, Stu. but up to Harris to Trump 22.
Oh, we see some early gloating here from Ellie, right early on, early gloating to Ellie.
Not quite spiking the football just yet.
A little early, Ellie, a little early.
But yeah, that's something to see. Now, the states that we said close now, again, we have Nevada.
But just give historically, we don't know Iowa's numbers until about midnight East Coast time.
Correct.
We don't know. We don't really know what's going on. We don't know.
95% of the votes were in by midnight.
Right.
So, and now we're at, what do we say, 35%.
We're at 35% of the vote.
There's votes left to be counted.
And look, the hard part, people ask, how do these polls get, how are the polls, how is this poll so wrong? How is that poll wrong? How is any poll wrong? Look, any of us, anyone listening could write a poll. Writing a poll is not the hard part. And here's the secret. Pollsters aren't the ones who are actually fielding the poll. They have just companies that do that for all the hard part is getting the turnout model right.
Sample.
The hard part is saying, well, I think it's going to be X, not Y, not Y, not X. So you have a state like Iowa where you have the vice presidential candidate for the Democrats, governor of the state, right above. Some parts of that share TV and other media markets. He grew up in Nebraska. It's a state just to the left of it, just to the west of it. It's hard to build these models. In defense of Ann Setzer, it's hard to build these models. These are unprecedented times. There hasn't been a local person running for office in a presidential race for a long time.
That's a great.
Let's talk.
I know. It's great that Stu brought this up because it wasn't something that we were really.
By the way, New York Times now has Trump at 75% chance of winning on their election desk. And I think the reason why that's happening, why do we think that's the reason why it's happening? I think I got to look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is just getting much, much tighter.
Michigan, too.
Michigan also is.
Yeah, if he wins.
What Stu, if you're watching this and you're worried about a Harris victory and you're looking at this and you're saying, what are Harris's path to victory? If it's 75%, how does she pull this off? How does she come back from that?
Look, it's last we heard in Pennsylvania, places like we said in the last hour, Chester County weren't even done voting yet. There'd been some irregularities, the machines had broken. We don't know.
There's still
what we don't know.
There's still toss-ups. Pennsylvania's still a toss-up.
There's a lot that's out there.
60% is.
Do you think there's a wave? You think there's a red wave? You seeing a red wave? You still?
I'm hoping for that, but. This is the point that I think that maybe we should talk about this is where I wanted to get before we brought up Pennsylvania, because Stu brought up making a model in a poll, and this is where a lot of the polls got things wrong, and probably the best way to talk about it, we can use the Seltzer poll as a good example. But we had in New Jersey, and Maury definitely will remember and appreciate this. But we had in 2021 a governor's election. Our governor, Phil Murphy, ran for re-election against essentially who was at the time very not so well-known backbencher assemblyman, Jack Ciattarelli. Monmouth poll, a local New Jersey poll, very highly regarded, polled it, found Murphy was going to win the race by anywhere from 8 to 11 points. And he was very off. And I spoke to Patrick Murray, who's the pollster at Monmouth, after the race for an article that I wrote in Mishpacha, and it very much is important for our race. What he said, and I asked him, I said, why do polls keep on making this miss in 2016, in 2020, and then 2021 in the New Jersey race? It happened as well. But where's this miss that the polls keep on making, where they seem to continually overestimating the strength of the Democrats and underestimating the strength of the Republicans. And what he pointed out was it wasn't a Democrat-Republican thing necessarily as much as it was a kind of a Trump thing, and that dynamic played out in the Ciattarelli race as well, in the Murphy-Ciattarelli race as well, which is that there's a certain voter, and everybody knows this type of voter, but there's a certain voter who doesn't get animated about politics except for Trump, and also for the things that Trump is active about. So it's very hard for the pollsters to then go and create a model of an electorate to say, okay, so if I get, I have a model of 1,000 people who I have to contact. I have to contact this many white people. This many of those white people have to be making this amount of money. They have to be living in cities or in villages, et cetera, et cetera. And it's very hard to pin down that type of voter because there's no real good model for that. And that leads to an oversampling of Democrats and undersampling of Republicans, and why in 2016 there was a polling miss, and in 2020 there's a polling miss. And that was the polling miss that we were looking forward to happening over here, and also the Seltzer poll, what happened. And we're fine to get it ready. In the states now, you asked me more if there's going to be a red wave. That's where I see the potential of it happening, is that even in the states which we're already in, more or less, is where we're kind of seeing it. It's not as pronounced, but we're seeing that there's this kind of underrepresentation of a Republican voter that wasn't really caught. Does that mean that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are going to have that as well? It doesn't, because those are a very, we talk about regions.
So we just started getting some more coverage in from Arizona. We started getting some of that electoral vote in also. Arizona right now is at 34.3% of expected vote, and you have, it looks like almost tied basically, 621, 131 to 621, 091. I mean, it's practically 40 votes separate the two of them in Arizona, but there's a lot of ways to go with that. When you look at some of the other states that we're looking at, North Carolina, Trump's up by 4 points there. Wisconsin, Trump's up right now in Wisconsin as well. The New York Times has Trump at a 79% chance of victory with 295 electoral college votes, which obviously is more than he needs. Stu, what do you? Go ahead.
We feel like we've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
We feel like we've been doing this for hours.
Yeah.
It's 10:10 on the East Coast. In New York, polls have been closed for 70 minutes, and polls actually probably haven't been closed because people are waiting online.
Right.
And we've been talking about Virginia since our first time we were out here tonight. Richmond, Virginia, predominantly Democratic city, still only 21% of the vote is in. We don't know how we aren't counting 79% of the vote from Richmond. We know it's likely to be overwhelmingly Democratic. It's why we've been talking for hours about Virginia and how crazy/concerning it is that Donald Trump's up by, 25,000, 30,000 votes, which is not what anyone's model was. But we also are missing parts of Fairfax County, but also the Democratic stronghold. This happens a lot in Virginia, that these cities come in late and that we see a red mirage, a blue mirage. In this case, we're seeing a red mirage. There are other states where we're seeing a blue mirage. It's really we're not saying stay up with us all night, because you probably shouldn't do that.
But you should.
But a lot can change in an hour. Everything that Maury and Ellie are saying is true, but a lot can change.
Yeah. Things can change. Things can change, but we will also just remember the models that the reliable people like the Times, Nate Cohn, good at what he does. The Needle, we know, right? People were freaking out in 2016 about, but good at what he does. Good at modeling. Very transparent. When you go on the thing, I'm going to pull it up. You go on the site, you look at how he goes through each of the states. If we can get it up on the screen, if you go through each of the states, he has each of the states that are still out, the percentage of votes that are in, the percentage, and then you see the...
To be clear, it's a whole team of people. There are whole floors of people in the New York Times building that do analytics on this.
100%. His team. He's leading his team. And here you go. So that's why he's showing 44% of the vote in. He has a projection that it's more likely than not Trump almost a point ahead. But does it mean that he's a point ahead? No, it doesn't mean he's a point ahead, because it could swing with those kind of unknown kind of counties. Maury, do you have any insight in Pennsylvania, especially? Because it's going to come down. We know this. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. Nevada, we're going to talk about a little bit, because there's a lot to talk about the early vote and what came in from where. We'll get to that. It just closed. But let's talk a little bit in Pennsylvania, the Jewish vote in Pennsylvania, how much that matters.
Oh, I think it matters tremendously. And I believe there's exit polls are coming out that are showing basically that, the Jewish community votes overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party and underwhelmingly for the Republican Party. First off, I think just similar to the polling that we see, I think there's a tremendous amount of the Jewish community they're polling in New York, and they're polling in all kinds of places.
California.
These are not swing areas. They're not what should be polled. Exit polling should be done in swing areas.
It's like the popular vote.
Exactly.
College.
So we're hoping to have a little more nuance on that soon, and we're working on some stuff to have some nuance on that. But we had a very major turnout effort in Pennsylvania, and what we saw was not what was being reported in those exit polls, was not what was being reported. We saw people from very much, since the second that Shapiro wasn't picked, there was major concern, not just in the frum community, but in the non-frum community as well, about the fact that people felt like that there were people who were attacking Shapiro because he was Jewish, and that there was a feeling like he wasn't picked because he was Jewish, and that really impacted the community's perspective on this race. And there is a feeling that was sort of the end for a lot of people, and there's also just a feeling in general that that people's vote, that the Jewish community's votes are not just are up for grabs, that they should be talked to, that they have concerns. They have concerns about anti-Semitism. One of the biggest things we heard from is people have a lot of concerns about the left wing of the Democratic Party, which is something that we're dealing with across the country. And I think that's also going to play a fact as well. But I think that when you look at Pennsylvania and how close Pennsylvania is right now, which if you just pull up Pennsylvania right now, it's
within 75,000 votes.
It's within 75,000 votes, and Trump is right now with 50% done and 50% done, over 50%, 50.6%. Trump is up a little bit. I think every vote matters. I think the Jewish community, with the largest swing state in the country, tremendously matters, Ellie. And so I think that it's our community is going to have an impact on this race. And I've been saying that since day one, and I continue to say it. But I think that the larger headline for people watching this is that, like Shlomo said, the fact that Jackson voted at 90%, and we saw earlier in the year in Westchester in the Bowman-Latimer race, there was a shul that voted at 90%. There's a big race in Long Island where we know that some of the shuls there voted at 90%. Talk to me, Stu, about what happens if a Jewish community in New York votes at 90%. Talk to me what happens in terms of the mayoral race and things like that next year. I mean, talk to me what happens if the Jewish community turnout is big, like we're seeing in some communities.
Look, it's good for. It's
good for the Jews.
It's good for the Jews.
Good for the Jews.
It is good for the Jews. There are. Look, in a mayoral race, there are there's always historically a lot of Jewish voters. Not all of them vote as Jews. A lot of them don't vote. A lot of them tell pollsters that they're Hindu or Muslim or Buddhist or something like that. But when you see a community that is able to pull out its people, use its social connections, say use our neighborhoods, our shuls, our schools, not using the institutions, but using the social connections we have from these schools, and pull out an enormous number of votes. Look, I mean, like half the country is not voting, and we are voting in 90%. It's an extraordinarily powerful thing. And if you when you're an elected official coming in, or you're a potential elected official coming in, you want to know who you can make a deal with. You want to know who you can talk to,
and who you can rely on,
and who's going to come out there for you and be there with you. And that is something that that's why the work you're doing is so important.
And to speak exactly to this, I remember a year ago we had in Lakewood when Avi Schnall ran for assembly, and the kind of turnout that we had in Lakewood in the frum community to basically really to propel him into office over the votes of the communities surrounding Lakewood, it got noticed. Right. I mean, David Wildstein, a little bit inside baseball, but from New Jersey, talking about Avi Schnall as a new Brian Stack, and just in awe of the turnout of the Lakewood community. And the electeds notice when Jewish community, but especially the frum community, goes out to vote. The electeds notice, and they respond. And that's why it's very important. You always hear, and people have all the reasons why. They're busy. They're this. They're that. We can go on and on about. It's important to vote, even if you don't think that the race is up for grabs. Still important to vote because electeds see who's voting, and we had Shlomo here before. Very often, even in races that are long shots, you can actually swing the race. We're going
to kick it back over to the other guys. We're going to kick it back over to ShmueliCast. we're gonna have a commercial break in 1 second. I just want to give you an update. Again, we appreciate everyone staying tuned to us here. Like I said, right now, the New York Times has a 78% chance of victory for Donald Trump, projecting right now 295 Electoral College votes, which is obviously more than enough to win.
Subject to change.
Subject to change.
Less than half the vote in Philadelphia.
100%. Georgia, they're projecting is likely R. North Carolina, they're projecting is likely R. Virginia, they're projecting is likely D. Pennsylvania's a toss-up. Arizona's leans Republican. Wisconsin's a toss-up. And Michigan is a toss-up. And we have a lot of race left to go here. So we're not even, I would say, in the second quarter, third quarter. This is a lot.
Not in the third quarter.
We're not even in the third quarter.
Definitely not in the third
quarter. Not in the quarter. We're gonna
maybe approaching the half.
Maybe approaching the half. After the commercial, you're going to hear from the guys at ShmueliCast who are going to give us all of the live breaking news, expert analysis, and give you a little behind the scenes everything going on. We'll see you soon.
Meet David. This is David's phone. David finds out about crazy deals from forwards to his family chat and is always a minute too late. Don't be a minute behind. Sign up to be the first to the craziest airline deals, credit card offers, and online deals. Join PZ Deals today. Download the PZ Deals app and never pay full price again.
Here's yet another winner for tonight. In a decisive outcome based on tallied votes,
Help Me Build Credit has emerged as the clear winner in the race as the most comprehensive website that will help you choose the card with the best offers and benefits. Billions and billions and trillions have elected us as the preferred choice for navigating the complex world of credit cards. Visit helpmebuildcredit.com, the most obvious choice to make your cards great again.
the votes used to prepare this information have been submitted exclusively by living individuals.
So we're back. Before, when we started the program, we discussed about Virginia, that Virginia would indicate if it goes straight to Harris or it goes straight to Trump, or if it's even too close to call. Over here, our decision did not pull it, but a few of the other ones who gave Virginia to Harris, they pulled it back.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good sign. That's a very good sign. Even if it's too close to call, again, we don't need to hang up the hope.
They took it off, so we took it off.
We took it off as well? I don't know if we took it off.
Yeah, we took it off. We took it off.
We took over Virginia.
Yeah.
All right, Lama Zayn, let's pull out a win. Every vote counts, right? That's what they said. We're still counting the votes and every vote counts.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And if you're in any area, any district, and you're watching us, and it's still possible to vote in your area, and you know anyone, or you might know, or yourself, that Chas v'Shulam has not voted yet, get your Visa Heistes off the couch and go vote right now, and go vote for Donald Trump.
All the watchers from Nevada and Arizona.
And California maybe also. Okay. We need a popular vote too.
Right. NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in the state.
In which state?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is
That's
also
what
an
I said
important
before.
state.
Why I'm predicting her to win is because the Latino.
Him or her? It makes a difference.
Him. The orange man. Wisconsin and the Latino vote and the black vote are tremendously shift towards him, and that will make a big difference.
It's
and
a
so
big
far
problem for them, yeah. They need the black vote, they need the Latino vote, they need all of that.
Right. And Michigan, probably ironically enough, the Arabs will get, the Muslims will give it for Trump probably.
That is incredible, actually.
Yes.
To think that the man who said there would be a Muslim ban is now getting endorsed by Muslim clerics and imams and people of the Muslim faith is kind of fascinating. It just shows you that the Eibishter viert der Welt, and you never know what kind of curveball can come our way. And therefore, there's no reason to be afraid because Hashem knows what's good for us and He's going to make it good for sure.
Well, let's remember her first rally, I think it was in Michigan, and there was a protest about the Gaza war, and she scolded them. That was a huge mistake from her. She could have broken off from Biden on that. You remember that one? She was scolding them. Am I talking? Are you talking? That's not the way to go in such a sensitive thing. So.
But what is she going to say? She doesn't really stand for anything.
She could say, "I'm with you."
She ran different ads in Pennsylvania,
yes.
And then she ran different ads in Minnesota, I think it was.
In Minnesota and Michigan, right.
So she clearly doesn't know what she wants. She just wants to get the vote. They want to stay in power. The left, if they could eliminate elections altogether, they would eliminate it, right? They don't like elections. Elections is the one thing standing in their way. Anyway, but there's no bigger contrast between these two campaigns. Yeah, Trump is running his campaign, and Harris is running her campaign. They're both making rallies. I've not been to one rally. You've been to rallies, Shai, yes?
Yeah.
I've never been to a rally. I've seen them, how it's going, but you were recently at both of them.
Yes.
Side by Harris and side by Trump. So I want to know, by Harris, it's a campaign of joy. It's a party of joy. That's what we're told. And by Trump, it's a lot of chaos and misogyny. So what was your experience by the rallies?
So last week, Wednesday, I woke up and I decided that I wanted to go to a Trump rally. I realized that whether Donald Trump wins or loses, this is his last time campaigning. The rallies have always looked fun, and I wanted to attend one. So I flew to Chicago, drove to Wisconsin, and waited in line for hours. But what was interesting was that the energy at the Trump rally was incredible. It was actually a very historic Trump rally because he showed up in the garbage suit. That was the one. Yeah, only one out of hundreds of rallies where he wore a regular suit. At that one, the orange man wore an orange vest. And it was a fascinating thing to see how he was using the words that Biden used against him to troll them back with his garbage man.
He's a marketing
shtick.
genius.
He is a marketing genius. Yeah. And the energy was very good. I was expecting things to be a little bit duller and calmer by Kamala the next day, so I flew to Arizona on Thursday. I attended a Kamala rally. I must say, the crowd was very energetic. They were very excited to see her. However, there were some interesting things that I noticed. For example, number one, Donald Trump basically talks about himself. When he's on the stage, he's talking about himself.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Kamala Harris also talks about Donald Trump the entire time she's on stage. And essentially, this election is not about Trump or Kamala, it's about Trump. If you like him, you're going to vote for him. If you don't like him, you're going to vote for her. But Kamala Harris doesn't seem to have much to offer to her voters, and they're not really voting for her. In my opinion, they're voting against Trump. Yes. And we're going to see how much America loves or hates Trump. We're going to find out hopefully in the next few hours, but it's kind of looking good for him right now.
An amazing thing that I've heard in 2016, somebody was commenting on where Mitt Romney was running in 2012. He was so worried about hiding the fact that he's a rich guy. And here comes Trump, and it says, Mitt Romney's not rich, I'm rich. So what is it? What is it? It's the realness of him.
We got to make an announcement.
We have breaking news.
Wow. Georgia, they're calling Georgia for Trump.
And North Carolina.
And North Carolina. North Carolina we knew she was going to make it, but Georgia's a big one.
Nigel's got better.
238, 48, 58, 68 is 32 electors away from being back in the White House. Shia, you're getting back.
Nigel's got better.
Decision back has called.
Decision desk. We could take decision desk. We had to pull back before decision desks.
Who called Virginia? Was that also decision desk?
No, the Virginia is still not called. I see.
Yeah,
great.
Decision desk. So we can't really trust.
No, I'm saying that Georgia was not called by the AP.
50-50. We'll take it though. We'll
AP
take
did
it.
Not call
we
it.
love it. We need it. What does Trump say? We like the good polls. We like the good polls. I feel it's very important to mention, and help me out, everybody.
Yes.
I started saying it before. You're not voting for Kamala or for Trump. Yeah, they're the face. Breaking news: NBC called Iowa for Trump. That be the Seltzer said that
I've heard that Seltzer is engaged to Lichtman.
Seltzer is engaged to Lichtman. Here. But about extra redden for Lichtman. You know Lichtman and his keys?
Lichtman sounds like someone
you
who
don't know about
Lichtman.
Seltzer.
I'm not sure I know about
Alan Lichtman has keys.
He gets drunk on Seltzer.
How does Lichtman sound wie einer, was drinks too much Seltzer?
This is massive.
Iowa is wichtig zu reden, Shia.
Wer hat genommen Iowa in 2020?
Trump hat Iowa man
Okay, so was the größte big deal?
Because Seltzer hat gesagt, mamish, it changed the mood. Remember Motzei Shabbos, everybody got, because Iowa, everybody was waiting for the Seltzer poll. For some reason, that Seltzer, they know in Iowa, Kenzie is a rose. And she said she gave Harris,
and then on a video, she didn't know what a D and a R is.
Yeah, you saw that?
It's amazing. So
Iowa, Trump, I think Trump held it in 2020 and in 2016. Don't quote me, I have to check the numbers though, but I think so. Either way, Iowa was a big part of the mood. Yeah, Trump carried it in 2020 by 8 points. So I don't know if it was my Colorado was. Anyway, but what I do want to say
Sorry, New York Times says Michigan leaning Republican.
Michigan. Okay, Michigan is also important.
Michigan is that that he put up.
We're not voting for Trump or for Kamala. When Trump gets into office, he appoints 10,000 people in various kind of jobs in government. And the same is with Kamala. The president stellt daran dorten. It's not just them, but they put in people in power. The whole Kamala campaign, the whole Kamala situation is the Alta Democrat, the old democracy, as they call it, yeah?
The cabal.
Supposedly, but not
yeah,
anymore.
the people who were put in charge after the Second World War, and they feed NATO and the UN, it's one big cabal, and they want to continue that, and they're putting in Kamala.
And if you have a doubt that that's true, who's president now?
The same people who will be president if Kamala wins.
Exactly, because
like
there is no
Biden
is
cruise
not a
control.
president. Yes.
It's in cruise control.
No matter who they are, they're terrible people, terrible American-hating people. They lied to us about Biden's state of mind forever. Openly, they knew that it was, and now no one is in charge. Kamala is not even running a campaign, but she surely is not running the country. Because if she was, what would the ook gezegd, then look what a mess it is there, you know, she has to distance herself, to change.
Yeah.
We're not going back.
Turning the page, she
so,
says.
Magazine, you saw the language Obama was using in rallies. He repeated the Charlottesville lie. Again, it was debunked by leftist websites. You know,
they don't care.
Yesterday, as late as yesterday, he was still debunking the lie, knowingly that he is lying.
So
and, you have a guy that was, you know, when he won the first time, he was twice impeached, prosecuted, raided his home.
They shot him.
They shot him twice.
And
he drove a garbage truck, Laman Hashem, and he served in McDonald's.
Right.
What a comparison! What a contrast!
It's very different. That's what I said
campaigns.
before. That Mitt Romney was hiding his riches, and he was not only not hiding it, but saying Mitt Romney wasn't rich enough. I'm rich, and people, the regular farmers and everybody, because he's real. He's a real person. He talks what he thinks, even if you disagree with him.
Right.
But you know exactly where you walk with him.
Right.
And he is a real threat to all to this cabal, to these people running the country.
Threat to their bureaucracy.
Yes.
A threat to bureaucracy. If you change that word, every time they said democracy,
you
listen to them, everything starts making sense.
You know what happened in 2016? In 2016 happened a weird thing. A man won the president, and he actually decided, I'm the president. And that Washington cannot take.
Yeah.
You're not the Washington.
Well,
like, if I can invoke Vladimir Putin, no take side on him at all here, but he said once, and it's very true, they asked him about if he won, which person he wants to be president. He says, in America, it doesn't matter who's the president. You can win, and then the people with the black briefcases are coming in, and it's over.
But not with Trump.
Not with Trump.
Trump you can't buy.
Not with Trump. So Trump is a threat to this whole cabal.
Yep.
So when you're voting,
you don't think Trump gave something for the neocons by taking Bolton, by giving money for Ukraine?
He tried. He probably tried working with them, negotiating with them. The problem with the first time with Trump was kind of I think he was too naive. He came in, he was a good guy, so he had good intentions. So he trusted the process, he trusted the system, and he came in, and he was kind of comfortable with the way the staff was around him. And he didn't know there was actively people trying to sabotage his campaign.
He didn't know how corrupt it is.
He didn't know how far it was corrupted, how far the deep state was, how deep of a swamp it was. Yeah. He campaigned to drain the swamp, and he did somewhat of a good job with the Supreme Court and most of the judges, and also in the world, whatever, the world order and everything. But they were working against him to bury him
all over.
And when he came out of that after January 6th, he openly started to see and feel in his own blood and bones how far and how evil they are, and how bad their intentions are with everything, with vaccines, with mind control, with population control, and now he's learned it, and I think he's coming in way. If
you think he's going to be more of a populist this time?
He's not going to be more populist. He's going to be more of a conservative, more right wing. He's going to implement. He's going to work faster. He's going to be more like the Democrats obviously will call him more extreme, more radical, but I think he's going to be way better for our country. He's going to be something the Republicans will remember, just as like now, every Republican knows Ronald Reagan is the Goische Rebbe Zichron Livrucha. I think in 100 years from now, Donald Trump is going to be Ronald Reagan times 10.
Savior.
I say buy his merch if he can still, or his coins, because it's going to be worth a lot of money. Some popular baseball players, they won a few games, and their baseball cards and coins and stuff, 100 years later, are worth millions. People are literally rich off that. It's mass business of selling coins.
But can't you make more?
I say, no, regardless, let's be honest, regardless if he wins tonight or not, and he probably win, but regardless, his merch and the stuff he makes are going to be worth a lot more than they are today. So I think it's a good investment. That's not a paid ad. But yeah, Zupletzev, we can make sure it's authorized by the Trump campaign, so it's not fakes and people's trying to rip them off on Amazon. Make sure it's real stuff, and I think we're all for a good rest of the history for our country until Mashiach comes. Be'ez Hashem.
Do you think that Trump also calmed down a lot with his rhetoric because he is older, or what do you think that is? Because it's not the 2016 campaign.
Right.
It's very different.
It kind of was, but in different ways. He used better tools. Strategically, he used better tools. He got Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Rogan. He did it strategically way more aggressive, but his tone kind of toned down. The reason for that is a few things. Yeah, a combination of what you guessed, probably his age also. He doesn't look physically like he's out of shape. I mean, last night I heard Donald Jr. was on an interview with Steven Crowder and Dan Bongino, and he said his father pulled an all-nighter. He said last night he came home, he couldn't sleep. He was joking around, he was laughing around. And in the morning, 6 o'clock, Don Jr. wakes up early for an appointment for some interview, and he's like, Dad, what's wrong with you? And he's like, no, we're going to win this, we're going to win this. He was in a good mood. He's in shape.
I think there's another thing, by the way. There's much less protest. Trump is a reactionary type of person. He reacts to what you're giving him. If you fight him, he'll fight you back. If you're nice with him, he's going to be nice.
They probably also told him a lot around this campaign to calm down, to catch the normal Christian frum voters, and I think he's scoring on that tonight.
Yeah. But you can see it's taking a toll on him. He lost his voice 2 days ago. He was out. Remember, Trump. 57% in Pennsylvania has been counted, and Trump is up by how many? By 3%. All right. Prop 1 passed in New York. What does that mean?
I have no idea. What does that mean?
I voted no.
It's okay, so people don't to vote now.
I spoke to my sister today. She told me about her friends. She's like, people don't know what they're voting for. They're reading and they see like funny words like equality and stuff. And yes, oh my gosh, I want equality.
Exactly.
They did. I voted no, but unfortunately. But hopefully we're gonna have a good country, so it's not gonna affect us too much.
So in a minute, we're going to throw it back to our forecast guys, but now we want to have a word from our sponsor, Positive Tech Solutions. This is actually a good friend, a couple of good friends of mine, Sam Feder and others who run this company. And when we're talking about the election, it's not just who's going to govern America, who's going to rule this country, but there's a lot of other things that are up in the air. For example, cybersecurity. If Trump wins, he's going to be enforcing tariffs on certain countries and certain companies, and that can affect the kind of technology you get, the companies you're going to be able to buy from, or companies that are going to get banned over here. And when your cybersecurity is at risk, your entire business, your entire livelihood, and your safety can also be at risk. Positive Tech Solutions has been doing this for years. They are ahead of the curve. They're always one step ahead, and they know how to keep you safe, your business safe, your technology safe, and your family safe. They provide multiple divisions. They have 3 divisions: managed services, cyber, voice, business phones, and compliance. They provide tailored cybersecurity, network protection, and compliance services across the East Coast. What sets them apart is their clear communication, proactive support, and a straightforward compliance process through which Positive Tech keeps companies safe and secure, having not had a single breach to date. That is unique. They save clients millions by identifying potential threats before hackers can. Positive Tech Solutions, your trusted partners in tech, always staying ahead to keep you secure. Now let's go back to the forecast guys from Mishpacha.
Welcome back, and as you can all see, we just had the call of Iowa. So to celebrate the seltzer poll, we have enough seltzer for everybody. We'll give it out. We'll give it out after the segment. I want to bring up. We were talking about the different states, even the states that aren't swing states, and what you can look at those states and potentially learn about the race.
Potentially.
Potentially. big word, potentially. As the night goes on, the way things are going, Stu is going to lean more and more into the word potentially. But I'm going to bring up a graphic now from the Times that's right here on the screen if we can pull it up for our list for our viewers. How about we could use the whole screen? This is the country, and this is a very good graphic that they give us. The red arrows basically show the degree of the shift in the vote since 2020 to the right. So you look at this map. Obviously, you look at Florida. Florida is shifting incredibly to the right. But you look at the entire East Coast up until you get into, even into Maryland and a little bit into New Jersey, which we spoke about earlier today. You see a lot of shift to the Republican side of things. Obviously, in the West Coast, this is all blank because for the most part, polls.
Yeah, but Elliot, there's also a lot of blanks in here. Look, right here, see this?
Pennsylvania, the middle of Pennsylvania.
Not the middle, edge of Pennsylvania. This is Philadelphia. Kamala Harris is leading by 300,000 votes, and only 50% of the vote is coming in. So that's do the math roughly.
That's why Pennsylvania.
Thousands of votes in Philadelphia County, Chester County, Montgomery County. These are places that are slower to report. Generally places that have more people. It is a complicating factor, and they don't report as quickly. Most of these places, Florida, deeply concerning. But like most of these places,
Georgia,
right here, you can actually see in this map where you can see where Atlanta is. You can see where Savannah is. It's all the white spaces, all the empty spaces where we don't have the data yet.
But what? Not we don't have the data yet. We have the data. We don't see the shifts. You're saying that only the Republican counties is where votes are in, and everywhere else they weren't in. I want to just take a quick second because we got a notification on the screen as we were talking. Kansas was called for Trump. No surprise.
Right.
But you can add it to his tally.
Right. But this is a place where almost all the votes are in. They're not doing this for on the partial votes. We don't know, and we don't have any Philadelphia. Philadelphia is not going to. Philadelphia is not going to show up as a move to the left or the right. But it's trends. If you're 10%, we see these numbers that in Wisconsin, Donald Trump has tripled his support among African Americans. We heard in one of these.
Right, those exits, right.
It could be.
We did see also.
By the way,
but we're talking some, in some cases, we're talking about some really small numbers.
Gentlemen, the arrow is 88% right now, likely Trump. On the New York Times, they've got Georgia likely R, obviously, North Carolina likely R. They've got Arizona leaning R, Wisconsin leaning R, Michigan leaning R, and I saw
leaning.
Leaning.
Oh yeah, Wisconsin.
And they said, so I saw this tweet from a Politico editor, Steve Shepard, who says that Donald Trump's leads across the Sun Belt backgrounds appear to narrow Harris's path to an electoral college majority to 3 northern tier swing states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So we're now talking about.
I want to say one thing just as we're quoting exit polls.
One second. I just want to let's just dig in here before you get to exit polls here. Michigan, is that where we're at now at this point of the night? Like, I understand we're a lot of caveats and we're going back and forth and things like that.
Right.
But again, Donald Trump is winning right now.
If this holds up, game over.
This isn't leaning. This is likely.
This is likely. Right now, it's likely Trump is winning. But right now, it's likely Trump is winning. And they're saying that is it down to these 3 states? Do we agree to that? Is it down to Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin? Is that her path to victory left?
I would say one thing. I would add that they don't have. I mean, not a lot of vote came in from Arizona yet. The basis is probably early vote and different historic projections. Mm-hmm. I would have a little bit less confidence in. I have a little bit less confidence in this 77% are Arizona than I do in, let's say, Georgia, North Carolina, which are done. So I would say it would come down to, really, the way it is on the screen now. If we can get a shot where you can see what I'm pointing to, but if these 3 states, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, if Trump wins those 3, yeah, it's game over. He doesn't have to win all 3. Right. If Trump wins, no, he probably would, because it wouldn't be enough if he wins either 10 or 15. If he doesn't win Pennsylvania and Nevada, Pennsylvania is 19. That's why that's key. But if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, it's game over. It's good night.
And then Politico obviously has an interesting thing also they put up with, which is all the presidential paths to victory. They show that Trump has 95 ways to win. Harris now has 87 ways to win, which is obviously different than the start of the night. So if Trump pulled this off, he's only the second president to ever do this, right? It's him and Grover Cleveland. No one else ever pulled this off.
Yep.
Both New Yorkers.
Both New Yorkers. Let's just talk about something. Is the most assuming Trump wins, is the most predictable narrative next week that they should have ran Biden? Is that going to be the narrative? Is the narrative going to be that they should have ran Biden, or the open primary?
No. Most predictable narrative is going to be should have picked Josh Shapiro. Should have picked Josh Shapiro, especially since there's if he wins Pennsylvania by less than 4 points, which he probably will, and there was polling data out. I have it I can't throw it up on the screen, but 4% of voters said in this poll in Pennsylvania said they switched to supporting Donald Trump and J.D. Vance because of the lack of the Shapiro pick. Obviously, small sample size, yada yada, but should have picked Josh Shapiro.
I've been super optimistic about a lot of things that haven't come to fruition yet. I still don't see, knowing what we know about where the votes are but haven't been counted yet, how he wins Pennsylvania. It's really, it's possible, but it's close. I mean, he's up by 160,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and we know that there are at least 200,000 votes in Pittsburgh, in Philadelphia proper. Say nothing of the counties around Philadelphia. I'm not so sure about it. It is going to be a really close night, and it's going to be a really close few days.
So I'm gonna pull up this handy graphic from the Times. Times is showing almost all the votes. This is a graphic of where the votes are remaining. So like Stu's saying, around Philadelphia, a lot of votes remaining, but they also have, we know in other counties, such as in York County, we know Bucks County was showing up as being very high on Kamala Harris, but that should break closer to Trump based on what we know. So really Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, is really more of a wild card to know where it is. We have to see, again, this is why projections aren't totals. Projections aren't totals, and I'll say that we should not bank on a state until it's called. And again, Stu, who's wearing his Gore Lieberman 2000 sweater vest, will tell you, don't count on a race even after it's called.
I like to put the predictions out there and let the audience respond to it. I like it a little different. We talk about the Senate here for a second. McCormick's up now in the Senate.
Oh, is he?
McCormick is up right now with 60%. Obviously, they're in. The Republicans have flipped West Virginia. The Republicans have held the Florida. Ohio is the Republicans up in Ohio as well. Cruz has won. In Michigan, the Republicans up in Michigan just by a little bit. In Arizona, it's just I think it's the Democrats up here in Arizona. It looks like basically what you have here is you have. I think it's not too early to say that. I mean, it looks like the Republicans are taking the Senate also. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, that's fair. I think that's fair. Stu, I'd love to hear your take.
Look, I mean, we don't know until we don't know. We don't know until we know. I mean, like it was always a tough path for victory. I mean, but in Montana we have 5% of the vote in. We don't really know what's.
So
Nebraska. Actually, no. If I'm gonna make Stu's night a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe get him to feel a little bit hopeful. 54% of the vote in Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican, trailing Dan Osborne, the huge air quotes here, nonpartisan independent, who's really a Democrat, but doesn't want to call himself a Democrat because he would not be able to win in Nebraska. Mm-hmm. But he has 231,000 votes, and he's ahead right now. Do we think that holds? I can't see it holding, but crazier things have
I can't
happened.
see McCormick holding, but it might.
Correct. We've seen, like I said, we've seen crazier things happening. Wisconsin, 57% in. Hovde is only trailing Baldwin by 0.1%.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio, we said, like Stu said, Republicans up by 5. I think Bernie Moreno can start measuring drapes. Michigan also.
Yeah, Ohio may be done.
Ohio's done.
Ohio's not done, but
by the way,
Ohio. If Ohio's a red state,
I've spoken to a lot of people who are in that race and have it. They called it for Moreno like 45 minutes ago.
A while ago.
So they're very, very confident in that race.
Yeah, he's up 5.
I mean, how are we looking about the House? How do we feel about the House? I have not been taking a look at this or deep dive.
So we had a big call in New Jersey.
There's right now.
Tom Keene was called that he won his re-election. So that was a big race. That would be New Jersey 7. Tom Keene Jr., Republican congressman, running against Sue Altman, and he's up by 20,000 votes with 85% of the votes in. Wildstein thinks it's 1, so I guess you could say it's 1. But otherwise, the House is going to take some time to really.
Yeah, we don't know. There's a lot
of stuff out, especially California. California will not have results until sometime close to the next election. So
that's not true.
But how long does it usually take to get results in California, Stu?
It takes a while, but
weeks. That's the crazy thing, because we have, and Stu's not going to comment about
We apologize to all the elected officials, the election officials in California who are watching this. We apologize. He's 100% right. I'm joking. He's 100% right. It takes forever.
You guys can apologize.
It takes forever. It takes forever.
But this is something that really there's no excuse for.
But you know it's hard.
Florida has 100% of the votes counted already, and it counted more votes than any state. I know Stu is not going to comment.
Florida, who killed democracy in America. Okay, but
Stu's
lately,
the 2000 election. But it's been a while since then. There's this new governor.
No, they haven't blown up the world. They haven't thrown the White House and sent us into a war we shouldn't have been in the Middle East in 2.5 decades. It's been a while.
So we've got. The Times is showing it's about 87% chance of a Trump victory. 298 electoral votes is what they're projecting. If we do a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the areas, we can get a little more interesting here. So, for example, in Pennsylvania right now, there are 64% is in, and Trump is up by about 103,000 votes. Still very early, extremely early for Pennsylvania. Everything that we see in Pennsylvania. If we go and we look at
still almost 48% of the 38% of the vote in Philadelphia.
It's very close. In Michigan, Trump is up with 25% voting, and we have.
I want to throw something up on the screen just to talk about the way the race has shifted, and in states.
So we can kick it back
before we kick it back, and Maury, you'll appreciate this. Look at this is New Jersey. Me and Maury both live in New Jersey. Again, I'm going to say this: Maury lives in North Jersey. I live in Central Jersey, which is a thing.
There's no such thing.
Which is a thing.
No such thing.
But Kamala Harris right now, with 82% of the vote in, leading by 5.5 points. Okay, so comfortably winning the state of New Jersey, 5.5 points. So why is this important for us to look at? 2020, Joe Biden won the state by 16 points.
Right.
Okay, this result right now, if this holds, this is what, if you're a professional Democrat in New Jersey and you're running a governor's race next year, this should absolutely keep you up at night.
Right.
This right here, because this is what Jack Ciattarelli and everybody else is looking at, and they're like, okay, I'm winning this thing. Not I could win this thing, but I'm winning this thing. So we'll.
She's only winning. She's winning. Kamala Harris is winning Bergen County, heavily Jewish, 52% of the vote. It's not a lot.
Yep. So we're going to take this. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to hit the seltzers, and then we're going to throw it back to the ShmueliCast.
Meet David. This is David's phone. David finds out about crazy deals from forwards to his family chat and is always a minute too late. Don't be a minute behind. Sign up to be the first to the craziest airline deals, credit card offers, and online deals. Join PZ Deals today. Download the PZ Deals app and never pay full price again.
staffs companies in the U.S. with employees from out of the country. These employees are educated, smart, capable employees. The way Hiram operates as a staffing company is different than your average recruiting company. We don't just send resumes, we find new employees. It's a big focus of ours. Our client base spans really in any industry, from property management, real estate, financial, healthcare, logistics, design, architecture. And we put that focus from day one, find only the quality out of the bunch, and they're a fraction of the price.
One small step for you, one giant leap for your feet.
Socks can do more than keep your feet warm and dry. Specialized socks can improve and prevent many health conditions and ultimately keep you on your feet without the aches and pains. Compression stockings apply gentle pressure to your legs and ankles and decrease as it goes up the leg. They relieve pain caused by varicose veins, reduce inflammation, and improve your blood flow. Reach out today to get your stockings fully covered under your insurance. Moonwalk Orthotics is here to support you for every step of the way.
So welcome back here again to ShmueliCast. If you haven't subscribed, you can do so now. We're watching closely the engagement in the comment section. It's very cute. We're going to try to keep the talking to a minimum. They announced this. We're going to make this the best experience for you. Don't nicht complainen. Anyway, it's a very important thing. We have back Yochanan here. Yochanan is a Hebreman. He knows what he's talking about. Prop 1 was on the ballot in New York. And unfortunately, we were told to vote no on it, and it passed. What is there to know about it? Was there the malas, the chesroinas, and just give us the insights.
First, before we start, I just want to drink a l'chaim, have a cup of seltzer in my hand to the brave people of Iowa. Everybody see this? Seltzer, I opened it about an hour ago. Now the seltzer fizzed. A very little bubble over there. So, yeah, okay. About Proposition 1, yeah, we were told, it wasn't only we were told, there was Republicans have spent millions of dollars, into putting into this race. The thing is that what they want to do is they want to codify, they want to make into state law Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade was knocked down by the Supreme Court. Now, it's already in the state law. So why do they want to do it? So a lot of people felt that they want to expand the map. In other words, instead of fighting Roe v. Wade, which is last year's battle, they want to go for the future ready. The Shveds sein in them, but you understand what I mean. They want to make it difficult for a person, for example, for a baker to refuse to make a cake for, somebody who's and it's more than ta'eva. It's very I'm a shagas. If a boy says he's a girl or something like that, that will make that you can't fire, or yeshiva would have a hard time firing somebody if the janitor shows up one day. And it's also more Republicans lately. They started saying that the language of the proposition would allow even illegal immigrants to vote. That it would be illegal to refuse an illegal immigrant the right to vote. So it was Republicans more than just our community, Aguda, with whatever, everybody. But it's very difficult to defeat a proposition. Once it's on the referendum.
News 12 just called the race for Mike Lawler and Monsi. So we love Mike Lawler. Good. He got it. Anyway, so go ahead.
It's very difficult to defeat a proposition. The reason why politicians put things on as a referendum is because either they want to avoid controversy, taking a stand or something like that. So they say, okay, let the voters, and they know voters will approve whatever is in front of them. It's very difficult.
Why would they know? But the way they write it?
No, that's how it goes. Whenever there's a proposition, most voters either don't know enough about it and they ignore it, they forget to turn over the ballot, or they just figured if they're asking me for something, they vote yes. That's just, you have to understand, the way people vote is much like, just being first on the ballot, that they say that itself is worth a good 3-4%. 3-4% of people in America, you're talking about the 150 million voters, 3-4% of that will vote for the guy that's on there first.
Oh.
Another 15% will vote for the guy that shook their hand in the street. It's like, people vote, very few people actually, go into the
for the
kishkas or
issues.
something. Yeah.
I've actually heard that presidential elections are almost always, maybe 2016, maybe 2020 was different because I'm not sure who's taller. The tallest person won all the time.
Yeah.
So now we have to
Interesting.
check who's taller, Biden or Trump.
Yeah, okay, it's
But I heard
hard to
that-
know, but most of the past recent presidents were pretty tall.
And Trump is definitely
Obama.
taller than Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trump is a
yeah.
pretty tall guy. He might not look at him in picture. I've seen him in person. He's tall.
But Kamala asked by the debate. She asked if they can have some kind of like
She wanted a smaller podium.
something. Yeah.
Yeah,
make
because
it
it shouldn't
bigger.
look out of
Yeah.
Yeah.
out of
Like,
whack.
Michael, what's his name, was running for president in 2020. The billionaire.
Bloomberg.
Bloomberg. He was also requesting a stick with
Yeah.
Stendel. Anyway.
There was actually a borough president election about 5 years ago that they have this guy, I forgot his name already. He was a city councilman. The guy was about 7 feet tall. I have a picture of me standing next to him. And, I think he was in the Guinness Book of World Records, the tallest politician.
Did he win?
But he lost.
Oh.
So it's not foolproof.
Yeah. Acheer. So unfortunately, so Prop 1 passed. So what does it mean now for us?
So it means, so Proposition 1, on the face of it, just like I said, it puts Roe v. Wade into state law. It won't change anything. It's already in state law.
But the voting for the
So
illegals will
what's going to
change.
happen now is they're going to try testing out this new law. The liberals, the conservatives, excuse me, they're going to try testing it out. How far does this go? How much freedom do we have to give to, in order for under this new law? It will go in front of a judge, and based how courts interpret it, then that's how it will be. Fortunately for us, this top court in the state, who probably will, if it comes in front of the state court, it will ultimately reach them because it's a law that was passed. They're pretty, I wouldn't say conservative, but they're more moderate Democrats. They're not like the far left, the progressive. So you have a chance.
Wow. Just I'm learning much about politics. I haven't been into it. I've only gotten into it since Trump took that escalator down. That's when he made it fun. And I think a lot of millions and millions of Americans got into politics. They started seeing what they're doing to the country with the illegals, with the border, what is important, what is not important. But speaking of importance, Adarabba, do you know where are we holding with the Senate and with the House nationally, and why is it so important?
Okay, so where we're holding, I don't know. I don't know if any of that has been called. But let me just give you some
Mike
background.
Lawler, they called. And
Mike Lawler, right? Mike Lawler was always leaning Republican. He was, I can't say expected, but almost expected that he's going to win.
Yeah.
The Senate and the House. This is the thing. Republicans were assured of 50 votes. They have 49 right now, plus Jim Justice in West Virginia. He was assured West Virginia has turned very sharply Republican. Now that Manchin retired, he said he's not running again. He was a moderate Democrat. It was almost a certainty that he's going to win, and they called it for him. So they're starting over to 50. If Trump wins, they have no problem. They have the Senate, because the way it goes is 50-50, vice president. That's what Kamala Harris did for the first 2 years of Joe Biden's presidency. She cast the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in history. Now, what happens if Trump doesn't win?
How would that be certifying the vote by Kamala Harris? How would that look like?
How would that look like? Well, she will have to oversee the vote in the Senate.
And if there's any infighting or courts going on, it becomes a real situation.
So according to what the Democrats have been telling us the past 4 years, she has no right to decide anything.
She has no power.
She has no power, right? So
Taka has no power because they took it away. They changed it.
Right.
I know that. Yeah, they were talking about a law. I think they ultimately passed it. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Mike Pence would have had the power, and now they changed it, and Kamala has no longer the power.
Right. So she'll have to certify
whatever they say.
Right. Even it could be an interesting thing if she refuses. If it's a very close race, and she contests the race, she'll have to stand to January 6, 2025. And certify Donald Trump as the president, even while she's still bringing lawsuits against him. So
that's a law.
That's the law. Under the way Democrats have said the past 4 years, she has no power to do anything else. So she's the vice president.
Zoeken een liep kostet geen geld.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how.
But
So,
if Trump wins it and it doesn't win the House and the
So
Senate,
if Trump doesn't win, or if Trump wins, but still nobody wants a 50-50, divided Senate, even if you have a tie-breaking thing, because it affects the committees. All committees will have to be 50-50 also, Democrats and Republicans. So it could cause a lot of issues. Trump wants to have his nominees confirmed for the cabinet. So the way it goes is, like I said, Republicans are either leaning or likely Republican of 50 states. Democrats or independents, 3 independents who are caucusing with the Democrats, have 46 only, leaning or likely Democrat. There are 4 states that are called toss-ups. Republicans have to win one of them. If they win one, they have a majority of 51.
51.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking for. So far, none of those states were called yet.
So we still don't know how the Senate is going to go.
We still don't know. No, but that's if they get that 1 seat, then they have a majority, and Democrats could sit there in the Senate doing crossword puzzles.
So I saw
And
before.
what's going to happen if they have the House? If the Democrats control the House, they're going to start impeaching him. Mazel tov.
If they control the House, well, they impeached him twice in the last.
They're going to impeach him again. They play around with this.
Impeachment.
I would say that the
I
people
told
in America are done with that. They will not forget.
They don't care if the American people are.
I don't know if they.
Red state Congress people will not be able to go along with it.
They will impeach. Impeachment is a new condemnation.
Yeah,
they would send out a statement condemning. Now they impeach. This is how it goes.
It also gives them stuff to talk about, and they don't have to focus on what Trump is doing.
It disrupts.
It's very disruptive.
Everything.
But they will impeach him. There's no way. The hatred that they have for Trump.
I don't think so.
Is
I
so
think the hatred has
beyond the
politics. The people. I'm talking about the people, not the Congress people. The people in their states are done with this. In South Bronx, Trump made a huge rally. People walking around. People are done with this. That's my opinion.
You were. Bill Weber had given a Muncie, the state senate.
I saw somewhere that New York Times is giving.
Weber has it.
New York Times is giving him 1% chance that he 1%. That's how it goes. Yeah. No, not 1%. Up 1 to win the popular vote.
The popular vote. Popular vote is also important.
Talking about President Trump.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice. If was the Malafing given the popular vote?
Number 1, it gives you legitimacy.
Right.
So now they won't be able to say it was Russia. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. I bet you they're still gonna say it's Russia.
If Russia could meddle with the Electoral College vote, they can meddle with the popular vote also. Yeah. It won't be Russia; it'll be something else. I really hope. I'll tell you. I really hope that, not that I'm putting too much faith into this, but President Trump won last time, and he spent the majority of his 4 years in office battling. Besides for impeachments, special counsels, ridiculous, one after the. I hope that this time they allow him to. At the end, everything turned out to be to be nothing.
Yes.
Let him govern. If he wins, give him the time. Give him the time to run the country the way he wants. I really hope they do it. Well, on the other hand, like I said before, I think they will try to impeach him for whatever he does. But about the House, this is what I want to get to. The House is the opposite of the Senate. In other words, the Senate, every state has 2 senators, so that's why Republicans have a built-in advantage. Why? Even the small states, Alabama, North Dakota, all these places, what do they have? 1 million residents? It's nothing compared to other states. They have 2 senators.
Still they get
when it comes to the House, that's when Democrats have the advantage. And Tucker shows up in all these these ratings. There are more toss-ups that Republicans are defending than Democrats are defending. In other words, Republicans have to win more toss-ups, more states that could go either way than Democrats in order to win the majority. Right now, they have a majority of 5 seats. They're at a disadvantage when it comes to keeping control of the House. Good news is, the Speaker of the House will be Hakeem Jeffries. I remember when he first started he owes his original election to the film community. I remember we stood with him. He was there was a very bitter election against an anti-Semite. I forgot his name already. And the community stood by him until today. He has a curse that to us, and he recognizes it. He still keeps up with Asconim in Brooklyn and everything. So, he's somebody, he understands our needs. So, maybe he'll have fights with Trump, but at least when it comes to our community, his heart is in the right place.
Did we mention the GOP won the Senate already? That's what's being reported.
No, which Senate race did they win to put them over 50?
They flipped 2 seats so far, they say.
They flipped West Virginia, which was expected. What other seat did they flip?
Don't know.
So about the House, it's another very interesting I want to talk about when it comes to the House. How does the Republicans have these 5 seats that brought them over 2 years ago? It's all from New York. New York, which is a Democratic state, Democrats lost 5 seats last time, giving it to Mike Lawler was one of them. Yeah. So what happened over here? Nancy Pelosi very famously blamed Governor Hochul for it. What happened was that when after the 2020 census, so Democrats in New York who control the state, they had a chance to redraw all the districts. Now what they did was they went overboard. They went and they drew a district, a state, that would bring Republicans, I think, down from 12 to 5. In other words, by giving them Democrat majorities in all the districts. And what happened was that there was a state referendum that was passed under Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo had a Republican state Senate. He wanted to minimize their power. So what he did, he forced through a state referendum asking voters to allow an independent redistricting commission. In other words, the legislature doesn't have the power to decide what the districts look like. You give it over to an independent redistricting commission, and they get to decide what it looks like. So what happened was this legislature allowed this independent whatever to draw up the maps, and they drew relatively maps that reflect the state the way it is, reflect the different constituencies, the different ethnic groups. And then the legislature overrode them. In other words, they vetoed their maps. The rule was that if they veto it twice, then the legislature themselves are able to draw their own maps. They vetoed it twice, and then they drew their own maps, which was, like I said, basically wiping out Republicans in New York State, the entire Republican House contingent. So, and Hochul was very proud of it, and she said, that's it, we have our majority. At the time, they were talking about Republicans, and we take the majority. Under this plan, it would have wiped out the Republican majority in the House. Then, the state Supreme Court ruled that this goes against that referendum. The referendum said voters decided that it's up to this independent commission to decide the votes. The legislature can override them, and especially with this type of map. You can't go mikotza lakotza. You can't go from the middle all the way to the left. Yeah. And that's it. There was no time. There's mamashak a few days before the end, before the deadline to give him the maps. So the judge said, I'm appointing my own person. He got a guy from Pennsylvania, an outside guy, drew a map, and that map is the one that goes. And he drew a map which is, pretty fair. It goes back to the way it was, years ago before politicking, came to
and
the
therefore
thing.
We could win 17,
and that's why
18,
we got
19.
We got those 5 seats, and that 5 seats
gave the majority
to Republicans. Democrats are very upset at Hochul for overreaching, and Nancy Pelosi blamed her a few times.
What do you mean for vetoing twice the people that?
Yes,
They should have just let what they got, right?
They should have. They could have vetoed it and then tweak it a little bit in order to just add a Democratic seat, at 2 seats, but not go
don't
from
go
12
crazy.
to 5.
Yeah, they always overreach.
They overreach. Yeah.
Look what they did now with Trump. They went into Mar-a-Lago. Nobody's even talking about it. The FBI.
So what happened is Hochul this time around wants to regain her reputation, her standing with Democrats. So she put entire prestige into campaigning against these 5 Republicans. Now it looks like 2 of them will lose re-election. Molinaro, the last I saw before the
business guy.
He is the business guy.
Man?
I don't know.
Bernie?
Molinaro.
Breaking news, it's saying that as Vider and Monsi is winning with a very thin margin, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
he's up by 1,800 votes against the Gegenner. So every vote counts.
Yeah.
So they're giving it to him already?
What do you...
Go, Benzin wieder.
If I could just say something about Benzin wieder, I know him for many years. There are politicians who happen to be Jewish, who happen even to be from Shomer Shabbos, and then there's Stadlonim for the Klal. Benzin vida is a Stadlon. He's in the business. I know him for many years. He's in the business to help people. He's in the business to make a Kiddush Hashem.
So, good to me. I guess it's a good thing that he won his seat.
Yeah, we now have, if this holds, we now have 3 from a Yidden in the legislature, in the assembly, and considering that the Democrats, their majority, they have a supermajority. They could pass those without the Republicans at all. Why? Because they have more than 100 seats. They have 102 seats. This 102 seats includes 3 from a Yidden. Without these 3, then they don't have that supermajority.
Majority.
Yeah, so it is very significant.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about 2 very important things going on in the world. How do you think Trump will deal with Gaza and Ukraine? Do you have anything on that? Anybody wants to take that?
Well, he said it himself.
Topics.
He said he's going to finish those wars right as he gets into office.
Before he gets to office. He said the hostages has to be back before, but...
I would say allegedly, because this is only reports. We never heard from Trump or Netanyahu saying this, so.
That what?
No, Trump is on video saying the hostages better be home before he comes into office.
Right, he did, right, the hostages are bad, but this report that he's saying that he wants the war to be over before he comes in.
Oh.
That's a report that came out last week.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm looking right now at the New York Times. They're giving Trump an 89% chance of victory and taking the 301 in the Electoral College and the popular vote.
331 they're giving
301.
301. Okay, it's less than 2016, but
all you need is 270.
But for them to be saying this is unbelievable, because you know, where they stand politically, they should be playing it down and trying to make it look like Kamala's still going to win. CNN is saying it's too early to tell anything. Let's wait, but it's kind of pointing towards a Donald Trump victory.
This time in 2020, where were we up to?
Oh, 2020?
It's a disaster.
This time, what is it?
11,
15.
At this time, they called it, I think, 11:30.
I think a pipe just busted in Georgia, like in some county. A pipe
Oh, they called Biden?
Oh, you serious about that?
In 2020.
Yeah. Oh, in 2020. Yeah.
There's such a
they called it, 4 years ago, they called it at 11:30. Generally, elections are called between 11 and 11:30. The only difference, obviously, was in 2016 when it took until 2:33 until they called it. But generally, you know.
That's what they called it. But the people already knew. Once they saw Michigan, the blue wall breaking, they were.
The Clinton campaign, they were all crying already over there. The Javits Center, with the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
You know,
it was so historic. What? Go ahead. You were gonna say was? I think one of you were going to say.
I was going to say, you know, it's very interesting. It's kind of looking like there might be a Trump victory, but at the same time, we have to think about the consequences for Trump if he loses. I don't think most people realize this, but there's a sentencing set for him on November 26th in New York. And if he does not become president, there's a possibility he goes to jail. I don't know how likely it is, but he might end up behind bars. And if he becomes president, I don't know what's going to happen,
state law.
It's going to be interesting.
That a president cannot pardon himself.
I think.
By the way, I don't know if you know, but this entire conviction was only based on a state law that lawmakers passed specifically for Trump.
Yeah.
They passed specifically for Trump that allowing, I don't remember the details anymore, but allowing a prosecution of somebody even after the statute of limitations passed.
They changed the law.
Right. They changed the law specifically for Trump.
That was with the woman?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't want to call out anybody, but there are people in the New York State government who ran, literally their entire campaign was that they're going to take down Trump. And they tried, they definitely gave it their all, but it seems like they might not have a tzlucha with that one.
It does make it pretty difficult for us because some of them, you know, we're allies with both sides over here. Obviously, the community has supported Trump. Right. At the same time, you know, take Tish James.
She's a friend of the community.
Yeah, she's a friend of the community. She's done wonders for us when it comes to Rockland County, you know, upstate.
Yeah?
Yeah, when it comes to defending us against people who don't want us to live over there. She's very good on this. On the other hand, she did base the whole campaign on getting Trump.
Yeah, she did. And she didn't really achieve that, did she?
Well, she got
got pretty close.
She got pretty close to take away his money.
She took away $500 million.
Almost. She
And,
won. No, the court said 175. They lowered it to 175, not from 450. You remember?
Yeah, okay, I don't remember.
You know,
but it's still up
it's
to.
a very interesting point that you're bringing up,
of,
because I think it's also important for us to realize where we stand as Jews in America. You can't just take one side and completely disregard the other side.
Right.
You know, we're in Gulas. It's not Mashiach is not here yet, and we have to learn to live with whatever government we get, even if we didn't necessarily vote for them or agree with them. And it's very important to try to stay cordial and friendly with all sides, because at the end of the day, you never know who's going to stand up for you when you need it.
Yeah.
Even if it's somebody who might not align with you politically, you have to always keep that, that bridge open. Never burn the bridge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very true.
Yes, and that's what was discussed before about Trump, this amazing feat of getting the Jewish vote and the Muslim vote in Michigan, and it's just he has a way of just ironically enough bringing the people together instead of if anybody looks pretty much all the time, I cannot remember of any time there was that Trump almost, I don't think I've ever heard him say anything bad about actual voters. He always talks about politicians, about military people. The garbage, the basket of deplorables. You'll never hear this from him. He's a real people's person. I mean, anybody who watched knows him from before.
He's the most experienced politician I've seen in my lifetime.
Yes. Ironically enough,
he relates to everybody. Everybody feels like
because he's not a part. He's not a part of that cabal in Washington of the last 20 years with the.
He's a populist. The populist president. You know,
it's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than the populism.
Okay, so we have breaking news.
He actually knows. He actually knows what people
He's a people's
want
person.
to. Yeah, he knows what people care about.
Yes.
It's a talent.
He connects.
Yeah.
What was the breaking
We have
news?
breaking news. It seems that the Republicans appear to take control of the Senate, flipping seats in West Virginia and Ohio, with other states yet to be called. New York State Senator Bill Weber wins re-election. Mike Lawler wins re-election in New York 17. Trump nemesis Democrat Adam Schiff easily wins California Senate race over ex-Dodger Steve Garvey. In Muncie, Reb Adam Vida is holding a slim lead in his race to become New York State Assemblyman. We're going to go back to the Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida, to talk to Ami Magazine's senior political correspondent, Jake Turks. So we'd like to welcome Jake Turks from the Trump headquarters in Florida. Jake, are you with us?
Is that you, Slimy?
It is me.
Wow, big fan. All right. You're supposed to say that part. Okay. All serious now. The mood has taken a slight swing to the tense. People are starting to get these 2016 vibes. A lot has changed since we spoke last, and it's all changed in Trump's direction, apparently. Now, this is still, there's a lot of gameplay left. And it's full of cliche. Anything can still happen. But going into tonight, there were three likely scenarios. Scenario number one, a Trump landslide. Scenario number two, a Harris landslide. Scenario number three, a tight race that isn't determined for days or weeks. We can definitely rule out Scenario number 2, a Harris landslide at this point. And that leaves us with either a Trump landslide or a too close to call race.
But Jake, let me stop you for a second. You say the mood is improving. It looks like you're in an empty room. What's going on?
Yes, I am in an empty room because I'm all the way in the front of a very crowded. We're going to pan around and you can see the crowd just behind me.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. It looks like they're ready for a victory.
Yeah.
Turks, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah. Which state do you think is going to be called next? Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan?
No, all of those states have a very slow vote counting system. I would be very surprised if any of those states are called in the next hour, to be honest.
Turks, I want to ask you a question. I see you look like a visibly Hamish Shachsid Shayid. I don't know if the other film Yidden over there, but if there are, how are people looking at you? Did they look at you like you're part of our coalition? Or just like they're surprised to see a Jew who supports a Republican?
They're definitely very grateful. And look, wherever you go, people like to be appreciated. And when people see that you went out of your way and you came to show support, so to speak, you came to their turf, and you're there when they're going through what they hope will be a very happy occasion, they appreciate that. And they're very vocal about it. And so a lot of people have been coming over and thanking me for being here. I've seen, I would say, at least 2 other Hamisher people over there. One of them being my brother.
Let's see him.
Oh, well, people look excited. People look very excited.
He's probably mic'd up, so you can't hear them.
You're breaking up a little. Tell me, Jay, can we expect...
Hold on. Hang on a minute. I'm breaking up because every time they show any update on the Giants over here, or every time Trump's face appears on the screen...
What was the update now? What was the update now?
It wasn't really an update. They just flashed North Carolina. Told Trump. He won it the previous 2 times, but he won it by 1 point in 2020, and it's the earliest of the swing states to report. North Carolina has a reliably better vote count system. The question was how much the hurricane would have impacted their ability to tally up enough votes to be able to declare a winner. Apparently, Trump has put this off. North Carolina was a must-win for Trump, and I believe it's the first of the 8 or 9 or 10 swing states to go Trump's way.
Very nice. Can we expect J.D. Vance or Trump? Are they going to come up to speak soon? Are there going to be any speeches?
Well, yeah, that's what this empty stage over here is for. That's where he's going to be coming up.
I imagine he won't come until they call the election for him. That's how it usually goes.
It's hard to know. In 2016, he waited until they called it, which was at about 3:06 a.m. In 2020, he did not come out this week. He delivered some remarks and then he just bounced, but he didn't give his regularly scheduled address in front of the cameras. So there is a chance that he's going to want to come out before they announce it to try to coax them into announcing it by declaring himself the winner. In 2020, he chose not to do that, but things might be different this time around.
Who knows? One last question, we'll get back to you soon again. You've been involved for the last 8 years, the past 2 elections. How do you see it compared to 2020 and 2016?
In which respect? Or in general? You're asking in general terms? I can tell you in general terms. So there are about 4, maybe 5,000 people here in the room.
Okay, that's more than 2016.
Yeah, so 2016 he had about 800. It was on the second floor of the convention. So we got about 800 people in 2016. In 2020 he was at the White House. It had just a few hundred people. So this is definitely the biggest election night crowd that you've had by far.
I hear. Very good. Thank you so much, Jake. Jake, we're going to get back to you soon. And right now...
Yes. And it could be by the time we get back. It'll be announced already. Who knows?
Oh, no.
Things are moving
Hopefully.
fast. It's 11 o'clock. Things are moving fast.
Hopefully. Yes. Thank you so much, Jake. We want to give you one more.
Keep up the great work. You guys are doing amazing. And
we're
I'm
rooting
so proud of you.
we're rooting for Trump. We're rooting for Trump.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you very much.
Listen, I want to tell you something. I take so much pride in a well-run, professionally run Haolam program, and kol hakavod to you guys. You're really
Give it up
pulling
to
it
Pivot.
off.
This is called the
Pivot,
Haolam. Pulling it together. Yes, Thank you. One more sponsor. Go ahead.
So we're going to have a word from our sponsor before we take it back to the FourCast guys. And the sponsor is Moonwalk Orthotics. Say goodbye to foot pain. Just head over to Moonwalk Orthotics, conveniently located in Williamsburg. They specialize in custom orthotics, orthopedic shoes, and compression stockings, all made from top quality materials. Their custom orthotics are designed to relieve the strain and discomfort that come from long hours on your feet, helping you walk comfortably and with confidence. Got a large family, school, or group? With 30 patients or more, they'll come directly to your location for fittings and consultations, making the process as convenient as possible. Trust Moonwalk Orthotics to provide the best personalized orthotics and medical equipment to keep you moving comfortably every step of the way. Now let's go back to the FourCast guys to talk about the latest updates in this current election.
Bleib's kicking. Wie lange the camera is up?
Okay. Thanks for joining us again as we get into our last major block of tonight's coverage. Wouldn't be one thing that we need to mention before we get all caught up in the election coverage. None of this would be possible, and us sitting together wouldn't be possible if not for Mishpacha magazine. They host our podcast, the FourCast. Available, comes out weekly episodes. You should look for us, subscribe to Mishpacha.
Wherever you get podcasts.
Wherever you get podcasts.
Or on YouTube.
We're gonna start,
or on Mishpacha.com, which is where you can be watching us right now.
Right, or 24/6, or anywhere else. The options are endless.
The team in America, the team in Israel have been phenomenally kind to us and phenomenally effective.
And really, they put us together.
Well, also,
they brought us together.
And we're missing our fourth person, Binyamin, who is probably sleeping right now, preparing the special Mishpacha supplemental. I will also just say that I don't know if there's any other podcast that brings together people in politics who know what they're talking about on a weekly basis. And I think that we're very, very proud to be part of that and to regularly give information. And the feedback we're getting already on this program is unbelievable. And so, we're very grateful.
I'm going to say one more thing. My firm, we probably subscribe to 300 news publications, and Mishpacha the magazine is of such high quality. It is on par with the New Yorker in terms of its delivery, in terms of its design. It far exceeds any publication in the United States, and at least outside the firm world, when it comes to ads. It is extraordinary. It's like reading a magazine from 20, 30 years ago with all the ads and people coming to you with services. If you don't subscribe to Mishpacha, please do subscribe to Mishpacha. If you subscribe and your mother doesn't, your father, your brother, your sister, your neighbor, your friend, your enemy, whatever.
There's always gift subscriptions, right? If you're like me and you're growing,
whatever,
you're getting increasingly confident in a Trump win, and you want to send the next issue will undoubtedly have a picture of President-elect Trump on the cover. Buy a magazine for somebody you don't like who possibly is a supporter.
This might have sounded a little bit salesy, but in all seriousness, I think what we're going to see over the next few days is that one of the 2 or 3 biggest swing groups of voters in the United States are Jews. From Jews and non-Frum Jews, but Jews. And really nobody covers the Frum community in quite the way that Mishpacha does. There are other
very
news
respected,
outlets, but
very
well
respected.
But
a lot of crossover
the
respect.
glossy magazine, it's really extraordinary and unique. Please subscribe.
And I think
we're going to be important for the next 4 years, so.
That's right. We'll be there every week for you, too.
We have a lot of updates also. I just want to share, not just in Jackson what happened also, but I know in Teaneck they just won two seats that the community was pushing for, which I think was an upset type of victory. In Deal, the community there also wanted an election as well. And I know that in California, they're tracking a very big district attorney race there, which we probably won't be on for at that point. But I just want to share with people that this is, a lot of times you pay attention to the main thing on the ballot, but you're missing all these other things that are happening. And we won't know exactly what the congressional seat are today, but and we may know what the presidency is, but these things just have a domino effect. And so it's not just about what happens at the top of the ticket, it's what happens all the way down the ticket. And we're seeing that the Jewish community, once again, is getting out there. They're not kvetching, they're out there, they're voting, and we're just very, very grateful for that. I just want to say, do you think you're close to some people here, Ellie, in the Harris-Vance camp?
Trump Vance, not Harris.
I'm sorry, the Trump Vance camp. We're getting tired here.
Getting late early.
Some of us have been up to like 4 in the morning getting out the vote. So we're getting in the Trump Vance world. If Trump wins, is Vance the heir apparent? Is Vance the guy for 28? Is that what happens?
So funny you should mention Vance. I'm gonna respond to that question in a second, but I actually got a text from, we'll say, a source close to Vance.
Insider.
A source close to Vance. As the race turns the way it turns. He texted me, "This is shaping up to be a great night for America and for the Republican Party. Donald Trump has assembled a big, broad coalition committed to common sense economic policy, closing the border to the illegal invasion, returning to energy dominance, and making America great again." So there you have it. Definitely comes across as an optimistic read on tonight's events, and we could definitely understand it.
There's never been a doubt. The people who are around him, people who work for him, are always able to encapsulate
great American
idea and the mission and their place in history. It's just the guy, the former president who may become the next president. Again, a lot of votes out there, but the guy who may become the next president of the States. He seems to be the one who gets in front of the camera and starts talking about crowd sizes and beefs with people.
Now, look, we always talk about that, and I want to get to that question that Maury asked before, but we always talk about this. A winning campaign is a campaign that made the right decisions just because they won, and the losing campaign, we say they ran a bad campaign because they lost.
Right.
So obviously, if this holds up, then obviously whatever flaws Donald Trump might have as a candidate were not actually such great flaws, or at least they weren't as big flaws as the flaws that Kamala Harris had as a candidate, or the environment she was running in.
There's a lot, there's a lot of factors going on.
Yeah, maybe next week's podcast we'll discuss all that.
Can we talk about the blue wall for a minute? Can we talk about that?
Yes.
Because I'm reading some stuff here. It says
71% is where we're up to.
In Politico, it says inside the Pennsylvania Democratic Party's election night party in Philadelphia, the anxiety was palpable. So much so that attendees erupted in applause for New Jersey Democratic Senate candidate who was widely expected to win already. Everyone's talking about the blue wall, the blue wall, the blue wall. What is the blue wall, Stu?
Look, the blue wall is, we can't say it right here, but it's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. These are traditional, or at least seen as traditional Democratic states, although not infrequently go to Republicans. Ronald Reagan won a lot of them. You can see them here.
Those three striped red states, that's the blue wall.
Striped states. Together, without all three of them, it's extremely difficult to see. Not extreme. It's pretty difficult to see how Kamala Harris wins without winning all three of them. At this point, knowing what we now know.
And we also know that Nevada, just from the early vote that we've seen come in, and
Nevada, we don't know. I
have a good idea.
You have a colleague who's close to Vance. I have a colleague from the Bloomberg campaign who's in Nevada, in the room in Nevada, and we don't know.
I mean,
we don't know.
We saw John Ralston was going through all the early vote, and the way it works is that you can't open the ballots before, but you know who returned the ballots, and you can get a sense of what the race is looking like by which party ballots came back, and Republicans had amassed a lead in the early vote in Nevada, so pretty confident on Nevada. But there are variables like late mail dumps and things like that.
The mail dumps lately, people who vote.
No, mail dumps not in a nefarious sense of the word. Just mail that comes in late in bulk. But yeah, the blue wall of those three states, Rust Belt, And the reason why Donald Trump has this kind of unique ability to translate to those voters in those 3 states, it's very, like I said, Rust Belt, very industrial, very working class. So Donald Trump's bread and butter is, working class, white working class in 2016 was the big code words, but it's transcended that, and that's what those states are about. So now, if you look at just at the way that the Times is looking at these states now, you see, they have 70% the probability of Trump winning Pennsylvania, 69, 67 in Michigan. Again, we know the states on the screen right now, really, the way it is right now, and you can't really see my hand on the screen. North Carolina, they already called for Trump. Georgia, pretty confident going to Trump. Arizona, pretty confident going to Trump. If he wins Pennsylvania, game over. He's the next president of the United States.
I'm just trying to understand that on Pennsylvania. It looks. What are we still waiting for in Pennsylvania?
So we have in Pennsylvania. This was
because he's up.
Stu was pointing this out.
80% of the votes in. He's up by 200,000 votes. He's up.
So here you can look at it right now. There's 2 big Democratic counties, and Stu can speak to this probably a little bit more intelligently than me because, first of all, he's more intelligent than me.
That's not true.
Even though I'm better looking. But
Paula, we've been doing eight things, eight issues. This is our 8th time on debating each other. I had no idea he was taller.
By the way, I just got a text from one of. We have a big turnout operation in Nevada, and I just got a text from one of the people who's running it saying Nevada will start counting tomorrow, just to show you how I think we can take that off the map for now. It's
let's not worry about Nevada right now. But here you have 2 big. To answer your question about Pennsylvania, Stu, Philadelphia County, Montgomery County, 153 votes out estimated in Philadelphia County, 196,000 votes out in Montgomery County. Montgomery is also very heavily, not as heavily as Philadelphia County, but also heavily Democratic.
But more Jewish.
So that could blunt the
which county?
The Montgomery.
Yeah.
So that's why, even though they say a 70%,
look, 70% I mean, like I feel like I have to be an honest broker here. So Kamala Harris is winning.
Oh, it just got updated again.
We're going to update this in a second, but she's getting 56% of the vote in Philadelphia. It's really not enough.
Not 56. The margin.
I'm sorry.
It's the margin.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's the margin.
He's up. It's almost 81%, and he's up by 210,000 votes. I just don't understand how is. What's left there for her? I think she's losing Pennsylvania.
Well, look, okay, Bucks County will be close. It'll be a wash. But between Montgomery County and Philadelphia County, there's a lot of votes out there that if she wins overwhelmingly, again, Philadelphia County, if she wins it by a 56% margin, she's netting, I want to say, another 50,000 votes. You're saying he's up by 200,000?
Yeah, by the way, right now, the New York Times just literally put Pennsylvania as a lean Republican. That's where they put it. They have right now. They have North Carolina. They declared for Trump. Georgia's very likely Republican. I think it looks like it's going for Trump.
Yeah, they officially called Cruz for Senate now.
Pennsylvania is leaning Trump with 82% of the vote. Wisconsin is leaning Trump. Arizona is leaning Republican. Michigan is leaning. If she loses Pennsylvania, is that it?
That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
But right now, I mean, the Times has her.
I mean,
Michigan, Wisconsin. I mean,
Pennsylvania has 19. That's why that's the game.
Well, it is, but yes.
She could win Wisconsin. She could win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada.
Virginia, they just called for Harris. They just called Virginia for Harris, but that was called a while ago.
Look, I think even Stu will have to agree to this statement. Right now, you want to be, as a matter of comfort.
Oh, I just got a little text. It says people are leaving the Harris election party right now.
If Stu was in a better mood, he'd make a joke about the end of a Trump rally. But as a matter of comfort,
I'm sorry. Is she still talking? Are they walking out while she's still talking? And then it's nothing like a Trump rally.
It doesn't matter. He's president-elect.
We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. But.
The point being over here is as a matter of comfort, Stu, you'll agree. You'd rather be in Trump's seat right now than in Harris's seat.
I'd rather have Trump's count. I would rather be Kamala Harris as a person, but I would rather have Trump's count.
Okay.
And again, we didn't talk about this. We got cut off before we asked. The narrative is going to be obviously if she loses Pennsylvania, one of the narratives is going to be talked about is going to be Shapiro and why she didn't pick Shapiro in order to win, which is a very, very legitimate discussion to have. Yeah. The other thing that's going to be talked about is going to be why the Democratic Party chose not to have an open primary system for this. And if they had been an open primary system, she likely would not have been the candidate because she has not won primary races previously.
Single one.
And the narrative is going to, that's what is going to be the narrative. Is that incorrect? Is that not going to be the narrative?
I think it
might. Is the narrative going to be about how Trump built this coalition, or is the narrative going to be about Harris's failed candidacy? I think it's going to be more about this process that didn't go through a primary process. What do you think?
I don't think Stu will speak more intelligently than me about this, but I don't think it's going to be the narrative just because I don't think it was possible. But Stu, you can
look. I mean, look, we've said this in the podcast all along, although I didn't say it very loudly. A lot of what we have coming into this race is really difficult for Democrats. We have extremely high cost of food. We have instability around the world. And an argument that that it would be better if the other guy were here, which I don't personally believe. We have a porous border, and as I said in our last podcast, I think, and in Mishpacha in print, which subscribe to, there isn't a nation, there isn't a rich nation that isn't dealing with open borders, and it isn't accruing to the benefit of the political right. These are things. Costs more to have food, costs more to have a real argument that we're not working, that we aren't. Everyone isn't playing by the same rules, and add into that, add into the general pessimism. This was really a hard race. Again, I think she could still do it. We don't know what's happening in Nevada, and there are a bunch of votes that are out there still uncounted. But this was an extraordinarily difficult race.
Now, I'll agree with you. It was definitely a difficult race for her to try and win. But let's remember.
And I'm not sure I agree with Maury that a longer, more drawn out process as opposed to uniting behind one person who Democrats liked and who was good at campaigning, who was good at making a case, who was good at being vibrant, who was good at being young and new. And a new generation.
I think the question is going to be: had a Whitmer or a Newsom been in this race, would they have been able to win? That's going to be the question. If a Whitmer or a Newsom had been in the race, would they have been able to win?
I think this is something maybe we can game in our next episode. We can game out how would such a process have even.
Well, the first thing we're going to do in our episodes is we're going to go through our predictions. And we're gonna, that's
we're gonna go through right or wrong.
One by one. We made very specific predictions.
By the way, I have to be absent in that podcast. I'm not going to be there that day, but I'm going to send someone. I'll send someone in my stead.
I want to say just to what you were saying before, Stu, about the all the headwinds that she was running into. True, very hard for her to win the race.
A win is a win
in this. But absolutely. And look. It's shaping up to be a great night for Republicans.
Not a lot of classrooms in America that have pictures of Adlai Stevenson on the wall of them. It's just a win is a win.
100%. The one thing is that I'm going to say is
what a deep cut. He ran multiple times, but a good deep cut.
Yes. Right, ran multiple times, didn't win.
Yeah, good deep cut.
Yes.
Yeah, early sign of the elites versus the non-elites. Even though he himself.
Is this? If you're Ellie, you think this is a mandate? You think this is going to be able to give the governors a mandate?
There is no such thing as a mandate. There is only.
I would say the opposite. Everyone takes it.
Power. Come on, the realities of politics.
Right. Mandates aren't given. Mandates are taken.
Mandates are taken. Exactly. The question, and the one thing that makes someone like me optimistic, really optimistic about this second Trump term, is that, and I know this is something that concerns people like Stu. I think that the dead weight that he was stuck with in his first term, when he really didn't know his way around D.C., and he had all the people who were coming out that Kamala Harris was quoting in the week before the election, kind of taking shots at him. All these people are not going to be part of his cabinet anymore, and he'll actually be able to try to enact some policy that is actually needed. All the things that Stu was talking about, cost of groceries, just the cost of living, insurance, things like that. Today, talking to the guys in my office, and shout out to the guys in the office. If
accounting firm, they're good at numbers.
That's it. I can count to 270 plus. The amount that this election really impacted people, and that is I got my insurance renewal, and my insurance renewal, my premium went up, and my coverage went down, and that's it. Got to vote for Trump, because that's how. But this is a choice. The fact that we're in the situation that we're in is a choice. It's a product of the failed policies.
Well, it's also the fact
nobody dictated to the Biden-Harris administration that the border had to be as open as it is. Nobody dictated that. That's a choice. All the things that led to yes.
But that's a challenge for that Harris ran into, which is probably one of the most honest discussions after this, which is how could you run with the benefits of incumbency, but run against? And it's a very
it's tricky.
We never saw nobody else in American history. There have been vice presidents that have been distanced. Famously, Eisenhower distanced himself from Nixon. Nixon didn't try to distance himself from Eisenhower. Eisenhower distanced himself. Famously, Gore distanced himself from Clinton afterwards, and it was a disaster.
Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster.
Very bad idea. And so, but in this situation, there's never in American politics been a situation where your person was still the incumbent and could have run and decided not to, and then you did it. So which lane do you pick? Do you own all that, or do you not own all that?
And then stepped on a news cycle for you.
He stepped on a news cycle.
Multiple times.
But again, if you're President Biden, and Trump wins, you get to walk around and say, I'm
the only one who
I did the responsible thing, and thank you for pushing me out, and it cost me the election. That's what you're going to say.
I don't know. I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can say that.
I'm not sure that's his political.
Maybe he's not going to publicly come out that.
No, he can't say. He can't say I would have won and it cost me the election.
You don't think his surrogates are going to come out and say, what would happen if we had been on?
No, I think that what they'll say.
Kamala Harris ran an excellent campaign, and Kamala Harris was a phenomenal candidate. And I have to say, I have a lot of disagreements with people who are political ad makers. I saw many of the best political ads, the most convincing, compelling human political ads that I've ever seen in this campaign. First time I've ever really seen a presidential race or Democratic presidential race that really understands persuasion.
I will say this, and we were talking this a little bit off camera. I do think that.
By the way, we have some breaking news.
Yeah.
The Senate, the Republicans have taken the Senate. We have breaking news. The Republicans have taken the Senate.
Which race did they call? Do you have that?
They called. Let's see. We've got Ohio's called, and they have obviously West Virginia's called, and
50. What's 50? What did we call?
And there's one more. Hold on. What else is it called?
Marina, Indiana, Tennessee.
Senate. This is Florida.
Wait, maybe I'm wrong. I just got it in my ear. They're saying the Senate's called, but
no, that's 50.
No, I have 50. They flipped 2 seats. The 2 seats they flipped were West Virginia and Ohio.
It's not a majority.
And Montana, did they flip Montana yet?
It is 50 plus 1 if you have the vice president.
Yeah, because look.
I see what you're saying. Okay, all right.
No. I'll tell you what.
Got it.
And we still have to have
because Montana wasn't called yet.
No,
I got it. Because Montana wasn't called yet. They're going to have 52 at least.
Yeah.
Because Montana wasn't called yet.
51 plus
17.
1.
They're going to have 52 because they have 50 now. 50 were called.
Yeah.
And then Montana wasn't called yet.
It's 51.
Nebraska wasn't called yet.
That's true.
That's 52. Still an outside shot.
Nebraska wasn't a flip, though, was it?
No. Nebraska was a Republican seat. It's going to be 52.
They just haven't called it yet.
They didn't call it, right?
All right, so
it's going to be at least 52. Still an outside shot of winning Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan a little bit more iffy. Pennsylvania also a little bit less confident right now. No, wait, that's my bad. No, Republicans up in all 3 races.
By the way, the Times
up 100,000.
The Times have it at over 90% as a chance of victory. I should say that their needle was wrong the last 3 elections. So
At some point, yeah.
At some point in time, it was actually wrong. So
Republicans have a realistic and legitimate shot at having 55 seats in the Senate. A realistic and legitimate shot. Right now, I'm not making any calls here.
Good news. You don't live in Florida where they didn't legalize marijuana, because I think that is.
I don't think they're getting 55.
We'll walk through.
I think they're going to get. I think they're going to get to 52, 53 seats.
Okay,
which is what I said. Which is the Mishpacha predictions we made.
McCormick's up 2. Right now, 81% of the vote in. He's up 2.
Mike Rogers is up.
Wisconsin, Republicans. Wisconsin Hovde up 2. 75% of the vote in. Legitimate shot at winning those 2.
Right.
Right. So that's 54.
Right.
Michigan up 3. Less confident in that because there's more vote out, 42%. But there's a legitimate shot that gets us to 55. No weed needed. Maybe some beer from Wisconsin.
I'm getting many texts from many Democratic strategists and insiders from around the country who are
sitting shiva,
drinking heavily right now. So like the feeling is that like the feeling is that this is a red wave. I think we have a lot to see still here, but the feeling is that this is a red wave, and that's what we're looking at right now here. Which to some degree these things follow patterns, right? So there was the Democratic Party did not suffer any midterm losses in a serious way. Democratic Party won 4 years ago. So okay, so like this is in a way there's a cycle here that has to come at some point. So will the Democratic Party afterwards say we have to blow things up and we have to deal with this? I'm not sure. We are going to, I think that's end where we.
Yes, let's
Shmueli, thank you for your help. Thank you for your tossing back and forth. Thank you.
Yeah, and just
can't quite see you from here, but I can see your legs.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
again,
correct. The last thing, as before we leave you guys for the night, this is where the race stands as we leave you. Right now, New York Times forecast 89% chance of a Trump victory, likely Trump. Likely Trump will get 301 Electoral College votes. That's a clean sweep of the 7 swing states. As I don't remember, Maury, if that was your prediction in the podcast, but it was definitely mine.
Binyamin's prediction was a clean sweep. I was predicting. I didn't think Michigan or Wisconsin would go to Trump.
Right. So I had also clean sweep as the most likely single possibility. The thing that's most surprising to me right now, and we'll see how this holds up, but right now, the New York Times, to Stu's deep consternation, is projecting Trump with a popular vote victory in this election. I can't see how that holds, me personally, because just California. But California is going to count and count and count and count. So I think the popular vote will swing back away from Trump. It's not going to impact the Electoral College. So great night for Republicans. Very, very good night. President-elect Trump will probably be the most likely end of tonight. For us here,
Democratic campaign staffers, we've been there. I've been there.
You've been through longer nights.
You do. We've been through longer nights, and I mean, we aren't going to know Nevada at least until tomorrow. But
Also,
you can find me on the internet. You can find me on Twitter if you want advice on how to get through this.
And you can find all of us on Twitter. You can find Ellie on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter. We're
at Mishpacha Magazine. You can find this.
And next week we'll do a full after the race recap on the FourCast, which you'll find hosted by Mishpacha Magazine, which is the great host to our podcast. And many other great podcasts. Great magazine, like Stu said before. Can't say enough about it. And great hosts for tonight's great sponsor tonight's stream.
Right.
And now we're going to get a word from
thank you,
sponsors.
Thank you, Shmueli. Thank you to everyone who's been watching or listening to us on WhatsApp. It's a new media world. Thank you for having us, guys.
Thanks. So a word from a sponsor, and then back.
Meet David. This is David's phone. David finds out about crazy deals from forwards to his family chat, and is always a minute too late. Don't be a minute behind. Sign up to be the first to the craziest airline deals, credit card offers, and online deals. Join PZ Deals today. Download the PZ Deals app and never pay full price again.
Staffs companies in the U.S. with employees from out of the country. These employees are educated, smart, capable employees. The way Haolam operates as a staffing company is different than your average recruiting company. We don't just send resumes, we find new employees. It's a big focus of ours. Our client base spans really in any industry, from property management, real estate, financial, healthcare, logistics, design, architecture. And we put that focus from day one, find only the quality out of the bunch, and they're a fraction of the price.
One small step for you, one giant leap for your feet.
Socks can do more than keep your feet warm and dry. Specialized socks can improve and prevent many health conditions and ultimately keep you on your feet without the aches and pains. Compression stockings apply gentle pressure to your legs and ankles and decrease as it goes up the leg. They relieve pain caused by varicose veins, reduce inflammation, and improve your blood flow. Reach out today to get your stockings fully covered under your insurance. Moonwalk Orthotics is here to support you for every step of the way.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We missed you. We missed you very much. And some of our special guest hand, jetzt reingekommen auf Tula Moshe Schnitzer. We're going to ask him a few questions. But before, if you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Comment in the comment section below. Get involved. Be involved in the conversation. It's getting closer and closer. We're at 249 versus 211. The Senate Zetos, we see for the Republicans, right? We're 52-48. But the House ain't shows us a good. They're saying the House is a bit Shmuel, but Trump hopefully is going to win the presidency if she doesn't have too much pass. Anyway, Naftali, I want to ask you a few questions. First, whom are you rooting to win? Who did you vote for?
Good question. First of all, so nice to be here.
Thank you.
To be honest, I'm usually very in the middle. I'm not going too much on either direction. I'm really open. I usually like to see who offers what, and I'm leaving it up to Hashem. But I'm definitely more towards Trump.
Avadi more towards Trump, but the Democrat Party is very, very much to the left, and it's not godly anymore. So I just believe as alle Yidden should be voting for Trump. That's just my personal opinion. And you living in Williamsburg. What is the vibe in Williamsburg? Is it Trump country in Williamsburg?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Trump was supposed to come to Gottlieb's as well. I don't know why he wanted it, but obviously they wanted to do it. Yes, everyone is really towards Trump. I mean, obviously there are people who are not, but the wind is, you know...
like 90%, 95%?
I would say 93.
Yeah, 93%. Okay, it's also shine a number. Nothing to spit at.
But it's for sure that the people became more involved, way more involved in the politics now that it's Trump versus, I mean, I don't know how it used to be, but I'm sure it became way more of an impact. I think Trump being from New York made it very... Like people feel very involved, and especially had his Adam Kushner, his Ayid. So yeah. I think it was a combination of everything that made it very
It definitely was very
Politics,
heated.
politics, when Trump started, politics went away from talking points, talking from a teleprompter, to this crazy party, walking into a rally with a long red carpet. He made it into an interesting cultural
For
phenomenon.
sure. He also, I did like personally. I like to look up. Like I look up people. I read his book and I researched him a lot. And for sure, regardless of what party or if you agree or disagree with his notions or whatever it is, he's for sure a guy that, I mean, obviously he made it with no politics. He made it into becoming president. He has a lot of intuition. He has intuition. He follows his gut. And he's for sure a fascinating guy, regardless of what you think. But I think that it's taking a guy that, like, he seems definitely an outsider for anyone, like whatever you hold of him.
You cannot call him a conservative, and you cannot call him a liberal.
Right.
He does not fit a box perfectly.
Exactly.
rather.
I believe he just chose the Republican Party because he wanted to run. Like.
Well, I think there was a statement he mentioned, I think, in the early 2010s, where he said that the Republicans are the most stupid group of people.
Yes.
Right, he said that.
And he obviously lived in New York, and he grew in New York, and
he was a Democrat all his life.
There you go.
He donated to both, the Democrats and the Republicans. But I think, even...
There's a famous line, only a cow says moo moo every day. A person can change his mind.
Yeah, and a person should change their mind. It just shows that they're evolving,
based
they're
on
growing.
the information you have.
Right, but it's for sure, and also for sure, again, regardless of what you think of him, the movement that he created, it's pretty strong. Like, people are they take it personal, and they feel that there is someone who gets it, and it's not a politician.
Yeah, he is our voice. We feel it. We feel
It helps that the left has become so crazy, so out of touch. I'm just thinking now, the last week or so, they tried to make a story about Trump saying that Liz Cheney should be in front of a firing squad.
Yeah.
Now, take away Twitter, give it back to Joel Roth, and all these guys.
Liberals.
It's a different world. In 2 seconds, everything was right in front of you. So the Elon Musk part of it, and everything just the whole culture changed.
Right, but also
by the way, not only X, now Facebook has to comply with cannot play this game anymore.
Yeah, they can't lie as much as they used to.
They cannot block you anymore.
Yeah.
YouTube has to act different. Everybody has to act
Elon Musk definitely for sure.
Great service. He liberated Twitter.
Yeah, Elon Musk did something, but also, and you guys will know, maybe Shlomi as well. In the end of the day, though, on the other side, both Biden and Kamala were still not so left as the party, I think.
Now, Kamala was. Not
Yeah?
Biden. Biden was more of a centrist.
Yeah.
Kamala was the most liberal senator.
I know, but now when she speaks about Israel, maybe she's just changing.
Yeah, she's just saying, when you ask her, well, you said you're going to ban fracking, what is her answer? She says, well, that was 4 years ago.
No, but I'm also seeing that the people at the top on the left, and...
Who, Obama? Who? Pelosi?
I don't know, just when I see here and there, they still try to keep somewhat of a center.
Of course, they
Maybe
can't go all crazy. You look at their convention.
Okay.
By their convention, they didn't push all this crazy progressive
There you go.
stuff.
So
they know what the base needs to hear.
I always say politicians who run, especially in this high office, they all become libertarians. Nobody can run like, although Trump quite pushed it, like when he started in 2015, bashing the Trump doctrines.
Yeah.
Was a risk he took, but although maybe he actually read the real, like the where the people are, but everybody becomes a libertarian. Nobody wants high taxes. Nobody wants to go to war. Everybody wants peace. Mm-hmm. So everybody's right in the middle. Nobody takes a real stance. Trump actually did take crazy stance, and he stuck with it. And
right, but Shmuli, I have a question. Even if Trump wins, it's only going to be for 4 years.
Right.
And there's only this much you can do in 4 years.
Right.
What's going to be after?
Well, that's a good question. I appreciate the question. Well,
no, really.
It's a question, but it's a question for the future, right? It's right now. Let's first win this election. Even if he loses the House, it's also good. What is he going to do without the House? Well, we got to take it one step at a time. In 4 years, there's going to be a whole new field. I think Biden's going to run for re-election. You know, he could if he would want to, if they're going to let him. But you never know. You have Vivek Ramaswamy, Host in Florida, Ron DeSantis. There's a lot of fresh blood, a lot of new. I don't know about on the Democrat side. Who fresh is over there? Beto O'Rourke. Who was on?
Oh, the governor
from Texas?
from California, no?
Gavin Newsom. Maybe.
You know, I feel like tomorrow morning the Democrat Party is going to wake up and say, you know what? Maybe we went too far. Maybe we became a little too crazy.
With pushing out Biden, you mean?
Maybe no.
Why
in
do
general,
you say
with all
so?
the policies.
It's mamish tight now.
If Trump wins, they have a big cheshbon hanefesh they have to make tomorrow morning. How did we go wrong? How did we become so crazy that our own party
But what do you
wouldn't
say?
vote for us?
How did they go this wrong? What happened to them?
I think they went too woke. Way too woke. Yes.
Do you think they did that in 2016?
It's been getting worse every election.
No, but did they make a cheshbon hanefesh in 2016?
I don't think they did. They didn't learn.
They doubled down.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know. It's a.
I don't think they'll make a cheshbon hanefesh personally. Like they won in 2020.
Because of COVID.
I don't want to say it, they still might win now. I mean, we don't know.
It's looking very
I don't think
for
so.
her.
I said that he has. No, Trump has it. But
very
you know,
narrow.
I'm saying.
But you know what I will say? It's interesting. You mentioned before that Trump has a connection with the voters, and you know, some folks are very. It's shocking for them that he would connect with voters more than politicians. The fact is, Trump was a businessman. He hired a lot of people throughout these years, and he communicated with all these people. So
Right.
he understands. He knows. Most politicians, they don't run a business, and they have a staff, and they just do their thing. He actually
very
gets
robotic,
involved.
100%. He had to deal.
He's a businessman, exactly. He had to get in there.
A builder in New York City, you have to know how to deal with people, how to
I know,
talk to
yeah,
people, how
right.
to do
I
these
have a
things.
good friend who's a builder, and he says that in New York City every day is a war. It's
Yes.
literally a war, and this is how he learned how to deal with
How to
things,
thrive
how to work and how to.
Even
But
midday.
to answer your question, Trumpism without Trump might not be, but Ronald Reagan really set up for a very long time. Even nowadays, people still refer to Ronald Reagan and the Republican Party. It's very possible Trump has paved a certain. I mean, nobody's going to be him, and nobody's going to be able to withstand this crazy media onslaught on him.
Yeah.
But he has paved a certain way of thinking. Laughing off the media
there are
is
definitely
one of them.
people like Charlie Kirk who is like,
yes,
they're following his path.
Yes.
And, yeah, for sure. And again, I mean, for me, I don't want to go too much into it, but I'm for sure also seeing the other sides, and I can see how Trump is still playing a certain game, meaning he's already old. So he was in his prime in the 1980s, and then it was more win-lose, like I win, you lose. Today there is more of such a thing, win-win. How can we look at things as win-win? He doesn't really see it that way, but still, he's good. He's very good. He's a good. He gets things done.
Yeah, definitely. He's a closer.
So-
He's a deal maker. He makes deals. That's what he does all the time. So what's going to be in 4 years? I don't know.
He makes deals, and another thing, he follows his intuition, and it's very strong. And I really believe that in 2020, when he lost, and when this whole thing became, because as I said, I watched him a lot, and he's very much about, and people don't know that, just playing the game. Like he feels that life is a game, and I'm just playing it. He doesn't take it serious.
Mm-hmm.
He almost never takes it serious, and he says it. On numerous people are asking him, like on older videos, how do you make it? How do you make it? He always says like, beside a few things that I really want to take serious, such as family, I'm not taking anything serious, including money. I don't take it serious. I just play. I'm going to play. So I really think in 2020 when he lost, it was because he actually, it got to him and he did start taking it serious. And that was when he was kind of not following his real gut feel.
Interesting.
Well, you know, this campaign, it definitely looked like he was having a lot of fun and a good time.
Yes, like I really, like, and after 2020 was like, he was in a rage and he came back to himself and it was like, okay.
Took a deep breath, a step back. But you know, throughout this whole campaign, Harris was campaigning, he was campaigning. Harris is just following the lines. Trump really wants to be president. He wants this White House so badly.
Not only that,
I don't think he wants it for himself. I really
Whatever
don't
it is, he just wants it. Even for himself, for the country, for his prestige, for his status. he wants it bad. Kamala doesn't want it that bad. She's expecting the media to carry her water.
And
she doesn't care. She lies and she flip-flops.
She's not in for the purpose.
Right.
Trump is here for the purpose.
Exactly.
Right.
Joe Rogan, you know, she could have done Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan doesn't need it. Joe Rogan has a platform that
she could
needs
not
to-
have done Joe Rogan.
She couldn't have
That's
done
why
it.
she
I
didn't do it.
know.
Why
Good for her
not?
that she didn't do it.
Because I don't
would've
think
been too
she's
harsh.
willing to sit down for a 3-hour unscripted conversation.
They wanted to do only 1 hour. They wanted to do
And
it
they
by
wanted
them.
to do it by them.
So she wasn't really. If she would really want it, she would go to Texas.
There's nothing
and
wrong
do
with
the
that,
show.
by the way. She doesn't have to do it. But if you want to be president of this country,
You know
people
how you
want
know-
to see you. They want to hear
You
your
know
voice.
how you know
Get
that
to
Trump is
Get to know you.
unscripted? Like things like the garbage truck. You see that he's unscripted. There is no. He's not just telling you,
Yeah.
I'm unscripted. No. We have a garbage truck. Okay, let's go. Let's do this.
Exactly.
You can see how he's just playing it, and then he has a whole rally and a whole speech, and he just speaks about the garbage truck, and he makes reference to the garbage.
That was quite boring. Sometimes he gets boring during his speeches, but when he's fired up, there's
Okay,
nothing.
because he's getting into a place of like, okay, what am I saying next? But he's not like
Maybe.
Kamala, like, okay, I'm not sure what I'm saying.
You saw that time when Kamala's teleprompter went out? She just 32 days.
Right.
32 days. Days 32.
By the way, in my humble opinion,
She didn't know what to say.
I don't think that Kamala is so much that she doesn't want to, meaning it could be she had like not just a change of heart of her old policies, but it really could be that she wants, maybe. I just really think that she can't. Like you want, but but you can't. Like even if I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she really wants the right thing, I don't think she can lead.
She for sure can.
So we're hoping for the best here
sure
because in an hour, they're already saying that they're bringing in ballots from.
Yeah, in Philadelphia, they're going to start rolling in all these ballots. They're going to first check
what
how
do you
much
think
they
about
need.
that? You hear the news about that?
I heard the news. I try to be very skeptical with these things. I don't want to get into conspiracy theories yet. Let's see how it plays out. I'm going to stay chilled and patient. God is watching, and you can't fool him. We're going to take a quick break to thank the final 2 sponsors for this evening. First one is PZ Deals. Ready to save big? Download the brand new PZ Deals app and never pay full price again. Here are some of our app's exciting features. Promo codes. Find every coupon code imaginable from stores worldwide. Before you hit checkout, make sure to check PZ Deals for any active promo codes that can save you money. Deal alerts, looking for a specific item at a great price. No need to keep refreshing. Just set an alert and we'll notify you the moment there's a price drop. Sit back and let the deals come to you. Price mistake notifications. Don't want constant alerts? Set the app to notify you only when there's a price mistake or glitch so you catch those rare deals without the noise. And for the last sponsor, we have Hire Remote Staffing. Looking for skilled, dedicated employees at unbeatable prices? Hire Remote Staffing connects you with overseas talent that's as qualified and fluent as U.S.-based employees starting at just $7 an hour. Why hire remote staffing? They are committed to finding you top-tier overseas talent that you can trust. Every candidate is thoroughly vetted to ensure they're capable, fluent in English, and skilled in their fields, whether you need property managers, medical billers, or administrative professionals. Each employee is trained to U.S. standards, providing the same quality and reliability you'd expect locally, all at an affordable rate. Whether you need one employee or a full team, Hire Remote Staffing offers dependable long-term staffing solutions you can count on. We want to thank all of the sponsors for this evening. Thank you very much. And we do have some interesting numbers coming in. We're seeing a report that Trump is leading in 7 swing states. In Pennsylvania, he seems to be leading by 200,000 votes with 82% of the vote counted. Michigan, Trump leads by about 130,000 votes with 43% of the vote counted.
Good.
Wisconsin, Trump leads by about 100,000 votes, 75% were counted. Nevada, the counting of votes has not yet begun. Well, they are 3 hours behind.
Okay.
Arizona, about 50% of the votes have been counted, and Trump leads by only about 7,000 votes. That's going to be a close one. Georgia, Trump leads by about 120,000 votes, and 93% were counted. So it's pretty much called for Trump. North Carolina, Trump was declared the winner after winning about 51% of the popular vote.
Wow.
The interesting fact is saying if Trump wins, is Kamala being the vice president, she will certify his victory on January 6th.
Yeah, that's a very, very significant day.
Ja, laten we erover brengen. We want to introduce Ellie Steinberg. He previously was part of the Four Chevra, of the Four Seasons, right? He gave great updates.
It took me time. I had to, like go over a few swing states to get here.
You're funny. So before, tell us, you're a writer. You write the political column in the.
So now we're doing for Mishpacha, we're doing the FourCast, which is a political podcast, we do some writing from time to time.
How often do you do the podcast?
It's a weekly.
It's a weekly podcast.
Weekly, yeah. We had it run. We
guys?
launched it. There's another one, a fourth member of the team, Binyamin Rose. Who's the editor at large at Mishpacha, but he's located in Eretz Yisrael. So and he's also concentrating on the election special that has to be put out because you couldn't whatever you expected tonight's result to be. Nobody knew that it was going to turn out the way it is. You have to wait for the result to come in.
Yeah.
You have to know what the result is, and then you have to write the piece. So that's what he's working on today. So that way everybody gets their magazine, and they'll have the coverage in the magazine.
I hear you. Let me ask you. I'm just curious. You think had she picked Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania would go automatically for her?
I don't think it would have went automatically for her, but I do think that it definitely would have been the smarter pick. We mentioned on our segment that there was some polling that was done that showed 4% of people in Pennsylvania who said that they were voting for Trump-Vance said that they would have voted for Harris-Shapiro. Oh. Now, if that's true, and again, everyone looking at the result coming in tonight and the polls that we saw until now know that you can't look at a poll and say, oh, this is 100% true just because the poll said so. But if that was true, or even if that was true in half, and Trump doesn't win by more than 2 points, then obviously she would have won. But there's more than just that. There's also the fact that her not picking Josh Shapiro had a much bigger impact than just the people in Pennsylvania who like their governor and would vote for their governor. Shapiro's a much more eloquent guy than Tim Walz. Tim Walz is a guy, it's late, we can say this now. I mean, the man's IQ is probably not even his shoe size.
He was a teacher, he is governor. How does he stumble his way across the governorship?
I mean, have you met politicians?
You live in New Jersey? The governor over there had just had an interview. He sounded so silly. I couldn't believe it.
I actually, full disclosure, and I'm a highly Republican, I actually like my governor. But this is for a different...
Did you see
we
they
can have this
asked him a few
conversation at a different time. Yeah, I saw that.
And he said,
CNBC.
are you kidding me?
On CNBC. Because they were tough questions.
They were not tough questions at all.
For him. They wouldn't be tough questions for you, but they were tough questions for him because he had to answer for the record of
So why do you think
there's no easy answer?
I guess so.
Right? There's no easy answer to say all these crazy things that were coming out of the Harris campaign. To say, I'm saying, I don't know how many of our viewers know what it means to tax unrealized gains. Right?
That's what he was
asking. It's a crazy thing to say.
And so how can
the
he support
idea,
her?
even to say, oh, we're going to limit it only on people who have net worths of over 10 million.
It doesn't work.
How are you going to know?
Yeah.
So you're saying everybody has to do appraisals on everything that they own every year and have,
So it makes no sense.
It's crazy. So there was no good answer. He couldn't answer. What do you like? What's he supposed to say?
So you can say, well, I'm endorsed.
Walz is just
low
the man's just.
There's nobody home there?
The man's just, he's just not dealing with a full deck of cards.
Mamish. And with the malam, he can stumble across the governorship. Go ahead.
Why Taka didn't they take Shapiro?
So I think definitely the fact that Shapiro is Jewish played a role. I don't think it's not as glatt, right, like as you would think it is. It's not pshat that you're going to say, Kamala didn't want to pick him because he's a Jew, so she hates Jews. I don't think it's that. I think that what's going on over here is that she looks at her base and she says, okay, now there's going to be, and there was, and we remember, like if you follow this stuff closely, when she was talking about who she's going to pick when they go through the Veep stakes, there was a lot of noise from the extreme left, from the Democratic Party, that she better not pick Shapiro. A lot of that
because of the Gaza war.
A lot of it was because of Israel, yeah.
And if that's true, okay, I'll go continue because I want to have
so
a
that's
question.
Motivated, and a big portion of that was just motivated, even as much as a lot of the Gaza stuff is motivated people who just hate Yidden. But in that way, it's because he's Jewish. So she didn't pick him because he's Jewish, not because she didn't want to pick a Jewish
If that's the
president.
case, why in her first rally, I brought it up before, did she scold these protesters about the Gaza war?
Oh, because she's caught in a very tough in a tough place, and this is why.
Say
why,
I'm with you.
Because then she alienates the Jews. She has a very tough.
Trump went to the Muslim saying.
Drank Sarayef and Trump. I mean,
Trump
the man
gets away
has
with
the man has look. You know, there's two rule books when it comes to politics. There's a rule book
or ways to do it.
Rule books, because there's certain set of rules that apply
for politicians,
for regular politicians, and there's a rule book that applies to Trump. And the reason why it is a long conversation we could have at a different time, you know. But
the Matthias is you can't bring
is you can't say because Trump got away with saying something, so why didn't someone else do it and get away? They can't get away with it. It's a very simple thing. So she has to look at her base and she says, okay, there's Jews in my coalition, I need them to win, and then there's these pro Hamasniks who are also in my coalition that I need them to win. And she's looking at this very calculated as a politician. She's like, I can't alienate either one. And it's, politically speaking, it's the right move. Talk out of both sides of your mouth. You know, it's why everybody hates politicians. And it's why she didn't have a better move, but that's why she's...
When I saw that, I was like, she's not going to get Michigan. She doesn't get the whole picture. She has no idea how to maneuver in such a tiny situation.
You know how many Jews she would have lost in Michigan if she would have come
Said
down?
What?
If she would have come down strongly on that side.
Don't have to be strongly.
At all. If she would have come down on that side, there's Jews in Michigan. There's a lot of Jews in Michigan that she would have lost. So she's caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
But her base is rather in Michigan than Jews. The Muslims in Michigan is more of her base than the Jews in Michigan.
No. I mean, we could. The data's out there, but it's not. It's nothing. There's just a significant Muslim population center in Michigan, and the numbers that we saw, it didn't work for her, this move, because the numbers, and I'm not sure how much they held up, but Jill Stein in Dearborn outperformed Kamala Harris, and Trump outperformed both of them.
Wow.
How much do you think...
That's what I mean, that there's two different rule books.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm not so sure, by the way. I have to think about it, because the idea of her taking Liz Cheney to campaign with, alienating her whole base,
She didn't alienate her base.
Why not?
Because she was doing a move for a certain slice of the Republican electorate.
But the Cheneys, the most hated family for the left.
It should have. It should have. But we see no evidence that it did.
No? I've heard from leftist podcasters that type of arguments. Like, what are you doing? Alienating them, going with the Cheneys. Like,
But listen, do you really think she was calling the shots? I don't think she picked her VP. I don't think she decided she's going to work with Liz Cheney. Even her talking points, she's given everything. She has no mind of her own. Whatever she's told, she didn't pick the VP. Obama wanted Tim Walz, and some people want from Arizona the astronauts. She also could have gone with them. But forget about Pennsylvania. Let's say, you know, if she would have picked him, she would have had easier Pennsylvania. Had she not picked Minnesota governor, would Trump have an easier time winning Minnesota, or Minnesota would never go to Trump anyway?
Minnesota's not a swing state.
Exactly. So it wasn't any chokhmah in that by keeping it from Trump.
Yeah, she chose him because he's a progressive darling. You know, the progressives like him.
Yes.
So that's why she chose him.
He had a hotline set up during COVID.
Yeah.
If you wanna spy on your neighbor, saying that my neighbor's not wearing their mask in their kitchen after supper, they could call into the hotline and have them make problems for them.
You know what his wife said. His wife said that during the riots during COVID, that she opened up the window.
Rubber.
She opened the window so she could smell the rubber because it smelled so zesty.
And he refused to send in the National Guard. He waited and he waited. It was all by design. It was for a reason. And he's their guy. Whatever they want him to do, he will say, and that's why they chose him.
Wow.
Anyway, we're getting closer and closer. Any more news coming out of anywhere? No,
It's
so far
just
everything. Now is the time where they're bringing in all the ballots. Now when everybody's getting bored, we don't have any energy, they're bringing it in. They have all the energy they need. It's mamish chaval. I would like to invite back to the set Rabbi Yochanan and Don. Ich will we want to bring up the newly elected assemblyman, Rabbi Aaron Ben-Zion Wieder. Rebbe Zion wieder. So let's bring him up. We're going to talk in Yiddish to Rebbe Zion, or we talk to him in English?
English.
We'll talk to him in English. All right. Rebbe Zion, I get you, Rebbe Zion. You look great. You look like you just won re-election. How does it feel?
He's live.
Seems like we have a bit of a technical issue.
Bisschen bald
Try
sehen.
again.
It is on. I can him hearing. Rebbe Zion, you getting us?
Yes, loud
All
and
right.
clear.
I'm saying as Dampunem Shant, you look excited that you won re-election. How does it feel?
Well, I finally made it on the ShmueliCast podcast. I had to win the assembly race.
I hear you. I hear you. We are very excited for you. I didn't see your name on the ballot in Airmont. I guess it was just a different, where was your name and where was not your name? On which ballot did you appear and where did you not appear?
So the 97 Assembly District includes a lot of Ramapo, but Airmont and Wesley is not in the district. That's particularly where the community lives. So, and I would say most of the phone calls that I got today were people who were very upset, and they told me they feel that the election is being stolen because they don't see my name.
So
I said,
I explained.
as long as you see the presidential candidates on it, don't worry if it's stolen or not.
I hear you. You were nervous for this race more than you were in the previous ones?
What do you mean? Which previous one?
This was your first election? No, you ran for election when?
No. This is the fourth time I'm trying to run for the assembly. Was I nervous? I could say I was more nervous than the others because it was a terrible hate campaign ran against me, and it affected my family well. And it would have been very hard if I would have lost this election.
I hear you. Baruch Hashem, we're happy that you won. And what can we expect now? Is it got to come brighter sidewalks? What are we going to have? Less traffic on the 59, Ben Zion? What are you going to do for the Monsey people?
The first thing I'm going to try to do is to continue to make a Kiddush Hashem. And that probably includes to have sidewalks, to do infrastructure, public transportation, and all the issues that people talk to me on my campaign trial. Yes, absolutely, we're going to do all of that and more.
I don't know if people realize, but you never elected to Albany, but you've been in Albany dozens of times.
Correct.
You've been going every month to the, well, what is it, hundreds?
Well, many times,
You tell me.
in the course of 16 to 18 years, I've been to Albany many times. I davened Shachris Mincha Marav on the thruway because I couldn't daven before or after, and I had to be at certain meetings. So yes,
You've
I've been there many times.
You've attended almost every meeting of the Board of Regents when they were handling with the yeshiva, with the whole yeshiva issue.
Correct.
And as an insider, as someone who knows a little bit what's going on inside, I don't think there's anybody who has been more on the ground when it comes to this issue than yourself. Where do you think you'll be able to advocate for that issue now that you're an assemblyman-elect?
Well, I'm certainly going to be able to hit the ground running because I know the issue, I know the concerns, and I know the players. And that's going to be the number one issue, obviously, for me to be in Albany.
And what about, it seems like you have a whole minion coming over there. I think the film contingent in Albany has doubled. You have yourself, you have Kalman, you have, and it looks like Joey Saban might also make it.
That's gonna be great, obviously.
A Daf Yomi share over there?
Say that again?
A Daf Yomi share maybe?
Well, why only one daf a day?
Great.
Okay.
Gewaldig. You have a
what,
message.
What do you have besides for the expanding the sidewalks and besides for the things that you've been talking about, the yeshiva issue? What do you want to go to Albany to do? Do you have anything specific in mind? Any issue, like you'll be able to do behind closed doors, when they're writing the bills?
Well, the second issue will be the resolving the East Ramapo School District situation between the funding formula and so on and so forth. So that's something I'm going to want to resolve. It's been plaguing the district for close to 15 to 20 years, and I think people think that cannot be resolved, and I hope that I'll be able to resolve it There are many things that I want to do, you know. So yes, there are going to be a lot of things that I would like to accomplish in Albany. People have not heard the last of me. I've been in the county legislature now for 13 years. We did a whole lot of good stuff, and we will continue to do that. I would like to thank you, Shmueli, and maybe one day I can have a one-on-one podcast.
Mir Hashem, you'll take care of the community, and Mir Hashem, we're going to take care of you. Ben sehen. Maybe one of the letzte Bruche von Neulam, sich bedanken for re-electing you. And then
I would like to thank everyone that voted for me, and even those who didn't vote for me. And a brucha is only whatever brucha succeeds betoida.
Benzine, I want to.
Those who helped me.
The community has divided their votes over here. They voted for you as a Democrat, Bill Webb as a Republican, Mike Lawler as a Republican. Where do you stand in that whole mix? Pat Ryan as a Democrat.
I stand right smack in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Gewaldig. Thank you so much for your time, Rebbetzin. Keep on doing what you're doing.
Mazel tov on your win, and thank you for everything you do for the community.
Baruch and
Thank you very much.
Sei gebencht.
Goodbye.
We're getting word now that Trump is on his way to his to give a speech. We're going to check in soon with Turks, to see. He's right there together with Trump at the headquarters, and we'll bring you the speech as soon as he gets up there and he starts talking. What can he say? I don't know what he's going to say. Maybe he's going to say, like John Podesta, it's too early, everybody go home to sleep. They're still counting the votes.
That's actually happening because Harris will not address her supporters.
Harris will not come out. Mazel tov. Anyway, I wanted to start this program. A lot of people tuning in, maybe they don't know what's happening with the Electoral College and what's happening with the swing states and what states is for sure, what states is not for sure. You think you want to go over that part? People should know what's happening. What is considered a swing state and why? And how come they get to decide the election? What about the rest of us?
Swing states are just like a swing. Sometimes you're here, sometimes you're there. So also every state gets its chance of being a swing state. New York was a swing state 50 years ago. But eventually, the conservatives felt out of place and they moved out. Liberals moved in, and it became a Democratic state. It became a blue state. Right now, I remember in the 2004 election, they were saying the swing states are Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida. Now, Pennsylvania is the only swing state. Ohio and Florida are red states now. Other
Who
states
gets to decide? When does it happen? After 3 elections, if it goes more than 10, it's done with swing?
It goes based on 2 things. Number one, based on polling. If polls show that they're within 5 points usually, the 2 candidates are within 5 points of each other, that's called a swing state. And also, if an election, even the polling doesn't bring it up, but if an election is very close, one election, then unless there's like a reason why they'll say that it's only because there's an extenuating circumstance that happened this year, but it won't happen next year. But usually the next election cycle, that would be considered a swing state. Right now, there are basically 7 swing states, even though right now they were not predicting Minnesota to be a swing state, that we're not predicting Virginia to be a swing state, and it's hours after voting ended, and they still didn't call that.
Virginia they called, but New Hampshire...
Virginia, some of them called, some not.
Yeah, still not called.
Yeah.
So there's hope there.
Which one?
Virginia.
I don't
Georgia is not called.
Georgia's called. They're called Georgia.
Well, it's
some didn't call it, but there's 100,000 ballots left, and he's up by more than 100,000.
So it's done.
Figure that.
NBC just called Georgia.
Now, the New York Times needle is now showing Donald Trump with a 93% chance of winning the presidential election.
That's good.
He makes, by the way, he makes history in more than one way. Besides for being the first president 140 years to win, lose, and then win, he's also the first president to win after getting impeached. Has never happened before. Usually impeachment. Well, he was impeached twice. I guess people felt, like one impeachment, shame on you. 2 impeachments, shame on me.
Yeah.
So
maybe. But what they did to the people with the impeachment, with whatever they did to him, look, they for 4 years they bombarded him with their Russia, the Mueller report, the impeachments, the all these books that came out and everything. And even after all, even after all these 4 years of negative coverage, he won with 6 million votes more than he won in 2016, right? And hopefully this time we're going for the popular vote.
And don't forget that the whole January 6th, they labeled him an insurrectionist and everything.
Yeah, they did everything.
They threw the kitchen, everything but the kitchen sink at him.
Are they going to start off the way they started off last time with the Russia situation?
I don't know, but last time, we found out years afterwards, but that whole Russia thing was set up by Obama. In other words, right before he left office, he engineered this whole thing that they'll be able to accuse him. I think it's called unmasking. He unmasked different information to allow it to be released in order to start the whole ball rolling that ended up in the special counsel and everything. So does Joe Biden have the smarts to be able to do the same thing?
But it's not Joe
We'll find
Biden,
out.
and not necessarily Obama. There's the people with
There's the
briefcases.
people around him.
Clapper and Brennan, do you think they'll pay a price? Will they pay a price? The people calling that say they can smell the Trump supporters lying in Congress and having the insurance policy, all this corruption with the FISA courts, is there going to be a price to pay?
We'll find out if Trump wins. The Justice Department might decide to look into them. And I would say also for a lot of these people, loss of their reputation and loss of their reputation for accuracy is a punishment enough.
No,
take a
not
guy
at all.
like
Maybe
John
for them.
Brennan.
No, it's not right.
Right.
It's a punishment for them. We don't get it.
Take CNN. CNN, if they want to, if they decide, let's say we want to stop being a station, and they've started the past few months. We want to be a station that Republicans, would want to listen to also. They'll think 10 times before taking somebody who was from those 52 intelligence officers who said that, the Hunter Biden thing is misinformation, or anybody who promoted the Russia thing.
Yes.
They pay a price for this. Will they pay a price, get a prosecution or something like that?
Well, very possible.
I would say, I hope not. You know why? Because I want Trump to get into office and focus. Don't get a reputation that you're fighting last year's battles, that you're taking revenge or something.
Clean it up. If you don't clean it up, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again.
These people are all out of government. I really hope he goes into office and he's forward-looking. You promised to...
Forward-looking means cleaning up these bureaucracies.
But that's not forward-looking to the eyes of most Americans. Most Americans say, you promised to end the wars, end the wars. You promised to fix the economy, fix the economy. If you do that, and then you do that...
Cleaning up government efficiency and cleaning up all these three letters offices.
People take their places. Liberals will always be there, and liberals will always seek to do whatever they could to bring down Republican president.
Yeah.
They've done it to every Republican president, that I've been following in my political lifetime.
Right. All right, let's take it over. Let's go over to the Trump headquarters in Miami. Where is it? In Mar-a-Lago? Palm Beach?
West Palm Beach.
He was in Mar-a-Lago till now. He's going to the convention center.
He's going
That's
to
where
the
party
convention
is.
center. Let's bring up the Amis correspondent. Jake Turks is with us. Wo sind die Matzef dort, Jake? How are the people feeling? They're feeling good now that we won Georgia?
Ja, the Oilers anti of us, the people here, okay? People, the crowd is anti, it's a different type of anti though. They're anti now in anticipation of the presumptive 47th president-elect, who is about to take the stage right behind me any minute. The past 10 minutes, they've been brushing dust off the flags, they've been polishing the floor to make it sparkle, and they're closer than ever.
When is he scheduled to? I hear. When is he scheduled to come on? Like in the next 10 minutes?
Why? Is summer better to me right now?
Nah, I'm just curious. I don't have any questions. They're telling me to ask you this question.
So let me ask you something now. What would you ask Trump if you had the opportunity to ask him something tonight? What would you ask him?
If I could ask him something right now, what I would ask him?
No, right now, anytime tonight. What would the question be?
I would have to think about it. I don't know.
Ask the panel. That's why we have a professional panel, right?
Is he expected to announce that he won? What do you think he's going to talk about?
So I was told by Trump insiders that in 2016 and 2020, he waited for the media to announce, and this time he's very likely going to come out before they even
Jumping ahead, why not? Good.
Wow.
So let's see. If he does that, we're on board.
This is what I was told about 4 or 5 hours ago, so it could have changed 10,000 times.
The Harris campaign, she's not scheduled to make an appearance b'chlal. She's not coming out.
Not only
tonight.
that, crowds are leaving the Harris campaign headquarters. They're walking out. The room is going to empty out very soon.
Where's Podesta?
Yeah.
Podesta's
Any words from President Biden?
No one's
He's
heard
a
from
son.
Mandoma here.
It's past his bedtime.
Listen, let's be honest. Let's be honest for a second. If Biden stayed in the race, he would have won. Come on.
You think, yeah, he had better chances than Kamala?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
We'll never know. So why not?
Yeah, if Biden would have run, he would have won, and if Shapiro would have won, he would have won.
Yeah. So no, I want to tell you why. Hold on. Let me tell you why I think that that would have been the case. Because not to get into conspiracy theories yet, that we could do at 3 a.m. But if he, hold on, there's noise now. Give me a second. The problem is it's very hard to cheat and steal an election. Again, I'm not saying anything happened. Theoretically, if something gets happened, it's very hard to pull it off successfully unless there is absolute unity. And when the Democratic Party broke into two, like the Obama side, Obama-Harris and Biden, it made it very hard for them to cheat because who would know which of their own people might rat them out because they're really on the other side. So when there's a lack of unity, it makes it a lot less likely people to take risks. You know what I'm saying?
We hear you.
So here's a question I have, Jake. How come everybody online, everybody's talking already past the sale? This was not called yet. So is this like? Would you say this is like what 100%?
No. So in 2020, at around this time of the night, Trump was ahead by a rounding margin. Like he was ahead in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin by more in 2020 than he has now. The only difference is how many outstanding votes were there. And so it definitely is reasonable to assume that he's doing better now than he did 4 years ago. But it's not over till it's over.
Wow.
Well, even Lichtman, he gave it to Harris. Now he's come out and saying that he doesn't see a path for Harris.
Jake, let me ask you something. The path for Trump is
not
totally...
By the way,
the path for Trump is not totally cleared yet.
Sorry, what?
How do you think his pathway to victory looks? What states do you think it's going to go through?
He's ahead in all of the swing states by more than the polling aggregate had it last night. So the fact that the first two of those swing states.
Have to cut him.
Oh, we're losing him? He's getting cut off. All right, Jake, we're going to get back to you soon as Trump starts to speak, and we'll catch up. The path for Trump is just to win Pennsylvania.
In the meantime,
or
it looks
Michigan,
like Republicans have the Senate. They won at least one of those Senate races. They have 51.
He won,
and Democrats will have the House.
Democrats will have that's a problem. They're going to start impeachment now.
They have the ability to start impeachment. Like I said, they have a choice now. Do they want to be remembered as a party that just impeached every time they got power? They took power, and there was an opposing party in the White House.
This comes
Hakeem
back
Jeffries,
to haunt them at the end of the day.
I've met him. I've spoken to him in the past. He's a smart person. I don't think he's not the type of guy to go for these things.
But is he in charge? Is he going to call the shots? That's the question. He doesn't call the shots.
He's untested. Right now, he's been the minority leader. Once he's actually speaker, and he has to make decisions about which legislation to push and what to make time for what type of thing. Do you want to pass this bill, or do you want to go suspend the House for a month in order to pursue impeachment? he has to make a decision. We'll have to see what he does over there. But Hakeem Jeffries, I think is a star. In the Democratic Party, he's a star. He's right over here, South Brooklyn. He knows the community. He's been with us, from the beginning. We were the one who put him into power. I don't know if people remember. Yeah, in his first race, he was running against anti-Semitic black supremacists, and he just focused the whole time on we have to, come together. Don't use rhetoric to divide us. And the community stood behind them, and we put him over the top in order to win.
I didn't know that.
And even more important, he knows this. He knows this. He recognizes this. He comes to our events. He's close to our Askanim. It's he'll have his fights with Trump, but at least when it comes to issues that matter to us,
he'll be good for us.
He'll be good. Yeah. He
He
met with the South Mereba just 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and he said he understands the education issue. It seemed like from the way they were talking, they were winking, that he has some type of plan, some type of legislation to come up with in order to solve this education issue.
Let's see.
It is amazing. I just saw a clip where NBC is blaming Biden for the loss because he dropped out too late. They were the ones telling us how.
They're pointing fingers,
It's unbelievable.
Don't forget that if he would have dropped out 2 months later, she would still be in the middle of her honeymoon, and she might have a better chance. There's only once she got in, and everybody got excited over her.
She
and
could
then
have gone in after the.
They didn't hear from her
after the DNC. She could have gone in.
After the DNC, then it will be a big problem.
So 2 months later, that will be after.
Right.
the
Yeah.
DNC.
Yeah. Have a
Right.
point. Yeah. Have a point. Yeah. But it's the fact that once she got in, she was quiet. She didn't talk. No interviews.
By design.
She made all these promises, but didn't say how. She didn't.
She didn't interview.
Didn't say how she
played
planned on doing
the game
it.
of 2020.
Yeah, but then was COVID,
Yes.
so it was a different
Yes.
rule games.
But you know what? I really think that Biden would have had a better chance against Trump than she did.
Yeah, I think so too.
Really?
Yes,
I
because
said that
I kept
publicly
saying that from the
when he
beginning.
dropped out. I said there's no way. I was thinking Michelle Obama they will install, but that was already a broken campaign. Why would she come in? But here we are. Didn't call it yet, but we're kind of thinking.
Let's look at it. You see, you said before that Trump has now pushed out 2 women not becoming president.
And women keep flocking
Right.
at him.
Huh?
Just like the Muslims and the Jews and the women and everybody keeps flocking at him.
the interesting thing about this election is that every Democratic constituency has moved closer to Trump in this election.
Yes.
You're talking about, everybody was saying Hispanics they're upset at Trump
Latinos,
because of Madison Square Garden.
Yes.
Hispanic voted for 45%. Blacks have gone from 8% 4 years ago to 20% this time. This is based on, even Jewish voters have gone with him, I think.
45% they got.
45% in New York, but I'm saying overall,
right.
overall I don't remember the numbers, but it's higher than before. Women, right? Even women did not. I don't know if they moved closer to Trump, but they did not move closer to Trump. In other words, she didn't get more women than Biden got 4 years ago.
Maybe it is as simple as I think in the Bill Clinton, one of the Bill Clinton campaigns, there was somebody who said, "It's the economy, stupid," and this is where it starts and ends. But who knows?
Yeah. Every once in a while, every few years, you have a skilled politician who comes together and doesn't, just build on the constituencies that the coalition that brought his predecessors to power.
Yeah.
He builds a new coalition.
Start something new.
Working class whites. They were a Democratic base. They were a Democratic base.
When, in the 90s?
What 90s? Till 2016.
Oh, yeah.
Trump is not
I
winning
think
them.
in 2012, they made a decision that they're just going to focus on a lot of minorities and they're going to ditch the white male.
Democrats. Hillary Clinton. That was Hillary's
Democrats.
thing.
Yeah.
She focused on her base and she thought that would be enough to take her over
And
the
she
top.
didn't.
Obviously not.
I
She
see
lost.
now that in Pennsylvania there's 320,000 ballots still to count, and Trump is up by 160,000. That means that she needs to get 75% of it, which is she didn't do it till now.
Unlikely.
Unlikely.
We're also seeing that
75%.
the polls have closed in Nevada, which is 3 hours behind us, so election data is going to start coming in shortly. And I'm seeing that the Harris victory party has been canceled. They're going home, and maybe she's going to address the nation tomorrow, but not tonight.
Yeah, we just covered
92%
in Pennsylvania, and he's leading.
Well, a lot of.
I just want to say on camera, I called Michigan for a very long time.
They didn't call Michigan yet. They called Michigan.
But I called it.
Oh,
I called it 2 months ago, and it seems like
I will say that a lot of holy cows were slaughtered tonight. When it comes to pollsters, everybody was saying Ann Seltzer, the gold standard, right? She was off.
Yep.
She was off by 14 points.
He won Iowa with 14 points.
Yeah, Alan. He won. Alan Lichtman, right?
Yeah.
Happens to be Jewish professor. Called every election going back till since
And now he's
1980.
losing this one.
He missed it. He missed it by
What's the chances of 2020 return?
2020 return. That what?
Yes.
In other words,
well, it's 1 o'clock.
That the dump trucks come out.
Yeah.
What are the chances? Well, if you have if they have the goods, I'm sure they'll deliver it.
Wow.
I brought a Strammels in my car. If Trump wins, I'm putting it on live on air. Yeah, we have to wait to see what's going to happen, but he should be speaking momentarily from the convention center in.
What is he going to say? Complicated business.
A member of the staff bought a bottle of champagne over here. I think we're ready to break it out, no?
I don't know if we're there just yet.
We're not there yet.
But
Okay.
let's put it on ice. Let's get it.
Put it on ice.
Do you think Trump will declare himself the winner now?
Yes.
I think he should, just
What's the
jump
point?
ahead of it.
If he
does, he gains momentum and he just pushes through. If he just sits and waits,
but nobody says, okay, he announced, and so now I'm giving up.
But at this point, the only way she makes it is if she takes Pennsylvania, and it's not looking good for her. So
not just Pennsylvania. I think she needs all of them. She needs Pennsylvania.
No, without Pennsylvania, it's not happening.
For sure not.
Trump has many ways he can win
without Pennsylvania,
and possibly even without Pennsylvania. But if she doesn't get Pennsylvania, she can't take it.
I think that if anybody looked at the election realistically, without the noise of the media and the pollsters,
they could have named by the early votes what's going to happen.
I think Trump's victory was obvious months ago already.
Yes.
After he got shot.
Yes.
Well,
the whole momentum was on his side.
gave him like a certain people looked at him like a certain softness that they never looked at him before.
Right.
With a certain level of humanity, even the fact that Biden called for lowering the things. In other words, we think he deserves to be impeached. He deserves to be locked up, but not killed. Once people heard that he doesn't deserve to be killed, that gave them, it humanized him to a certain level.
And that's when he won the election, you say?
I don't know from there, but I think that once people realize that he's running an election solely on the issues, right? Remember last time, 26, everyone was saying he made fun of this reporter who had a disability, and he was nasty, and his tweets and everything.
McCain.
He was very focused this time. Focused on the economy, focused on foreign policy.
And they were
he
so
did not, even when
that the Liz Cheney story, they jumped on it and poof. It poofed
and
up.
even when Kamala Harris used the debate to go after him personally again and again and again,
he didn't
take the bait. He stayed on the issues.
Back in the day, he would have fallen for it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. There's another thing to be talked about the mainstream media, the legacy media. You have any knowledge about that?
Well, the mainstream media has been supplanted already. People get the news today from Twitter, from from X.
Exactly.
People still trust the legacy media, but only for the facts, not for the opinion that layers over the facts.
But also, they still get to set the tone. They set the narrative, and the people, maybe the United States as well, don't care. Oh, Shlomi bringt darauf, was das vodka?
If Trump talks, we can have this.
let's bring it to the middle of the table.
Okay. We need bigger cups. Is this
it
enough?
was very
we need a few more cups.
Shmueli, I think we should use this instead of the.
So New York Times projects now 98% Trump and 2% for Harris. So in Pennsylvania, we know the numbers. It's hard for her to win. So I think it's fair to say that we have a winner. And with that, the 2024 situation, the Kimtzia closing, I want to do a good shout out for Stellar. Stellar macht the alle sound. The Stellar, the studio. They get Moshe Zuckerman and the ganze Chevre, Zvi Spitzer. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been a gewaltige pleasure working with them. Shkoyach for Kol Haolam, for Menachem Alamed. Please follow Kol Haolam for alle andere Nayes and for the next updates about Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Ohio. And a shout out for Heritage Silver. If it's silver, it's Heritage. Nicht vergessen von dem. And don't drink and drive. L'chaim. And mit dem hat jeder a gute Nacht. In
Make America Great Again.
Thank you for watching. It's going to be good. Don't forget to subscribe. L'chaim. 4 more years. Great years.
Now we have to focus on keeping America great.
I have to drink this. You can cut it already. Cut.